will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Planning and Infrastructure Bill, second reading.
The reasoned amendment in the name of Gideon Amos has not been selected. Minister to move the second reading. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this bill be read a second time. It's time to get Britain building again. This is what working people expect of this government, and it's what we will deliver. Our planning and infrastructure bill is critical to achieving economic growth, higher living standards and more secure future for our country. This is our plan for change in action. Action to build 1.5 million homes in this Parliament and a fast track of 150 major infrastructure projects, more than were decided over the 14 years under the last government. It's also key to making Britain a clean energy superpower, bringing down bills for working people and securing our energy supply in a more uncertain world. Make no mistake, this bill will transform the lives of working people and Britain's prospects for years to come. It is hugely ambitious, Madam Deputy Speaker, and rightly so, because everywhere I go, I hear the same frustrations. We just can't build anything anymore. We desperately need more homes and more development. But for too long, the answer has always been no. And that is choking off growth, leaving working people worse off and leaving Britain behind. Trains that don't work, roads that are clogged and not enough homes being built. I'll give way.
Can I just gently say to her that none of my constituents are saying in Shropshire we don't need any more homes, we don't want any more homes. They just want to be consulted. They want the homes in the right place, at the right scale, with the right architecture, in the right numbers, and they want their voice listened to through a local plan, not ignored, as the current government are doing.
Secretary of State.
Well, I gently say to the honourable member, it's this government that has brought forward mandatory local plans. It was his government that didn't do that. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, for too long, we've left home ownership collapsing, homelessness soaring, over 160,000 children in temporary accommodation, a country that simply isn't working. The time it takes to secure planning permission for major projects has almost doubled in the last decade, more than 4 years. It's slower and more costly to build big infrastructure in England than in France and Italy. And no new reservoir has been built for over 30 years. There are countless examples, Madam Deputy Speaker, like the critical new road improvement scheme for Norwich that would create jobs and speed up journeys, yet it was held up for 2 years by unsuccessful legal challenges. And the ridiculous situation where 139 desperately needed houses were delayed in Bingley because of a row over the speed of balls in neighbouring cricket club. The result has been fewer homes built, higher energy bills and lower productivity and growth. For 14 years, this country has been crying out for a government with the will to change that. And successive Tory Prime Ministers promised that change, but when the bold action was demanded, they were too afraid to stand up to their backbenchers, and I'll give way.
Thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way. Could she just outline what is in the bill where she's going to take on developers and make sure they build planning permissions they've already got?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the honourable member, but he will know, as a member of the Select Committee, we've already made changes through the National Planning Policy Framework. We've got our new Homes Accelerator, which is already providing thousands of homes, and this bill is about building on those powers to make sure that we get Britain building. It was his government that didn't build the houses and the infrastructure that we desperately need, and they were too timid to face down the vested interests. And it's this Labour government that is on the side of the builders and not the blockers. And we say no more. I'll give way.
Jim Shannon.
Ministers, nobody doesn't welcome the 1.5 million houses. I think it's really important we see that. But part of the infrastructure is the EV charging systems. Many people I speak to who I asked about electric cars say I'm not getting one because we haven't got enough EV charging points. Clause 43 of the government's bill indicates that there will be more. Can I ask the Minister, is that something she might share with the Minister, relevant Minister in Northern Ireland, first thing? But the second thing, I understand as well that some of the standard accessibility requirements do not meet the standards. Could the Minister confirm that that will be changed as well? Thank you so much.
Secretary of State.
I thank the honourable friend for his intervention, and the bill will streamline the approval of street works needed for the installation of EV charge points and removing the need for licensing where works are capable to be authorised by permits, because we recognise that people do need this critical infrastructure as part of these reforms. It's why we're taking more action in 8 months than the party opposite managed in 14 years. We've reversed the damaging changes made by the Tories to the National Planning Policy Framework, and we brought Greenbelt into the 21st century, ending the de facto ban on new onshore wind, and we're supporting local authorities with an additional 300 planning officers. And just this month, we set out reforms to put growth at the heart of the statutory consultee system. Many would have said, stop there, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow the reforms to bed in. But Britain cannot afford to wait. We've been held back for too long by governments without the will to drive the change. So today, this landmark planning and infrastructure bill goes even further and faster. I'll give way.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend on championing particularly affordable and social housing and the expansion of that? Can I ask her to take out one other excluded group, which is gypsies and travellers, who've been systematically discriminated against by the Conservatives over 14 years? So there is no assessment of needs, there is no statutory duty to provide sites any longer, and they're not in the strategic planning provisions. Can we rectify that in this bill so that we have a level playing field for everybody who's in need of housing?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and we're working with local authorities, and within this bill there's also provision for strategic authorities as well, so that we can look at where we have sites and make sure that people are accommodated, and it's for local authorities to be able to do that. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it starts with a quicker and more certain system for big-ticket infrastructure projects. It will slice through the bureaucracy and speed up transport projects. It will overhaul how government decisions on major infrastructure projects can be challenged, so meritless cases will only have one rather than 3 attempts at a legal challenge, stopping cases from being dragged endlessly and needlessly through the courts. I'll give way.
Roger Gale.
To the Secretary of State. Somewhere in the system, knocking around, there's a government press release that says that the Sea-Link project, for example, National Grid Sea-Link project, is being obstructed by too many objections. The reason it's being objected to is because the National Grid wants to build a 90-foot high converter station the size of 5 football pitches on the Minster Marshes in Kent. We have to have the right to object to that kind of project.
Absolutely. Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I gently say there isn't a loss of right to object. And in fact, we're strengthening the processes and clarifying them as part of this bill. As I said, and I'll say it again, quicker and more certain system for big-ticket infrastructure projects. That it will slice through bureaucracy and speed up transport projects. But what it won't do is allow meritless cases to have 3 attempts at a legal challenge. And it will stop cases from being dragged endlessly and needlessly through the courts. And it begins to strip away the unnecessary consultation requirements that do nothing to improve applications nor meaningfully engage communities, but do slow down the delivery of infrastructure that will benefit communities in the future. It creates greater flexibility so projects can go through the most appropriate and faster planning route. I'll give way.
Callum Miller.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. She will understand that when there are a number of nationally strategic infrastructure projects in one area, that has a huge impact on that area. And in my constituent, Bicester and Woodstock, we're looking at having a strategic rail interchange, a major solar plant, and the East West Rail project. So can she give reassurance to my constituents as how their voice can be heard under this project? And can she reassure us that when these issues go to the Planning Inspectorate and to the Secretary of State, the cumulative effect of these national projects which are not present in local plans will be taken into consideration before decisions are taken?
Secretary of State.
Well, we will be consulting as part of the bill, as you know, in terms of the draft that we've put forward, but we want to see better and quality engagement as part of this. It's why our changes will ensure everyone works together early on and that we have proportionate decisions that are also faster. We will make sure that government's infrastructure policies are updated at least every 5 years, but the measures in this bill are not the limit of our ambitions.
John McDonnell.
I'm grateful for the Secretary of State giving way, and she's outlining the process by which essential infrastructure needs to be built, but she'll forgive me if I come back to referring to Heathrow and expansion. I'd be extremely grateful if you could set out for us, not today maybe, but later in the debate or in writing, the exact process that the expansion of Heathrow will be considered under these no proposals, under the new legislation. In addition to that, explain why those who will be affected by compulsory purchase are now going to be removed as consultees at the pre-application stage.
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't get into the details of any particular process or planning, but what I will say is this planning and infrastructure bill is about better and quality engagement, and statutory consultees, of course, those will be engaged and will continue to be engaged. But what we don't want to see is major infrastructure projects continually being blocked for years and years and years. People have been speaking about some of these projects for decades, and we still haven't got the connectivity that we desperately need. But we are opening to strengthening it, and will give serious consideration to proposals that further our objectives, and will continue to engage with colleagues across the House, as well as business and communities, on what might be done about existing requirements that are not working as they should. And we are clear that where once the answer was always no, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get Britain building, to drive growth and deliver opportunity, the answer must now be yes. The bill is also geared towards another crucial pledge: building the new homes we need. We will boost house building in England by streamlining planning decisions. I'll give way.
Thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way, and I warmly welcome the steps being taken to streamline the system and to get more homes built, and that of course includes social and affordable housing. Would the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that this would go some way to helping the 160,000 children who are stuck in temporary accommodation?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention and for bringing it back down to why we're all here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and why we're in this mess in the first place. Over Christmas, we all got to see our family and friends. I was thinking about the 160,000 children that are in temporary accommodation, and thinking that there is one thing that during the general election campaign that I was very clear on, is that we have to move forward to build the homes that people desperately need. And behind every single one of those statistics is a family or an opportunity that is not being realised, and that is one of our missions of this government, is to strengthen that. I'll give way.
Deputy Prime Minister for giving way. By my calculation, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government is going to build 1.5 million homes over the course of this Parliament, given that we're 9 months into the first year of this Parliament, the government should have built 225,000 by now. Can she confirm how many have been built?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think he's just an example of what the mess the previous government left us in. House building was going backwards. The figures they promised were nowhere near. That's why within the first 7 months, in fact within the first few months of us getting into power, Madam Deputy Speaker, we changed the National Planning Policy Framework. We've been consulting, we've been working with industry, we've had a new homes accelerator, 1,000 more put into the system, more affordable homes programme, £2 billion announced today. We will boost house building in England by streamlining planning decisions, introducing a national scheme of delegation that sets out which type of applications should be determined by officers and which by planning committee. Local democratic oversight is crucial to ensuring good development, but the right decisions must be taken at the right level to get Britain building. I'll give way.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way and for the excellent speech she's given about the importance of building homes. She mentioned earlier the importance of getting young people out of temporary accommodation, something I wholly support. Would she also agree with me it's not just about temporary accommodation, it's also about families that are suffering from overcrowding, families in unsuitable accommodation and families at risk of homelessness and the anxiety that brings with? I know that's something that my inbox is full of from residents in Harlow.
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend makes a very important point, because not only is this government inherited a real dire situation in terms of house building, and that's why we're going to turn the tide and build the 1.5 million homes. But we've also seen homelessness levels rise. They promised to end Section 21 no-fault evictions, haven't done it. We're going to do it. We're going to bring in Arab's Law that will protect people in the rented sector. There is so much wrong with our housing system. This government is starting to turn the tide on that, and that's what this is, one crucial step in the overall picture that this government is taking to improve the circumstances for people, whether it's whether they want to buy a home, whether they're in a home, or whether they're in private rented situation. Turning back to the planning committees, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will bring in new controls over the size of planning committees, increasing the pace and quality of decision-making while maintaining robust debate. And we're introducing mandatory training for planning committee members to improve their expertise, while allowing councils to set their own planning fees to cover their costs, with a promise that this money is reinvested back into the system to help speed it up. I'll give way.
Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
I'm very grateful for the Deputy Prime Minister giving way. My colleague in the front here says she doesn't like you, but she obviously does. So I welcome a lot of what this bill is doing. It's speeding up the planning system. As a chartered surveyor who has practised in planning, that is desperately needed if we're going to get more houses building. But the one area of the bill I have concerns about is what she's just talking about just now. If local people feel completely overridden by their planning system, they're going to feel very hard done by. Otherwise, if we override local people, we might just as well have a nationally directed planning system rather than a local planning system. Will she carefully think about that balance?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman and recognise his expertise in this area, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I think he's absolutely right. There does have to be a balance, and that's why we're setting out in the bill where there's controversial schemes, etc., they will still go to full planning committees, but there's other areas, and I'm sure the gentleman would recognise that as well, where actually local planners would be able to do some of that work, and if we set out the rules clearly, I think we can make the process better, so that where there is more need for that engagement, with this mandatory training for those that are on the planning committees as well, I actually think we'll get a better result through these changes, and I hope the honourable member will continue to engage with us in that vein. I'll give way.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the £2 billion in extra money for social homes being announced today, but also for the 150 new nationally significant infrastructure projects that will be paved the way for them by this bill. But also, more importantly, that we're the party of the builders, not the blockers, so we need more builders, and that's why the 600 million announced to have a new army of 60,000 more brickies, electricians and engineers is very, very welcome. And can I suggest that Rochdale's Hopwood Hole College, which has a brilliant record in training construction workers, is included in this project?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend alludes at, 10 colleges of excellence was announced as part of the 600 million and 60,000 new apprenticeships. This is part of making work pay for me as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, giving our young people opportunities, and it will be fantastic, and I hope the honourable member will be engaged in that process, and my colleagues in government will have heard that, but I think as another Greater Manchester MP, I feel that Greater Manchester definitely should be part of that process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll give way.
Just to pick up the tone of some of the comments made there about blockers, I knock on many doors in my constituency, Sutton and Cheam, and the narrative about NIMBYs blocking housing, people not wanting homes built in their constituency, is very much untrue. People recognise the need for additional homes for themselves, their children and those of a growing population. But what they worry about is infrastructure. This bill does not include mandatory infrastructure targets, and that's why residents are so sceptical about their ability to get GPs appointments at the moment. With additional homes and additional demand, they're going to struggle even more in future. How can we reassure them that those needs will be met in the future?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. I don't call people of this country the blockers. I don't see that when I'm out and about. I never did during the general election. People want it. And I think the Honourable Member makes a very important point about infrastructure as well. People often say the infrastructure isn't there. This bill streamlines infrastructure. I think it goes some way towards doing the work. It's not everything. We have to do a lot of other things like we've done with Section 106, for example, which under the previous government, often we didn't get the benefits. People wiggled out of their obligations. So I appreciate the tone of what the Honourable Member is saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, and this government is going to make sure we build the houses people want, where they want them, with consultation and with the critical infrastructure that they need. And at the same time, we'll unlock land for housing and infrastructure by reforming the compulsory purchase process, ensuring that important projects which deliver public benefits, like many more social and affordable homes, are given the green light, and that compensation paid to landowners is not excessive. I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way. I warmly welcome the changes to Hope Value in order to build more affordable homes, but could I ask her to clarify whether it will also apply to wider projects for community benefits, such as playing fields? Udney Park in Teddington, in my constituency, has lain derelict for over a decade as successive owners have wanted to develop it, but they can't. There is a huge demand for community playing fields. The community wants to be able to access it. Will she assure me that actually the Hope Value changes will apply much more broadly than just affordable housing?
Well, I hope that the Honourable Member continues to engage, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we do want to make sure that we can go as wide as we possibly can so that we get the land that is needed, so that we can build the houses that we desperately need. And we're also doing work within the devolution bill, which will be coming forward around compulsory purchase on other assets of public value as well, which is not for building on, but again, touches on some of the points that the Honourable Member raises. We're also strengthening development corporations to make it easier to deliver the housing projects we need. These corporations delivered previous generations of new towns, and this Labour government is building on our post-war legacy by giving them enhanced powers to help deliver our next generation of new towns. These will be communities built with local people in mind, with the affordable housing, GP surgeries, schools and public transport that working people expect and need. I'll give way.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way, and actually we have a mutual passion. I know I know the Deputy Prime Minister is a great fan of the work that His Majesty the King does in terms of the built environment and making sure there's a very high quality in terms of design. And one of the concerns that I think a lot of people have is seeing the quality of design eroded, and sort of a same design in Kent as it is in Staffordshire. Would the Deputy Prime Minister look at what could be done to actually enhance design codes? Because there feels as if there's been erosion of this, not an enhancement of it.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it reminds me of our time when we used to spar at the dispatch box, but I'm glad I'm on this side now. I beg to differ. Look, I think he's absolutely right about design, and we are covering that in our new towns, and he's right that His Majesty also feels very passionate about this, and I think everybody does, to be honest. Nobody wants to live in an ugly home, and actually design is really important, and it's different in different places. Yorkshire is different to Manchester brick, it's different to Devon, so making sure that that's part of the process, which is always crucial, is important, but not preventing us from getting forward, and that's why the MPPF, we clarified some of the issues around beautiful, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was holding up, but I want to reassure honourable members across the House that we do expect safe homes, we do expect beautiful homes, and we do expect homes that are fit for the future as well in terms of renewables and energy efficiency. To both meet our net zero ambitions and drive growth, the bill will also speed up approvals for clean energy projects. Some projects currently face waits of over 10 years, another legacy of Tory failure. with a first-ready, first-connected system replacing a flawed first-come, first-served approach, and £200 billion of investment unlocking growth through the clean power by 2030. Our reforms will protect households from the roller coaster of foreign fossil fuel markets and usher in a new era of energy independence where despots like Putin can no longer have their boot on the nation's throat. Britain's electricity grid needs a 21st century overhaul to connect the right power in the right places, which is why our plans of vital energy projects are needed for clean power, including wind and solar projects, will be prioritised for grid connections. With those living within 500 metres of new pylons getting up to £250 a year off their electricity bills. Because we recognise the service of these communities by hosting the infrastructure that will lower everyone's energy bills.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister for giving way, and she makes an important point about access to energy that all of our communities require, and I think it's particularly prominent in all of our minds at a time when we all recognise that food security is national security, that we don't fall into a trap of displacing high-quality agricultural land and that, in effect, energy becomes a new cash crop. Can the Deputy Prime Minister give an assurance to the House that we do not risk falling into this trap and that we won't displace high-quality agricultural land for energy in the first instance?
Well, I can reassure, and I gave him two chances, much like him, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can reassure the honourable member that we will protect high-quality agricultural land. Farmers have used land in various different ways throughout the decades and generations, but we do protect our high-quality agricultural land. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the measures in the bill on development and nature recovery. We have some incredibly important habitats and species in this country, and the Government could not have been clearer in our manifesto that we are committed to improving outcomes for nature. I'll give way.
My right honourable friend for giving way, and can I congratulate her on a fantastic speech and a great piece of legislation which both turbocharges our plans to restore nature at scale and also build the homes that we need. Could I ask her to say a little bit more about how this bill could help us restore our precious chalk streams like the River Pang in my constituency?
Absolutely. This bill is about how we can do nature recovery and protect nature, so we think that this bill is a win-win. Under the previous government, we had all sorts of problems that were holding up, and we tried to work with the government. They wouldn't work with us when they were in government, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's why they're on that side of the House and we're on this side of the House and that we're building. But I'm sure it's a shared goal by all members across this House that we want to improve outcomes for nature. But I'm also confident that no one here thinks the system is working well. Any set of rules that results in a £100 million bat tunnel is an outrage. I know those on the benches opposite agree, but they were determined to take a clumsy approach to fix nutrient neutrality that risks ripping up environmental protections and would not have worked. So thanks to a collaborative effort with organisations across development and the environmental sectors, our bill sets out a better way. That's a win-win for development and for nature. It establishes a nature restoration fund that will allow developers to make a simple payment to discharge their environmental obligations and to crack down on the building homes and infrastructure projects that we desperately need so that we can crack on. That money will then be used by Natural England to take the action needed, not just to avoid further decline in our natural world, but to see improvement. I'll give way.
Right, Honourable Lady, Deputy Prime Minister, for giving way. It's very reassuring to hear that she's so passionate about restoring nature. But how then can she explain why in Walsall planning permission has been allowed, having been refused by the local council, to allow a battery energy storage system on the Greenbelt?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to comment on individual projects, but we have been very clear, as is set out in this bill, about nature recovery and protecting our natural spaces. And it's how we will put talk of newts and nutrient neutrality behind us and get Britain building, whilst also stopping the pointless pitting of nature against development.
To the Deputy Prime Minister. In North Cumbria, because of the problems caused by the last government in not tackling nutrient neutrality, we are facing a very significant issue with regard to house building. So I very strongly welcome the provisions in this bill on the Nature Restoration Fund. Can I ask that the Department works with the local authority in the interim to come forward with mitigation schemes that will get house building going in North Cumbria in the interim?
Well, I thank my honourable friend from North Cumbria for raising this long-standing issue, and this government is already engaging with the local authority in the area, because absolutely right that for too long the previous government wasn't listening. I remember in the other place, Madam Deputy Speaker, I remember when I was in opposition, we tried to work on these issues and they refused to work with us. This bill is our reforms to mark a new era for Britain. We're turning the page on years of defeatism and decline, where a country of extraordinary talent and extraordinary capability has been held back by a system that's hobbled at every turn. With these landmark reforms, we're not just putting more money into the pockets of working people and strengthening communities, we're also taking a major step forward to secure our country's future for the long term. Getting Britain building again, getting growth going and paving the way for national renewal. This is real delivery. This is real change to transform the lives of millions of people for years to come. And I commend this statement to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State, Kevin Hollinrake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to lead the response on behalf of the opposition. And I first draw the House's attention to my register of members' interests, which includes over 30 years of business experience and interests in the property sector. We support some of the principles, aims and ambition of this bill, some of which builds on the work we undertook whilst in office, a period which included a record period for house building in this country. But we will also highlight our concerns in a number of areas. Whether the bill goes far enough to achieve its goals, the removal of a councillor's ability to vote on individual applications, the potentially toxic mix of disproportionately large increases of housing targets in rural areas, the grey belt Trojan horse, including the removal of any protections for villages, and the move to strategic plans, and also the ambition to build, of course, 1.5 million homes. Now, I realise the Secretary of State apparently is quite keen on spotting elephants, but she seems to have missed the huge one in this room, is that 1.5 million target is completely undeliverable. Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Secretary of State giving way. And on Chapter 2, on subsection 3, it talks about the draft spatial development strategies, and it brings in a raft of changes of consulting with representative bodies on different racial, ethnic or national groups, but also different religious groups. Isn't there a danger here that we're starting to pit communities against another? Now, there's a legislative reason to do that. I wanted to intervene to ask the Secretary of State about that. Could he shine some light with his expertise as to why we're enshrining this into legislation?
Well, it's right to support that particular requirement. It's something we'll be certainly talking to us when we lay amendments to this bill going through the House. It's completely inappropriate, we believe, that certain groups should get prominence or preference over other groups in terms of consultations that might occur during the planning process. The ambition to build 1.5 million homes is all well and good, but the government has not yet set out exactly how it will do that. There are many questions about its deliverability. Certainly in the context of the February Global Construction Purchase Managers Index, which described one of the biggest monthly falls in house building construction on record, And indeed, the joint report by Savills, Home Builders Federation and the National Housing Federation, which said that she would fall 500,000 short of her target. The government has not yet set out how many social or affordable homes it will deliver, or what measures it will put in place to help first-time buyers onto the housing ladder, particularly that they have scrapped Help to Buy and stamp duty discounts, which helped 1 million young people to buy their first home. Happy to give way.
Thank you, my honourable friend, for giving way. Does he agree with me that the housing targets mean very little if the government doesn't get a grip of immigration, which is causing massive demand on housing?
He's absolutely right to raise that point. The increase in population in this country is driving part of the reason we are seeing a rising need for housing, but also in terms of temporary accommodation, all which impact on that system. He's right to bring that point up. Happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. The honourable member talked about missed targets and also talks about affordability. In 2010, the first of 16 housing ministers under the previous Conservative government boldly claimed, as many of his successors did, that the government would improve affordability of housing overall. But over the period that his government was in power, affordability reduced from 6.85 to 7.7 in terms of median house prices to wages. Could he explain that failure to the House?
He fails to acknowledge there's quite a few different housing ministers under Labour's previous tenure as well, to be fair. But he makes a very interesting point, a very important point, which I'm very happy to answer to. Of course, we want to build more houses to tackle the overall affordability problems. And as I say, that in terms of social housing, during that period in time, the last 14 years, as well as delivering 2.5 million homes, new homes formation, we also delivered 750,000 affordable homes. Happy to give way one more time.
Remember, but the point I was making was about outcomes. And the previous government committed to improve affordability and then abjectly failed to do so. Could he explain why that is the case?
As I say, there are some underlying problems in the marketplace. There's no question about it. We delivered 1 million homes in the last Parliament, which was our target. But of course, we agree that supply and demand is part of this equation. It's not the only part of the equation. So we support the ambition to deliver more homes. We have a similar commitment in our manifesto, and there is definitely a context of that within the overall framework of a higher target. The government must also, I'll make some progress if I can, must also reflect on the fact, although the construction sector is a very important part of the economy, it only represents around 6% of GDP. Growth in the other 94% has been killed stone dead by the twin human wrecking balls that are the Chancellor and the Deputy Prime Minister. Having inherited the fastest growing economy in the G7, the Chancellor proceeded to recklessly trash-talk the economy for 6 months before hitting it with £70 billion per annum of tax and borrowing. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Deputy Prime Minister is bringing forward the Employment Rights Bill, which will kill... Wonderful. And all their union supporters will applaud them for it. It will kill tens, if not thousands, of businesses and potentially hundreds of thousands of jobs across our country. Happy to give way.
Already heard some comments from members opposite about planning permissions that have been granted but not built. Now, almost every developer that I've spoken to over the course of this Parliament has said that there's one cause for that, and that's because it's taken so long to get planning permission, which this bill has been looking to fix, but also that over the time that they've been looking to get planning permission, Liz Truss crashed the economy, and as a consequence, we've had an inflation crisis and costs skyrocketed. So before he comments on our economic record, will he apologise for his?
It's an absolute nonsense. According to the monthly survey, I'll tell him about business confidence, a monthly survey carried out by the Institute of Directors, business confidence in this country has collapsed since they took over. A high of +5 in July of 2024 is collapsed to a COVID-level low of -65, all entirely inflicted on this country by her government. The complete absence of any business experience in the Cabinet has led us all to this place. having killed economic growth in most of the productive economy. The government is now reminiscent of a clueless gambler at the end of a disastrous night in the casino. They are sticking everything on a last gasp gamble on the property market. The period from 2013 to 2023 saw the highest sustained level of new homes formations of the last 50 years, even surpassing the levels seen in the 1970s. Since 2010, we've delivered 2.5 million new homes and 750,000 affordable homes. Happy to give way.
For giving way. Does my honourable friend not think there's a real challenge in terms of encouraging more people to buy homes with the increase in stamp duty that's been imposed on them? And actually, one of the important reforms would be if a Deputy Prime Minister could maybe encourage the Chancellor to re-look at this so it's not so expensive to buy that new home.
Well, he's absolutely right. What has the Deputy Prime Minister and Chancellor got against first-time buyers? We have helped 1 million first-time buyers to get on that housing ladder through Help to Buy and through discounts on stamp duty. It's absolutely right to raise that point, both of which have been scrapped by this government. Have a give way.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I wonder whether he might like to reflect on the fact that while Help to Buy did help some people purchase a new home, many others, due to the inflationary pressures, were priced out of it, and also the exorbitant bonuses that were paid to the huge house building companies that benefited, and they were the ones who benefited the most from Help to Buy, weren't they, really?
I don't disagree that there were some flaws in the scheme. I don't disagree with that point. But nevertheless, many people, around 340,000 people, made it onto the housing ladder through that process, people in my constituency and probably in his constituency. We do recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, the need to go further, which is why we commissioned the work by Charles Banner KC on speeding up planning and national infrastructure projects delivery and Nick Windsor's review on accelerating energy infrastructure. We are grateful to them for their work. Comparing their recommendations made by them and others with the bill we have before us, its benefits, in our view, have been significantly oversold. For example, on the infrastructure consenting process, measures to reduce decision times are welcome, but we believe that consideration should be given to removing certain critical projects, such as airports, reservoirs, nuclear power stations and national transport schemes, from the judicial review process altogether. The Nature Restoration Levy and environmental delivery plans should be to be delivered by Natural England are potentially welcome if they successfully allow developers to discharge the requirements of the Habitats regulations. However, there are key questions. What incentives are there for Natural England to set levies that are proportionate to the impact of the environment, or will they just become another tax and another deterrent to building? Happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to him. Can I say that the work that was done by his side of the House in the MPPF was welcome, particularly in respect of its views on incorporating nature into the structure of the bill. But it was unsuccessful. He will have heard my right honourable friend, the Deputy Prime Minister, talk about a win-win for nature. So can he give the House an assurance that his side of the House will be backing implementing measures such as swift bricks? These are the cavity nesting birds that have no other place in this country and are declining at a great rate, to incorporate those as a mandatory requirement in new build.
Well, I guarantee he will support measures that we think will be successful, but he brings up some of the work we tried to do in the previous Parliament, some of which were successful, other things were unsuccessful, including, of course, our solution on nutrient neutrality, which is blocked by his party, by about 100 votes, I think, in the House of Lords. The impact of that particular measure is considered negligible. We want to make sure that any levies that are put in place by Natural England, if the impacts are considered negligible, are also negligible on developers. Questions? Happy to give way.
Very much agree with what my right honourable friend is saying there. Does he agree with me there's more that could be done to protect chalk stream habitats, these irreplaceable habitats, particularly in the south of England? And does he agree with me one thing we could do is to designate these chalk stream habitats irreplaceable and ensure that the government specifies clearly what permissions might be available there?
That's the kind of measure we may want to talk to him about in terms of potential amendments we make to this legislation as it passes through committee stage. Other questions: are Natural England sufficiently resourced to carry out their work? How long will it be before these plans are in place? Have the government taken into account the inevitable delays due to judicial reviews of the environmental delivery plans? Is it not the case that the habitats regulations remain in place beneath this new system? So if a development does not show the overall improvement test for each identified environmental feature, as referenced in clause 55, then the system won't apply and the developer will still need to build those bat tunnels and fish discos. Indeed, Sam Richards of Britain Remade states that it might set the bar even higher by requiring a net gain for that species. And that's if an EDP covers one element of environmental impact, but not others. The developer might have to pay into the levy and build the bat tunnel. Has the government also considered changes to Section 20 of the Environment Act, which this legislation is subject to? Overall, we believe, I'd be interested to see the Minister's reflections on this, it will take at least 2 to 3 years from royal assent for these EDPs to have meaningful effect. I'm very happy to seek assurances of that's not the case. There are also understandable concerns that the route chosen will even deliver on its objective to protect the environment. The Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management have stated, this approach, the government's approach, means that our natural capital assets will be destroyed immediately and it could take decades for any improvement. Very happy to give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. As he rightly pointed out, it's only in certain circumstances that nature can effectively be compensated for. But landscape can never be replaced. Once it's gone, it's gone. And I wondered whether he thought there should be scope in this bill to recognise the special status of protected landscapes, what are now called national landscapes or national parks, to make sure that development in those areas is both appropriate but doesn't permanently damage our precious landscape for future generations.
Well, again, he raised a very important point, and constituencies like mine, like his, which include those protected landscapes, don't seem to have that considered or catered for within the housing targets, particularly the new ones we're seeing in front of us. So again, very keen to discuss with him how we might address that. On planning, we are very concerned about the national scheme of delegation, which will remove councillors' right to vote on individual planning applications. And if the Secretary of State does not believe that's the case, I suggest she reads clause 46 of our own legislation. This is particularly extraordinary, considering that the Housing Minister said when in opposition in a debate in this House on June the 21st, 2021, that the previous government must protect the right of communities to object to individual planning application. Clearly he is not doing that. He's doing the exact opposite with these rules, and he should be clear with the public about that, because sooner or later that fact will hit home. And of course, I'm very happy to have a debate with him. He can intervene on me, and he's very happy to do that. I suggest he reads clause 46 as well. And of course, it's also a fact that 14 cabinet ministers, including the Deputy Prime Minister, the Home Secretary and the Health Secretary, all campaigned to block housing developments in their own constituencies. What hypocrisy!
I've often found that the right of a councillor to insist that a matter goes to the planning committee rather than be determined by officers actually leads to the application going through, where pettifogging officers would have refused it.
Well, it's right to say the vast majority of applications are consented by planning committees. It's absolutely the wrong thing to remove that right to do that, and they must be honest with the public. That is exactly what is happening here.
Thank the Shadow Minister for giving way on this point. And I think it actually raises a broader point, which parts of the country like mine, Basildon and Billericay, are facing at the moment. We're facing councils where we're facing councils who are actually being abolished by this government. So there's no democratic accountability down the line, and there'll be no democratic accountability at council level now with these planning committees either. So actually it's removing layer after layer of protection for local communities like mine, with huge amounts of green belt, suddenly a grey belt, despite it being recently high-grade agricultural land. Can my right one friend understand the concerns in communities like mine about what these proposals are doing? They want to see more housing, but they don't want to see it at the expense of London seeing a housing target.
Very order! That was a very long intervention. Kevin Hollinrake.
Well, I am concerned about the point you raised. They're talking about abolishing a layer of government. They're actually introducing a new layer of government, the strategic authorities, which will have exactly that, the ability to push housing from those urban areas into rural areas like his and other people's in this House. I'll give away the final time. I'll make some progress if I can.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. And on the point of the environment, national parks like the South Downs National Park, which is rightly protected from building, means that when in East Hampshire the housing targets are imposed on us by this government, all the housing has to go in the bits of East Hampshire that are not part of the South Downs National Park, increasing the housing pressures on what is essentially green belt, but not in the park. Would it not be better that it was taken in its totality and that the national park is excluded from the figures?
Certainly a consideration that I would agree we should look at in terms of what's been fair to areas which include those protected landscapes and those national parks. The removal of powers from councillors will only become apparent to many residents when they see that green notice on their nearby telegraph pole and contact their local councillor to express their concern, only to be told, "I'm sorry, I no longer have the power to ask for the application to be considered and voted on by the Planning Committee." The LGA itself strongly opposes these changes. It says, "The democratic role of councillors in decision-making is the backbone of the English planning system, and this should not be diminished." We also have concerns about the imposition of strategic planning, and that this will be used as a vehicle to force rural authorities to absorb urban housing need. This is of particular concern to many rural areas, given the disproportionately high increases in targets for rural locations. She has increased the national target for house building by 50%, so you would expect, the average rural resident might expect, that the local housing target has increased by a similar amount. But no. According to the House of Commons Library, the average targets for urban major conurbation areas are up by 17%, while mainly rural areas have increased by 115%. For example, London's target is down 12%, Newcastle down 15%, Birmingham is down 38%, Coventry down 55%, whilst Wyre and New Forest are up 100% and Westmoreland up almost 500%. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful for this point. Leicestershire is a prime example where this is happening. The Leicester City, where the infrastructure is and plenty of brownfields, is reducing by 31%, yet places like Hinchliff and Bosworth and North West Leicestershire are going up by 59% and 75% respectively. And that really sticks in the throat of people who want to see houses when the simpler areas are suffering. Does he agree with me? This is simply not right.
It's totally unfair, in my view, cynical gerrymandering. Very happy to give way to the back.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my honourable friend on this exact same point. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Walsall, our housing target is going up by a staggering 27%, whilst Birmingham is going down. Now, I know with all the trash in Birmingham, thanks to the Labour Council, perhaps people don't want to live in Birmingham, but does my right honourable friend accept that it's not just the rural communities that have been affected, it's those that are peripheral to the cities?
Just thank you for that intervention. It's right to say that she's right to express her concerns. What everyone wants to see with this is fairness. You would expect everybody to carry a fair share of the extra housing. That is not what is happening. And they should go and have a word with the House of Commons Library if they don't agree and check those numbers out. The fact that housing delivery provided by new towns will not contribute to these targets will shock many councillors and local residents alike. Neighbourhood plans do not have to be consistent with the NPPF, merely have to have regard to it. Can the Secretary of State confirm whether this status will be changed? There is nothing in their plans about adequately resourcing or having process reforms of the Planning Inspectorate, which is clearly a key part of the system. And why has she scrapped all the work we did on design codes so that we move away from identikit housing and build more beautifully? We welcome the greater emphasis on local plans, but would like to see a more ambitious requirements for sites to be made available for small builders and for self-build. Currently a 10% requirement on local authorities, but we would like to see 20% allocation as required by the Federation of Master Builders. We'd also like to see Homes England remit extended to include micro builders. Happy to give way.
The member for giving way. On the point of local plans, does he recognise that only a third of local authorities having up-to-date local plans under the last government hindered communities to be able to shape what they wanted to see as development was being proposed?
Agree with that point. I've made the same point from the back benches as she's just done on many occasions, including, indeed, from Labour in York, which has just put a local plan in place for the first time since 1956. On compulsory purchase orders, there are very understandable concerns that this is an extension of the government's attacks on farmers. Tim Bonner of Countryside Alliance said that giving councils more powers to reduce the value of land is a step too far, especially in the context of the inheritance tax fiasco. The Deputy Prime Minister and her colleagues should heed the words of NFU Vice President Rachel Hallis. This bill comes at a time when the UK farming industry is under immense pressure due to the loss of direct payments, extreme weather and the impacts of the family farm tax. So farmers and landowners must be consulted every step of the way. Can she confirm that that will be the case? On Greybelt. The Greybelt, which was sold to the public as a few abandoned garage forecourts, is now exposed as the Trojan horse we predicted it would be. Although not directly part of this bill, it clearly interacts directly with it. It's been described as a death knell for the Greenbelt due to the removal of parts of the definitions and the protections of villages so that villages can now merge together or into nearby towns. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will not oppose the passage of this bill this evening, but will seek to amend it in ways that do not undermine the ambition to accelerate the delivery of new homes, but do make sure there are checks and balances that protect communities, rural areas, farmers, the environment and deliver well-designed, affordable homes for everyone, not least those on lower incomes and first-time buyers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call the next speaker, there are in the region of 60 members seeking to get in. So after the front bench speeches have been completed, there will be a 5-minute time limit. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Shadow Secretary of State. The Secretary of State was right, Deputy Prime Minister. It is an ambitious bill, quite rightly, 97 clauses, 6 schedules, and I want to focus on part 2. The planning decisions, because I think it's important for our constituents. And having undertaken planning cases for the Treasury solicitors, our clients who are the planning inspectorate were affectionately called pins, just the pins, no needles. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on transparency because there needs to be careful thought on the transparency of decisions. And the Deputy Prime Minister touched on consultation. Could she ensure that, because some local authorities count abstentions in favour and others don't, so could the Deputy Prime Minister, could the Minister look at the way consultations apply in a standard basis across the whole country? I hope that all the decisions will be based on judicial review principles and that they should apply whether it's the committee or the individual officers. Training clauses at clause 45, but even after some training, I know that there are committee members who wouldn't know a material consideration if it hit them in the face. And given some of the decisions may be controversial, our constituents need to be reassured to have confidence in a system that is rule-based, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there's procedural fairness, adequacy of reasoning, and that there is actual and apparent bias that meets the test. Would a fair-minded and informed observer, having considered the facts, conclude there was a real possibility that the relevant decision-maker has taken into account relevant considerations and not taken into account irrelevant considerations? But I want to set out 5 important issues, whether it applies to the committee or the planning officer. If the decision is delegated to the planning officer, they should have undertaken a site visit and it should be recorded. All votes at a planning committee should be recorded. That isn't the case now. Many of us know that there are constituents who come to us and we say to them, and how did the councillor vote? And they can't say, they can't tell. So that's a really important part. I know that the fees are ring-fenced, clause 44, but documents should be available for members of the public. At the moment, unless you're online, you cannot see all the documents. In one of the planning decisions that were made, I had to look at 3 different places, Madam Deputy Speaker, to find the highways report. There should still be a physical file that members of the public can go and have a look if they want to. I hope the ministers will consider term limits for the chair of planning. And transparency is probably one of the most important things. There should be a proper procedure that it's available for everyone, Madam Deputy Speaker, so everyone throughout the country follows the same procedure and it's adhered to. We had a situation once where, for example, there was a takeaway, a decision that was made just before the new MPPF, and Public Health said there was no comments. Highways said that there was no impact on one decision and then changed their mind after speaking to the applicant. So it's important that transparency of decisions are looked at. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the strategic look at sites. There may be some instances where some areas, for example in the mayoral districts, the combined authority are more convenient than in other local authorities. But local people... yes, I will.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable and learned friend making such a thorough speech and raising some very interesting points about the nature of the system and how, indeed, to speed up decision making. Does she agree with me? She's talking about sites, that it's actually very important that we free up brownfield sites in towns and cities. In my own area in Reading, we have a large amount of brownfield land, and sometimes there have been lengthy delays to sites being built out, and that has a very real-life impact on young people trying to find their own house. It's a really serious problem. Does she agree with me that the government is right to tackle this? I absolutely agree with the honourable member, and it is always brownfield first. And I'm coming to touch on to Green Belt. But the important part is local people, Madam Deputy Speaker, should not be shut out of any statutory consultation. They and other statutory consultees must be included in the process. And Green Belt, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, should be protected, although there are cases of infill and edges of a village or some areas that is acceptable, although, however, I must say that Walsall does not want to be joined up to Birmingham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many things that the Right Honourable Lady and I may disagree on, but when it comes to not wanting the Walsall Borough joined up to the Greater Birmingham, I think we both agree on that.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do want to raise the issue of buy-to-let, and I hope the Deputy Prime Minister will speak to her to speak to the Treasury about the fact that buy-to-let companies have become the largest single type of business in the UK. There are more companies set up to hold properties registered in Companies House. Homes are for people to live in. And can I just mention to the front bench that if they can remember Walter Siegel and Moran Scott, the Method House that people built for themselves in the 1970s, Lewisham Self-Build Housing Association, they were pop-up timber houses. Pockets of land were found where people are empowered. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you're looking at me in conclusion. It should be a system which does not exclude the voices of our constituents, who will have to live with the consequences of any development. Development should be for the common good and for future generations, taking into account the climate crisis. I know the ministerial team are up to the task.
Lib Dem spokesperson Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Having a home of your own has crept out of reach of a whole generation. For others, decent emergency accommodation can't be found either. In the last 5 years, 58 children under 1 died, with temporary accommodation being named as a contributing factor. Babies, all of them under 1 year old. So we urgently need to provide more homes, which are genuinely affordable to local people. That's why in Somerset, our Lib Dem Council are building hundreds of new council houses in parts of the county for the first time in a generation, 220 new council houses in North Taunton in my constituency, 100 additional council houses, including zero-carbon council houses elsewhere. And Lib Dem councils, Kingston, Eastleigh, York, Portsmouth, Vale of Whitehorse, South Lakeland, Oadby and Wigston are building thousands more homes, new homes.
Will you give way on that point?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As a fellow Somerset MP, he will be aware that Somerset has had 18,000 homes stuck in a planning moratorium now for nearly 5 years. While some of those have been unlocked, many are still in limbo, but the Planning and Infrastructure Bill is meant to fix this impasse. So does my honourable friend share my concerns that the measures that in this bill may actually fail to unlock that housing unless Natural England is given the resources it needs to monitor and enforce the Nature Recovery Fund?
Thank you. My honourable friend and neighbour is absolutely right, and that's why the Liberal Democrats were the only party to put in their manifesto the funds needed for Natural England and the Environment Agency to address the challenges that she so rightly sets out. And Lib Dem councils also granting planning permissions, thousands of them. 13,000 homes in Somerset have permission, which will remain unbuilt in my county alone. I will give way.
Member for giving way. What impact does he think that the 68% cut to the affordable housing budget under the coalition government had on the delivery of affordable housing?
Significant increase in bringing empty homes back into use under the coalition policies promoted by the Liberal Democrat ministers. Many of the cuts in the government made between 2010 and 2024, if you look at the figures, one will see that the cuts were far, far deeper after 2015, according to all departments. And the record will bear that out. One more time.
If the honourable member is willing to give way, then I'm happy to intervene. I thank him. There was not a greater cut in the affordable homes budget at any point in the last between 2010 and 2024. The largest cut was under the coalition government, which was nearly 70%.
Referring, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the departmental cuts. If you look at all departmentals, all the departments across government, including MHCLG and health and education, the cuts were far deeper after 2015.
I hesitate to try and help the honourable gentleman with his answer, Madam Deputy Speaker, but might it be that the coalition government was having difficulty building affordable houses at that period because the former Labour Chief Secretary to the Treasury said there was no money left?
Is that too long ago? The coalition is out.
The honourable gentleman is right to remind us of the letter left by the outgoing Labour government for the incoming coalition. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do need to tackle blockages in the system, and if those 13,000 homes in Somerset which have permission and are not being built were being built, we would have eliminated already the 10,000 plus homeless housing waiting list in the county. And I will give way.
Thank you very much. He's being very generous with his time. He speaks about planning permission granted but not being built on. I was part of the planning committee in Sutton in 2023 that gave permission to the Victoria House site, which has lain dormant ever since. 74 homes given permission but not being built, and it's a frustration for me every time I cycle past it to see that potential not being realised. Does he agree that giving councils the powers to take over sites that have permission but not being built would be a really important part of delivering the homes that we need?
It's almost as though my honourable friend had read some of the further sections of my speech. That's exactly what we need to do in this country to unlock some of those sites. Maybe I'll make a little progress and maybe later. I'm sure the honourable gentleman says from a central position he's being nice to me. We shall put that to the test later on. That's why we welcome the provisions to allow, where there's a compelling case in the public interest, such as to build social housing, that compulsory acquisition can and should go ahead on the existing use value, not on the value of what the owner hopes it might be in future to the detriment of the public purse. That could make a big difference. It would allow councils to assemble land more affordably, produce and deliver more social homes. But councils need to be resourced to carry out those projects. And to that end, following the bill brought forward by my honourable friend the member for St Albans in 2023 to abolish the cap on planning application fees, I'm delighted to see that that is included in this bill.
For giving way, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wonder if you'd like to take this moment to congratulate the absolute heroes within his party who forced them to change their policy at conference last year in favour of building homes. Now, many people he sits on benches alongside were calling out the members of his party who were trying to get to them to do so, one of which, a former leader, called them Thatcherite. Does he agree with me that building new homes is not Thatcherite, but it's actually the pro-development, pro-future that this country and needs and this chamber should be supporting?
If the honourable gentleman is so interested in our debates, please come and join our next party conference debate. We'd be absolutely delighted to debate whether our target should be 150,000 social rent homes per year or 300,000 general needs homes per year. Of course, we need both, and that was the conclusion of our very thoughtful and timely conference debate back at the time. So I would congratulate the Minister and the Secretary of State and Deputy Prime Minister, indeed, for including that lifting of the cap. And I'd also congratulate them on bringing strategic planning into the bill and on the changes to national policy statements. The new Nature Recovery Fund, however, Friends of the Earth has said, I would also congratulate them on the Nature Recovery Fund, where it will support issues like nutrient neutrality that my honourable friend, the member for Somerton and Froome, pointed out, which is holding back thousands of homes in Somerset. We welcome that. But the Friends of the Earth, as they welcome that, they also point out that it's very unclear how that nature restoration levy will work alongside other regimes. And in this respect, and many other respects, this bill is short on some of the key principles. It's big on powers for the Secretary of State. It's short, Madam Deputy Speaker, on how those powers will be exercised. The bill doesn't just lack details, it lacks some really big, important principles, including how that will work with other regimes. Funding the nature recovery levy needs to be upfront so that nature restoration work begins at the beginning, straight away. And we'd ask the Minister and the Government to enshrine on the face of this bill the principle that on each site, development should first do no harm. That principle needs to be guaranteed its place at the top of the hierarchy of mitigation when it comes to protecting our environment. On energy infrastructure... I will give way.
Not doing any harm, natural harm. Would his party support the water companies becoming a statutory consultee so that we can ensure that any new housing, not a litre of extra sewage, goes into our rivers?
We would support that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we did indeed in a Westminster Hall debate very recently. We should be hearing the voices in the planning system, not shutting voices out of the planning system. On energy infrastructure, we welcome support for battery storage, improving access to the grid. Connections are a huge source of delay. Delays in transmission connections are one of the biggest bottlenecks for renewable energy. But here, if we're going to unblock that infrastructure, we need to go much further. All large-scale infrastructure projects should, not just electricity transmission, should be giving people direct community benefit, whether that's a wind farm, a solar farm, a battery array, gas-fired power station. Those living nearby should benefit, whether that's local investment or lower bills. We also support the ambition to streamline planning for major projects, with exceptions about the points made on taking Category 3 people out of compulsory purchase consultations. But let's note again, on these really big projects, who the real blockers were. They weren't the people. It's nothing to do with local communities. It wasn't the planning profession. It wasn't councils, and I declare an interest as a member of the planning profession, Madam Deputy Speaker. It wasn't councils themselves. It was ministers who left decisions lying on their desks, wrecking timescales scrupulously followed by other parties in the process. So let's not blame people for politicians' failures in this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. While there are things to welcome, though, this bill hits the wrong target in many important areas. That's where I must raise some more serious concerns. The detail provided in the changes to the national infrastructure projects is good, but it's in real contrast to other areas of the bill. There are many Henry VIII clauses giving sweeping powers to the Secretary of State. A democratic deficit is becoming a serious concern in this bill. And for all that, we welcome the aim to deliver homes. This bill is taking aim at communities when we should be encouraging and empowering those communities to deliver and create the homes and places we want to see. I say again, racking up permissions that don't get built, and we already have a staggering 1.5 million homes in this country without permission, won't ensure a single one gets built. We need to tackle that failure to build out the permissions granted, taking back the land or further limiting the lifetime of those permissions. It's use it or lose it. That needs to be the message, Mr. Speaker. And unless we deal with the supply chain issues, the lack of skills, we're going to have even more blockers on development.
I thank the member for giving way. How does he square his support for getting more homes built and helping children living in temporary accommodation with his opposition to 250 new homes in his constituency that he announced online just this month?
I'm absolutely delighted to be supporting thousands of new homes across my constituency. The population of my constituency has gone up almost 10% over the last 10 years, and I've supported thousands of those new homes, as has my Liberal Democrat colleagues who sit on the planning committee and voted through all those permissions. If occasionally a smaller development isn't right, I would expect him to oppose it in his constituency just as I would in my constituency, and I believe members across the House have done so. So, by giving more powers to communities, a community-led approach could actually increase supply, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's time to give councils, for example, the power to end right to buy in their areas. You can't fill the bath in terms of providing council houses and social homes if the plug is taken out and they're forced to sell them off as they have done over preceding decades. We'd also, through proper planning, want to see communities in control of how many holiday lets are allowed in their area, so that homes are not swallowed up for rental to holiday lets, which could otherwise increase the supply of affordable housing, and that's not in this bill, and it should be. Mandating renewable energy, like solar panels on roofs, as my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, has articulately argued, would also put people in control and put local communities in control, and in control of the bills coming from their pockets. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, growing our economy, sustaining nature and building the homes are not mutually exclusive. They can work together. There are so many examples of how they can work together. Decent gardens, for example, have more biodiversity than many, many rural areas. Community-led decisions very often bring the best results. With the residents' infrastructure needs addressed, with development shaped around green spaces and sustainability. To unblock the homes, instead of taking aim at ordinary people, the government just needs to do two key things. First, unlock the infrastructure. That includes the GPs we need, the transport we need, the green spaces, the green infrastructure, and the water connections that need to come forward. And secondly, fund the social homes. Fund the social homes that have been so sorely lacking. A lack of social housing which, since it disappeared as a meaningful proportion of our housing supply, has meant this country has never yet been able to have supply keep pace with demand ever since those social housing targets fell away. Our target is 150,000 per year. I hope the government will provide a target of its own for social homes. So far, nothing has been said on that either. Invest in those two things. As history has taught us, the numbers you could then provide would be almost unlimited. Meanwhile, in communities like my own, the reality is that the 2,000-home Orchard Grove development, which I'm supporting in the west of Taunton, is taking shape. But with many people wanting to see a new GP surgery, which is being held back by the fact that where it is built, too often we can't get the GPs to go into those surgeries. So if we want to see a bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is about communities and about them leading in planning and development. Instead, this bill is part of a growing trend, one that's taking powers away from local communities. The bill takes a really big step in that direction. It allows the Secretary of State to override planning committees. It enables national schemes of delegation that dictate who makes decisions in your local council from Whitehall. It's another Henry VIII clause, giving unlimited power for Whitehall in future to rewrite standing orders and constitutions of councils up and down the country. That cannot possibly sit right with anybody who values our proud tradition of independent local government run independently from central government. And consultation is sidelined elsewhere as well. Sport England no longer will have its voice to protect playing fields. And people subject to compulsory purchase orders will no longer have the same voice they had before. So if government believes that local is a problem and planning committees are the blocker, then let's just take a quick look at the actual figures, Madam Deputy Speaker. Councils approve over 85% of planning applications. Some studies put it even higher, closer to 90%. So councillors of all parties, are not blocking development. They're enabling 90% of admissions to go through. I will give way.
Agree with me that the emphasis on removing the powers of planning committees in this bill is by default leading the public to believe that planning committees throughout the years have actually been the problem, whereas actually many planning committees have done their mandatory training, they have made the right decisions, and those decisions have been upheld by the planning inspector time and time again. And I feel it should be put on record to the public out there that planning committees as a whole are not the problem. There are huge range of issues that we might need to deal with, but that is not the one.
I come back to, I believe the LGA said, that politicians, councillors' role in the planning system is the backbone of the planning system, and that needs to remain. Taking decisions out of their hands is taking decisions out of the hands of local people. And developing and shaping your town, your neighbourhood, without the input of councillors who have that level of trust, that level of local knowledge, will make those neighbourhoods and those developments poorer and even more likely to fail. Removing people from the system, removing their councillors, it doesn't mean faster planning. It will mean less democratic planning. It will mean people shut out. It will mean they lose faith with the system even more. It means more legal challenges, more people who feel shut out of the system. So the bill risks not only slower but worse development. There is, of course, another way, Madam Deputy Speaker, not a bill that shuts people out and shuts them up, silencing voices, failing people on the basic services and infrastructure their communities need. Instead, we should look to the great community-led developments of the past and more recently, from Letchworth, Wellington and Hampshire, garden cities and suburbs in history, to local authority-led new towns like Milton, Keynes, right up to award-winning schemes being built often in partnership with the public and private sector up and down the country right now. Developments where nature, people and the economy grow together, not in opposition to each other, as we see in the best places that we all know and enjoy visiting. So if we build with the economy and those who want growth, and for nature by developing with nature, and for people by developing with people, then we'll be building the homes, the jobs and the services our communities want to see, that our country deserves, and that our environment and our planet so desperately need.
Chris Hinchliff.
Deputy Speaker, the origin of Britain's planning system is as deeply rooted in the legacy of the post-war Labour government as the National Health Service and the welfare state. Like these great Labour institutions, it has faced relentless underfunding, dismantling and attack from the party opposite, which prioritises the rights of wealthy landowners over the entitlement of working people to affordable housing and quality infrastructure. So I commend ministers for bringing forward a bill that offers the opportunity to at last get to grips with the appalling mess made of the planning system by the parties opposite. After all, it was they who allowed over 14,000 hectares of our best farmland to be lost to development since 2010. The reality is that we now have substantially more homes per capita than we did 50 years ago, a surplus that has rapidly grown in recent years. Yet since 1971, house prices in the UK have risen by 3,878%. So whatever may be said by their lobbyists, the housing crisis is not a straightforward issue of supply and will not be solved by simply putting more powers in the hand of profiteering developers. Waiting for a market solution to this societal emergency would be an exercise of utterly extravagant futility. What is needed?
Give way?
I will give way, yes, thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. For the last 30 years, successive governments have attempted to deliver affordable housing through the private sector. This has failed. Would my honourable friend agree it's time to have a publicly funded council house building programme?
I thank my honourable member for that intervention and completely agree. What is needed is for the government to deliver a coherent vision for development in this country that matches the clarity and boldness of Labour's 1947 vision, putting democratic control and social justice back at the heart of the planning system. Firstly, we must contend with the fact that since 2015, more than 1.2 million homes granted planning permission haven't been built. Rather than waiting for developers to drip-feed land into the system at their convenience, keeping prices high and profits maximised, we must introduce firm financial penalties for land banking to spur on construction and dampen price inflation. In towns like Buntingford and Royston, thousands of houses have been built in recent years, and yet local people remain stuck on sky-high waiting lists, with enormous knock-on for those families and our wider communities. So we must address not just the aggregate quantity of building, but also the type of homes we are providing, with a new era of council housing, especially in our small towns and villages. The housing crisis is also about the concentration of land ownership in the hands of the super-rich. Half of England is owned by less than 1% of its population, and between 1995 and 2022, land values rose by more than 600% to £7.2 trillion, now representing more than 60% of the UK's total net worth. I welcome this bill's expansion of powers for local authorities to help prevent developers cashing in off inflated land prices at the cost of the taxpayer. We must maximise the public capture of land value uplifts to provide the necessary funding for genuinely affordable homes linked to local incomes within well-designed communities, benefiting from easy access to all the facilities we need in our daily lives. Simultaneously, the government must also grasp this opportunity to reshape how councils develop local plans. Empowered councils with well-resourced planning departments should be able to take an active role to assess the needs of local families, identify appropriate sites, and proactively use compulsory purchase orders for genuinely strategic land assembly to meet the needs of their communities. Finally, given the collapse of nature in our country, we must use this legislation to recognise the very real environmental limits on growth. It is high time our planning system ensures that the presumption in favour of sustainable development ceases to act as a presumption in favour of any development whatsoever. Madam Deputy Speaker, I look forward to working with ministers to advance this legislation and secure the strongest possible bill that restores our role as custodians of the countryside, compels the private sector to deliver, and returns the power to meet our housing and infrastructure needs firmly back in democratic hands.
Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. South Leicestershire is a mid-sized constituency measuring 15 miles by 10 miles, and it already has some of the largest scale developments in any part of our country. We've got the second of the new Titan prisons that was recently completed. We've got one of the largest holes in the UK, a Croft Quarry. We've got Bruntingthorpe Aerodrome, which currently houses one of the largest UK car auction sites, 25,000 cars at any point come in and out. We've got the 4,000 home development at Lubbocksthorpe, New Lubbocksthorpe. We've got the prospect of a new garden village at Whetstone Gorse or Whetstone Pastures. We're surrounded by logistics parks. We play home to one of Europe's largest logistics parks, currently doubling in size, Magna Park. At what point can we say that we're doing a reasonable fair share for our county, region and country? Madam Deputy Speaker, there are no NIMBYs in South Leicestershire. We generally support appropriate development. And I generally support the objectives in this bill. But there are one or two areas I would like to raise. And that is the highly controversial proposed development known as Lutterworth East. Now, I know that the Secretary of State and her team cannot refer to specific cases, and in particular this matter is the current subject of a call-in. But the Secretary of State and her team rightly say that new housing developments, particularly large ones, must have appropriate numbers of social housing and affordable housing. The local plan that Harborough District Council approved, which was in itself approved by the Planning Inspectorate, made clear that large-scale housing developments in my constituency must have 40% affordable homes. In addition to that, the Lutterworth East proposal promised the people of Lutterworth that there would be no expansion of strategic warehousing as part of Lutterworth East, on the basis that Magna Park, as I mentioned, one of Europe's largest logistics parks, is currently doubling in size. So the problem that we have, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't NIMBYs, isn't a lack of building. So what is the problem? The problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the local plan for South Leicestershire, for Hardra, is being completely ignored by developers. In this case, the oddity is that the developer is Leicestershire County Council, and it disgracefully applied to substantially vary the planning permission that it was given in 2020 for Lutterworth East, only last December, and it was granted a reduction of 40% affordable housing for Lutterworth East to 10%. Now, that cannot be in line with the new government's many stated comments about the need for social housing and affordable housing generally. It flies in the face of everything that the Secretary of State and her team are saying. It flies in the face of what the Secretary of State herself has said today at the dispatch box. So I just want to put on record, and I don't expect a response today by the Secretary of State for her team, but I do want to put on record that if she is genuinely serious about wanting more affordable housing in large-scale housing projects, then I would request that the call-in is granted. Because all that will happen if the call-in is granted, it will restore Lutterworth East to an appropriate housing development of just under 3,000 homes, of which 40% will be affordable. If the Secretary of State does not agree with this call-in, I'm afraid she cannot stand at that dispatch box and claim that the new government want to see higher levels of affordable housing, because all that the developer is doing in this particular case is saying no to affordable housing. So I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my general support for the objectives that the Secretary of State and her team have for more homes. South Leicestershire is doing its part, but I do want to put on record once again that if she is serious about the numbers of social housing and affordable homes that need to be built, that call-in must be granted. Thank you.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill. When I studied for my planning diploma, I learned that how, since the 1947 Planning Act, the power of national strategic policy versus the challenge of local politics in planning approvals waxes and wanes. It felt as though, in the last government, national powers over significant development decisions almost disappeared. Under the last government, new housing developments, prisons, and more, MPs of the government party effectively pressured the then Secretary of State to refuse these much-needed infrastructure developments. Madam Deputy Speaker, there has to be a balance. A national government has to be able to deliver on its national strategies, and this is what this bill does. Specific parts of the bill that I particularly welcome: that it fosters more certainty for critical national infrastructure, electricity, so important as we were hearing this morning on the Heathrow statement, clean energy, roads, public transport, water and sewage. I welcome the certainty of decision-making for planning applications, more effective land assembly through improving the CPO process and bringing back development corporations, and the return of effective spatial development strategies. This bill will enable the government to reform the planning system to deliver on the growth, new housing, cutting of carbon emissions and climate change resilience that the UK so badly needs. As an MP in London, where buying a home and even renting is out of reach to most young people, I welcome the government's focus on delivering the 1.5 million needed new homes. This bill and the excellent National Planning Policy Statement enable new housing developments to no longer be designed with entrenched car dependence. The bill is an excellent opportunity to ensure that new housing and other developments can be concentrated in locations with good public transport, so that schools, shops, health centres, parks and open spaces are easily reachable without the need to be able to drive. This ensures access for all, not only those who have a car. It ensures access to jobs, to education, to training, to shops, all essential building blocks for growth across this country. I certainly will.
I thank my constituency neighbour for giving way. She's making a really strong speech. I agree with her about building homes which are accessible by public transport. Would she agree with me that we should be encouraging the government to look at ensuring that where the public sector is selling off land and buildings, whether it's disused police stations and fire stations or other public sector buildings, that actually they should be allowed to sell those below market value and encouraged to do so in order to enable more affordable and social housing in constituencies like mine and hers, where there's just not the land to build on?
I thank my neighbour. She makes a good point, but she has to remember, due to 15 years of austerity for the public sector, many of those sales were the only way that those public sector institutions could actually deliver the new services that were so badly delivered, so badly needed. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Mayor of London and councils like Hounslow are working with this Labour government on several key transport links, including the West London Orbital, which will unlock many thousands of new homes. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill alone won't unlock the housing and infrastructure projects that this country so urgently needs. So I do ask the Deputy Prime Minister, who's no longer here, but also the Housing and Planning Minister, who is, that they also address some other causes of delay and uncertainty that we're currently seeing in the system. CIL and Section 106 agreements on, say, new bus routes must be adequate, timely and sustainable so that people are not moving into estates with car dependency. 2 buses a day for maybe a couple of years, sometime after a few tens or even hundreds of homes have been occupied, is not building in sustainable transport. Secondly, for new joint public-private developments, the hybrid bill process, as was used for HS2, took years. It still didn't deliver the detailed plans for the routes, which then got mired in lengthy legal processes over the details. The chairman of the National Infrastructure Commission told our Transport Committee how France and Spain have delivered new high-speed rail in a fraction of the time without being mired in public opposition and legal challenges. It has taken far too long to deliver even half of the original HS2 project. So I therefore hope the government will come up with a more streamlined process for such major national projects. Thirdly, I hope the Deputy Prime Minister will work with the Chancellor on different public-private funding mechanisms that other equivalent economies have long used to develop transport infrastructure, social and affordable housing and other public goods, and so that these no longer are held back due to historic Treasury orthodoxies on capital expenditure. Fourthly, the Housing Minister will be aware of the additional delays that developers of tall blocks of flats are facing. They have planning permission, but are being delayed in the Gateway 2 and 3 of the new Building Safety Act. The legislation itself may not be the problem, but the building safety regulator processes certainly are. A development of over 400 homes in my constituency has been stuck for over a year with no certainty as to if and when they go ahead. Obviously, my last 3 points are not in the scope of the bill, but they are relevant to the aspirations of this Labour government to get Britain building, which this bill will deliver.
Alex Brewer.
There is no doubt we need new homes, but it is abundantly clear from my casework and from my doorstep conversations in North East Hampshire, as I'm sure in many other places as well, that the effects of a warming planet and many years of neglected infrastructure are wreaking havoc on our communities. In order to stop the damage, we must look after nature as we build and ensure a well thought out approach to our public services so there can be an effective integration between new homes and their local environments. It is frustrating, to say the least, to see Labour removing the space for local decision-making and consent. Local people know their area. In North East Hampshire, chalk streams are close to our hearts, but also far too close to our sewage outlets.
Yeah.
There are only around 200 chalk streams left in the world, and 2 of these are in my constituency of North East Hampshire. These remarkable, irreplaceable habitats are home to iconic species, including otter, kingfisher and salmon. Despite this, they have not been protected, and last year alone, chalk streams endured 14,000 hours of sewage discharges. Chalk streams are under threat not just from sewage, but also from irresponsible developments which promise protection and abandon those promises after planning permission is granted.
Don't give way.
I will give way.
Can I say I strongly support what she said and strongly support any specific protection for chalk streams. Does she feel that this bill goes far enough on it, or will it need specific legislation to preserve what are these beautiful and almost unique things that we have in this country?
Thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and it's almost like he's anticipated my next point. To ensure that development is approached effectively and sustainably, there must be legislation to protect chalk streams. The Government should use this bill to expand the list of irreplaceable habitats that are severely threatened and include chalk streams within that. Mitigation schemes won't help these unique habitats. They need protection. And unbelievably, this is the second bill in 6 months which the Government could have used to protect our precious chalk streams, as the Water Special Measures Bill also failed to mention them specifically.
Will she give way?
I will.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Like her, I have 2 chalk streams in my constituency of West Dorset, and I wonder whether or not she agrees that making water companies statutory consultees on any future developments will ensure you get the infrastructure that's required, so we don't just see more pollution going into our chalk streams.
Yeah. I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and yes, I do completely agree. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government should be more ambitious in this bill to ensure building regulations mandate nature-friendly development to provide sustainable and healthy housing. I will.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I agree with her that Britain is among the most nature-depleted countries in all of Europe. Would she agree with Greenpeace, with Green Alliance and with RSPB, who say that development and nature done hand in hand can allow both to thrive, and that this bill achieves that?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I absolutely agree that nature and building should go hand in hand, and I hope that this bill will start to achieve that. We know that good, green and sustainable design works for everyone concerned. Sufficient insulation, for example, in homes prevents heat loss, reduces bills and reduces carbon emissions. Solar energy production and proper flood protections are other obvious examples where investment up front pays dividends down the line. A great example in North East Hampshire is Hart District Council offices. Since the installation of solar panels on the council office roof, a phenomenal 57,000 kilowatt hours of electricity is generated in a year. Imagine if we put solar panels on every new house built. Yeah. Major issues like flooding and drainage are currently plaguing many areas up and down the country. In my constituency, Hartley-Witney High Street and Hook and surrounding areas are frequently flooded due to blocked drains and surface water that cannot drain away effectively after heavy rainfall. Hartley-Witney Fire Station even had to raise all their electrical sockets higher up the wall as the flooding has been so frequent, and our local businesses are struggling to get sufficient insurance. The bill should include a binding commitment to the land use framework. This would help determine where more permanent land use change can occur to find the optimum balance between food production and ecosystem services such as flood risk management, climate mitigation and biodiversity. So I come again to the point on new houses. We need them and we need them fast. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to ensure our new homes are properly fit for the future. They must be built in the right place, with the right infrastructure and with proper consideration to our food security, biodiversity and carbon footprint. Communities don't mind new homes, but people also want to get a GP appointment. They want to have an NHS dentist, a rural bus service, and to drive down a road that doesn't have any potholes. There is an opportunity to be ambitious here, and it is being missed. So I urge the government to be bolder and strive for planning that is as committed to the environment as it is to housing, that is as committed to integrated infrastructure as it is to housing, and is as committed to our local communities as it is to housing.
Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to thank the people from across government and the department who have worked so hard to pull this bill together quite quickly. And I'd also like to thank the honourable member from Taunton and Wellington for the first shout out at Milton Keynes in this debate. We may be about to hear many more. Because in politics, we also all like to talk about our own stories and how they've impacted us. I've sat on these benches and heard the Education Secretary talk about how her education has helped her in life, or the Health Secretary talk about how his interactions with the NHS when he had his cancer diagnosis is one of the things that drives him to help fix our health service today. When I think about what's important to my life, in fact, what I believe is most significant to most young people's lives, it is having a decent home surrounded by a decent community. Milton Keynes, my hometown, was founded the last time, in fact an Act of Parliament was passed through this place the last time this country was actually building 300,000 homes a year for people. The pioneers who pushed so hard to get the place built meant my parents were able to bring me up and my brother in a spacious home with our own back garden, giving us the security and the stability needed for the best start in life. It meant that I could play safely in green spaces, that I had access to excellent local amenities, and that my family could live affordably with a good quality of life. This is the kind of opportunity that every child in Britain deserves. So it's great to see legislation that will finally begin to remove the barriers to building the new homes that this country so desperately needs. And with the changes on development corporations and to CPOs, we may also see the new towns that this country so desperately needs as well. The proposals to planning committees will also play a key role in ensuring that much-needed developments don't get stuck in unnecessary bureaucracy and political gridlock.
Will you give way on that point?
I will, yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving away. Does he agree with me that local people will still have a role in developing local plans and in many of the more complicated planning applications? So some of what we've heard around local input has been scaremongering today.
Yeah, I think that's true, and we know that certainty is incredibly important for the housing sector in order to invest in the skills, the development, the modern methods of the construction that are going to mean that we are able to alleviate this country's housing crisis. But beyond housing, Madam Deputy Speaker, we also need to recognise that our failure to build vital infrastructure in Britain is leaving our country vulnerable. Our energy security, the foundations of our national security, depend on having infrastructure to support a modern, productive economy. We have failed to build the transport links needed to get goods and people moving efficiently. We have failed to build the energy infrastructure needed to reduce our dependence on volatile foreign oil and gas, and we haven't built a single reservoir in decades, meaning we lack the water security required in the face of climate change. Of course I will.
I thank the my honourable friend, actually, for giving way. A number of members on that side of the House keep using reservoirs as an example as to why this legislation is going through and the fact that reservoirs haven't been built in recent times. But under current guidelines and under current legislation, a reservoir is being built down the road in my constituency, so it's not a great example to use, is it?
I thank him for that intervention, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would just note the length of time that that's taken, and it would have been nice, just nice, if somebody on the opposite benches would start by acknowledging their lack of ability to build infrastructure that this country so desperately needed for decades. The barriers that they constantly put in the way of building is one of the reasons we are in the situation we are in now. Our national security is only ever as strong as our economic security. Sure, we should be investing in defence, but we're only able to do so if we have a strong economy. And one of the biggest reasons why we haven't had a growing economy, why we haven't had the economic security, is because it's become too difficult to build in Britain. I'm proud to be supporting a bill that gets Britain building again. Now, I just want to talk very briefly on the National Recovery Fund, which I think, in principle, is a policy masterstroke. What is most shameful about our current setup of nature legislation, including the habitats regulation, is not just that it stops us from building the homes and infrastructure our country needs and damages our economy in the meantime, it's that it doesn't even work on its own terms. Yeah. Britain is still, as was mentioned earlier, one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. My friend here tells me it's second only to Singapore. Why? Because the money we force builders to pay for nature projects isn't being spent in the most efficient way. Take, for example, as my honourable friend from Chipping Barnet has pointed out, the infamous Bat Tunnel. It cost us more than £120 million to protect a tiny proportion of bats, all while critical infrastructure projects were delayed or cancelled. Imagine what we could have done for nature, not just with that money, but with the extra money that would have been provided to our economy by not stalling that project for so long. However, while the Natural Recovery Fund is a welcome step forward, we must ensure it works. It is heavily reliant on Natural England bringing forward workable delivery plans in a timely fashion.
Well,
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And can I just ask the member if he agrees with me that open green spaces aren't always the most biodiverse, and actually we need a more joined-up approach to how we can provide investment in those spaces?
I do agree, and I hope that the Natural Recovery Fund can be an opportunity to make those spaces more biodiverse. And I'm trying to support a wetlands art project within my constituency that would use money like the money provided by the Natural Recovery Fund in order to include biodiversity there. And I hope all of those organisations, like myself, who care about nature recovery in this country, do the right thing, support these changes which are going to be the best thing for nature in decades, rather than trying to defend an indefensible status quo. Finally, as somebody who owes, as I mentioned, quite a lot, I think, of my fantastic upbringing to a development corporation, I do want to turn to the crucial issue of how we will fund development corporations when we do start building the new towns. While the changes introduced in this bill are promising, at some point we are going to need to think about this financing. For every £1 that was invested in Milton Keynes, we gave many more back to the Treasury. Somebody said 14 to 1, but I haven't quite been able to find a source for that. But currently, any debt issues by these companies, the development corporations, to private capital, would have to be added to the government balance sheet. However, a simple change to Treasury accounting to count them in the same way as banks, which fell into public ownership after the financial crash, could unlock huge sums of international private capital to fund these vital homes and projects. This is an approach consistent with many European counterparts, and we should actively explore it as a priority. So I will be supporting this bill today, but I also urge ministers to be honest that this is not a moment for self-congratulation. We need to continue to go further and faster to build the homes and build the infrastructure that this country so desperately needs.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just to pick up on the comments by the member for Milton Keynes North on reservoirs. I also have a reservoir currently being proposed in my constituency, and I noted the Secretary of State refused to be drawn on specific schemes, including when challenged by her own front bench. Perhaps the Minister could tell us in his winding up how much quicker a typical reservoir will be constructed by as a result of this bill, and what the percentage saving of that will be, because that sort of detail is currently lacking and points to the comment that the member claimed. I take that as a wry smile from him. But let me just start by picking up on what the government said last week and what the government is saying this week. So last week the government said that it was scrapping a big quango in NHS England because it wanted to ensure more democratic oversight. And yet this week they're giving huge new powers to another quango in Natural England so that they can seize land at below market value with very little democratic oversight. And indeed the member for Milton Keynes just mentioned the Bat Tunnel. It's a strange paradox to criticise that whilst also then supporting giving Natural England more powers to make similar decisions moving forward. Yep. But it's not just a lack of consistency, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a lack of coordination across government, because currently the government is consulting on the land use framework. Now that consultation is open, it doesn't close until the 25th of April. But the front bench seem to be ignoring that because in her opening remarks, the Secretary of State talked about this bill, quotes, unlocking land for nature and energy schemes. So you have one part of government consulting on its land use strategy, whilst another party is legislating for seizing land in order to use the schemes within the scope of its ongoing consultation. It'd be helpful, perhaps, if the Minister could tell us why he's ignoring his own DEFRA department's current consultation, or perhaps we'll just have a slew of government amendments. But if the new powers for Natural England are indeed necessary, then that suggests a significant amount of land is going to be taken for nature restoration schemes. Now, we know from the land use strategy that around 12,000 farms will be lost over a generation. So either this power is needed, in which case, what is the impact on farmland and farm security from clause 72, or it won't take much land as a result, in which case it questions why we need this. Now, indeed, in his opening remarks, the Shadow Secretary of State pointed to the number of cabinet ministers themselves that have objected to development schemes in their own constituency. And that's a challenge we all face as members of Parliament when constituents raise concerns. And that is why I'm particularly surprised, certainly my own experience, not least as the DEFRA Secretary, in dealing with Natural England, was to find that once things are in primary legislation, they'll often take a gold-plated interpretation of that. So it may be just bowled by the opposition front bench, but it would be helpful to understand why they think granting further powers to seize land is not a weakening of democratic control. Because the Shadow Secretary of State, the Secretary of State, when challenged on this, said that the democratic controls were being maintained but streamlined. I don't think that is the way Natural England will interpret it. And let me give the House a practical example. If you look at the David Thurston review of Dartmoor, where there was conflict between the interpretation of that triple SI by Natural England and the way that farmers who had farmed the common for many years were interpreting that, there was huge tension that David Thurston very skillfully managed to resolve. But that will not happen if the powers under this bill are then enacted. And finally, there's a paradox. The people we need on side to support nature restoration are the farmers. The farmers are the ones that care most about nature. And this bill's a missed opportunity on things like incinerators. So burning plastic, easier to get planning permission, damaging for the environment, damaging for nature, that's easier under this bill. And yet the farmers, who are the people we need on side, will have their land confiscated from an undemocratic quango who has more control, and there is nothing in the bill to address that. So it would be helpful, given the shortage of time, if when it comes to closing, the Minister can clarify some of those points.
I call Nesil Caliskan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to just declare an interest as the Vice President of the Local Government Association. Madam Deputy Speaker, I support this bill because we must do everything that we can to deliver more housing being built in this country. As the member for Barking, I see and hear firsthand the impact of the housing crisis. Every week I meet constituents who share with me their personal and desperate housing story. To fix the housing crisis, we require political will alongside national initiatives and investment from the government. But we must also change the policy foundations in this country because the national planning system is not fit for purpose. As a former London council leader who delivered a local plan, designated land for 30,000 new homes, I know too well that the existing planning frameworks frustrate house building. And the voices of those opposing new homes, often individuals who already own their own home, are prioritised. The truth is, our planning system relies too much on the political bravery of local councillors. Local plans and new homes are stopped by a vocal minority in too many cases. This creates a national patchwork, if you like, of house building, and the planning systems are used to slow down decision-making in the hope that eventually the applicant will just give up. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome that the bill that the government will create creates a national scheme of delegation. It will allow professionals to work more effectively, ensuring consistency across the country. and allowing planning authorities to be flexible to set up their own fees and recover costs is an important step. But given that there is a national gap of £360 million in terms of the deficit, can I ask the Minister in his remarks to reassure us all that the councils will be held responsible for ring-fencing that income in their planning departments so that local authorities can improve their performance? Turning to transport and infrastructure, a crucial component in unlocking the potential for house building, because both private and public sector developments need clear business cases to build. Strong business cases rely on land value, which is boosted by infrastructure, including, but not exclusively, to transport connectivity. Therefore, the measures in the bill to streamline the process for agreeing nationally important infrastructure is welcome, but I'd like the government to consider if the bill goes far enough. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, and HS2 back tunnels are frequently mentioned in this chamber, but there are other examples, like the Lower Thames crossing, delayed for over 3 decades. It's become the UK's biggest ever planning application, over 2,000 pages, costing £800 million in planning costs. Taking applications through the National Significant Infrastructure Projects process, not only a mouthful to say, but the process is too costly and it takes far too long. And a large part of the problem is the statutory pre-application consultation requirements. It means that all of the parties involved operate in a hyper-risk averse manner, if you like, focusing on endless negotiations. It serves the taxpayer and our communities in no way. And so can I encourage my right honourable friend, the Minister, to look again at reforming specifically the pre-application process to reduce delays and get essential infrastructure consented faster? Yes, I will.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Lady quite rightly is talking about ambition and making sure that we get planning applications delivered quickly. Does she therefore think that the 56% reduction and the 1,694 fewer homes that her local Labour Council will have to deliver will actually improve and speed up the length of time it will take for those to get through?
Thank you very much for his intervention. It gives me the opportunity to highlight that my local authority has been building homes far faster than most local authorities across the country. But the general slow in delivery of housing over the past 2 years is absolutely to do with the fact that the previous government crashed the economy, interest rates went through the roof, inflation went through the roof, and actually I'm yet to come across a developer or a local authority that doesn't say all of their pipeline was impacted by that economic cross. Yes, I'm happy to.
She's absolutely correct that there were some issues with housing supply during the last economic crisis. But actually, the numbers that I'm asking her about are her government's proposals under the new scheme. So therefore, can I say, will she say to her constituents or her Labour councillors who she doesn't think should make planning decisions locally, does she personally support the 1,694 fewer houses that her government's requiring her council to deliver?
My local authority has committed to building homes, and actually they've got a good record. One of the barriers to being able to deliver homes at speed is the fact that we see infrastructure delayed year after year. And actually, the proposals in this bill that will allow CPOs and land assembly to happen far quicker will mean that actually we will see homes built at pace in a way that we have not seen in a generation in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I take the opportunity to thank the ministers and their team for their work. This bill provides a generational opportunity for us to get house building back on track in this country. It is a welcome shake-up to the planning system. It will help deliver homes in this country and deliver infrastructure that is so desperately needed. It is the first step of many that will allow us to be able to tackle a housing crisis that my constituents in Barking and Dagenham are so badly impacted by every single day. Thank you.
I call Craig Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Barking in what is a really critical and important debate that will affect my constituency in mid-Buckinghamshire very, very deeply. I think we've had some sensible suggestions in this debate from the backbenches on all sides so far. I particularly support the points made on the protection of chalk streams, which is important to my constituency as well. But I do have deep, deep concerns about the tone of this bill and about some of the rhetoric that sits underneath the defence of it, that I would categorise it as being a bill that does things to communities, particularly rural communities, as opposed to with rural communities. And I would gently say to the Minister, who probably can predict some of the things I'm about to say, as we sat on the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill Committee in the last Parliament together over very, very many weeks and over many, many housing ministers in that period. However, I will not apologise for representing my constituents who time after time after time are fed up to the back teeth of losing our rural identity and our rural character with the constant flow of both housing and infrastructure projects that devastates our countryside, that devastates, in 1 second I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman, and that devastates the very rural identity of Buckinghamshire. Indeed, on new towns, before I give way to the Honourable Gentleman, those of us in Buckinghamshire feel we've probably already done our bit with a new town, and it's now a 250,000 population city called Milton Keynes. And with that, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman from Milton Keynes North.
I thank him for giving way. I just wanted to let him know about when I recently went to visit my 93-year-old grandmother, who was a rural constituent living in Buckinghamshire back in the 1960s. And at the time, she expressed many of the things that he just expressed about concern about a city being built around her rural community. You ask her now, and she will tell you about the fantastic opportunities that Milton Keynes gave to her children and her grandchildren, to the point where one of them is now sitting on these benches able to get this speech and this intervention. Sometimes you do need to have change, you do need to have development, and I think that sometimes we do need to support it.
I understand the point that the Honourable Gentleman is making, and Milton Keynes is very close to me. I visit Milton Keynes all the time. I have many friends in Milton Keynes. It is a great city. It is a great city. However, there has got to be a line in the sand drawn as to the amount of our countryside, the amount of our farmland, the amount of our food-producing land that we allow to be lost to development of whatever it is. And like my honourable friend for South Leicestershire in his speech earlier, reeled off a list of things that are already happening in his constituency, where they are already playing their part. In my own constituency, whilst we have had concerns about a lot of it, there have been, and I will give way to my honourable friend in one moment, there are an enormous list of things. The amount of house building in Buckinghamshire has been extraordinary. If anyone goes to a village like Hadnam, it is unrecognisable from what it was because of the sheer volume of new house building that has gone on there, as well as incinerators, as well as we're about to get a new prison. We have built, to our objections I appreciate, but HS2 has ravaged through the middle of the constituency. It's not like Buckinghamshire hasn't done anything, to which I will give way to my honourable friend for Beaconsfield.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point. We have not only given way for infrastructure with HS2, motorways, data centres across the entire Greenbelt, with very little community consent. And now with this new bill, all community consent seems to be going out the window. And how can we protect the vital green space that provides, in my constituency, the lungs of London, that will be destroyed because everyone will want a piece of the small bits of Greenbelt we still have left?
I totally agree with my honourable friend for Beaconsfield. The point she makes is absolutely right, and it applies in my constituency as equally as it does to hers. My constituency, the backbone of our economy is agriculture. It is food production. And the more we see lost, that actually impacts. The Labour Party used to say in the manifesto that food security was national security, yet this bill seeks to build all over that very land that our farmers in Buckinghamshire and around the whole country use to produce that very food that gives us that national security. But where I really want to focus is on the infrastructure implications from the energy sector. Now, I entirely approve of transitioning to cleaner forms of energy production. But it's a point I've made in this House time and time again, and I will never get bored of saying it. You need 2,000 acres of ground-mounted solar panels to produce enough electricity for 50,000 homes on current usage. That's before everyone's got 2 Teslas on the drive. Maybe not Tesla as the brand people would choose now. However, a small modular reactor needs just 2 football pitches and will deliver enough electricity on current usage for 1 million homes. Why on earth in this country are we messing around with solar, destroying thousands of acres of food-producing land when other clean technologies are out there that can clean up our energy production, clean up our electricity production in a way that is far kinder and gentler on our national fabric and on our rural communities? It is really so important. And so when I hear the Secretary of State, as she did in her opening address, talk about protecting high-grade agricultural land, I treat that with a very large pinch of salt. Because we have caught out, in my constituency, in Buckinghamshire, those that are paid exorbitant amounts of money to come and grade the land prior to a planning application, deliberately testing the land in the headland of the field, the bit of the field that is not used to grow crops or grass or to graze animals. Of course, they are always going to get a lower land grade by testing the headland. And so if the government is serious about wanting to protect high-grade agricultural land, I would urge the Minister to actually look at measures that he could take to ensure that the fertile part of the field is tested, not the headland. I will give way to the Minister.
I appreciate the honourable gentleman giving way. Would he accept that we have to keep this matter in perspective? Even under the most ambitious scenarios, solar farms would occupy less than 1% of the UK's agricultural land. That is why the NUF President Tom Bradshaw stated in relation to solar projects and food security that it is, and I quote, important that we are not sensationalist about the impact.
The point the Minister makes is one that certainly in Buckinghamshire I would challenge. Actually, there was a very good cross-party, I don't think any Labour members were there, but there was a very good cross-party meeting a couple of weeks ago on the scale of solar projects coming into this country, and it is very disproportionate on rural communities that this bill does seem to take against in favour of the towns and cities of the United Kingdom. And I would also equally say, to the honourable gentleman, that on top of the stats that I gave earlier about the efficiency of solar, scientists came here, not just campaigners, but scientists came here to give clear evidence that of all the countries in the world, there is only one less suitable for solar than ours, and that is Iceland. So it's not even, it is not even like the government is making the case for a technology that is particularly suited to the United Kingdom. Yet they're trying in this bill to just make it easier, to just make those that object, who challenge on any level, to go away and just have to suck it up and take those projects in their backyard. This bill does take away local control. And for me, local control will always be the most important part of the planning process. For a community that actually knows those fields that, unlike the desktop exercise that's done afar, that actually knows the fields that flood every single year, that knows the local factors that would impact a planning application, that understands the local roads that would have to take the construction traffic, that get churned up every time a development comes along and knows how unsuitable they are. Local control is critical, and I urge the Minister, even at this late hour, to go back and to really think about whether what he wants to do is simply ride roughshod over local opinion.
Deputy Speaker, despite the many fine contributions made by members present so far, and no doubt the many more yet to come, for many, planning seems like quite a dreary subject, and indeed I've heard some very senior members of this House privately describe it as such. I can well remember, as a young Labour member, sitting through constituency party meetings, wondering to myself why we were going on for such a long time about planning. Surely education, health and inequality were the kinds of things we wanted to focus our attention on. And I'm afraid that it took me a very long time until the point at which I was one of those very dreary people stood at meetings saying these things, to realise that planning is not only central to each of these issues, but just about every aspect of government policy and indeed our day-to-day lives. Unfortunately, far too often the system and those we task with running it come under attack, including by those who should know better. Planning is attacked for delays, planning is attacked for excessive red tape, and planning is attacked for perceptions of NIMBYism. For every 10 planning applications submitted, 9 are currently approved. That's hardly the sign of a system opposed to development. Where the system does struggle is with capacity. It takes time for a decision to be reached and has significantly increased in that time over the years. Of course. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if he'd agree with me that this is evidence for why we need significantly more planning officers in our local authorities in order to make sure that we can start unlocking a lot of that development.
The honourable member is reading ahead. The application itself, but for the subsequent decisions required for development to commence, the impact upon this escalating costs and viability as a result of these delays is hard to understate. And these capacity issues do not stem from laziness or as a covert form of development suppression. They stem from one issue and one issue only, which is the absence of sufficient numbers of planners in the sector. The rates of pay at local authorities are now massively out of kilter with the private sector, the consequence of which is that an increasingly small number of extremely hard-working people are left to try and keep the system afloat, principally out of their public-spiritedness. Yet instead of receiving the thanks they deserve, all too often they have to deal with public rhetoric which regularly denigrates them and the work they do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I am not the first and that I will not be the last in this chamber to thank these public servants for their efforts on behalf of our communities and our country. There is much that needs to be done to reverse the decline in public sector planning numbers, and while this bill sets out many positive steps forward, I remain of the belief that there are few areas better suited or for which better economic returns could be made for the introduction of AI into the public sector than to use the decades' worth of computerised training data to enable simple applications to be dealt with automatically and free up those expert human planners to deal with the cases which genuinely benefit from a human eye. As a former council leader, I am quite defensive of the local government in planning. However, despite my initial scepticism, I found much that was good in the new planning policy framework and indeed very much that is good in the content of the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, showing that this is a government which is genuinely listening to the voices across the sector. Yes.
For giving way, and given his expertise as a former council leader, would he agree with me that the piece of the bill where it enables councils to set fees for planning could go further, particularly around the fees that could be charged for enforcement cases, for example? I'm sure he will know the amount of hours that get tied up in planning officers' inboxes enforcing rogue individuals who seem to play cat and mouse with officials. Would he agree with me that a look at fees around that might be a sensible option?
I have learnt not to look a gift horse in the mouth over the years. This is a positive step forward. No doubt there will be other steps that could in the future be undertaken, but this is very significant in enabling the system to be far more sustainable than it has been of late. There must always be a role for local expertise in planning decisions. There must always be democratic oversight and for local knowledge to feature in decision-making. But that does not mean that the way we have always done things in the past needs to be the way that we do it in the future, or indeed that it delivers a better or fairer outcome in the future, and that a longer process is not always that better process. I'm sure we all have experience of planning decisions, both nationally and locally, which have taken a very long time to produce the decision that we all knew would be the final decision on day one, that in no way meets the needs of residents or of our community. Planning, planners tell me, is a matter of balance, and I believe that in this bill, the government balances all of the relevant considerations well. Another example of delivering balance is in dealing with nature. Crawley has the second worst housing crisis in the country, and during my time as leader of the council, I delivered over 4 times as many units as our centrally assessed government housing target. And just on the point of targets, I would point out that they are a bottom number to hit, not a top number to hit. They in no way restrict future development. But this came to an end when Natural England unilaterally imposed water neutrality restrictions on all development of North Sussex, an area I would point out that when you look at the figures is actually larger in its economy than most of our core cities. Due to these, on the basis that they had concerns over the well-being of the little Whirlpool Ramshall snail. As a result, since that time, housing delivery in my area has ground to a halt, economic development has been hampered, and you would not believe the level of debate that has taken place on Facebook about whether or not Taco Bell is ever going to open at all. All of the while, we are waiting for our local water company to build the water infrastructure that no doubt was desperately needed for some time. Now, I have nothing against little snails, but the consequence of the decision is that almost 2% of my community are now trapped in temporary housing at huge cost to the public sector, not to mention an enormous human cost to those families until natural England feels that their needs have been satisfied. The ability to improve our natural environment alongside development is a vital part of being able to avoid forcing conflict between human and environmental needs, and the offsetting process this bill delivers exactly the change we require. I am also pleased in this bill the development of the spatial development strategies, a vital part of ensuring that housing needs are addressed beyond the limitations of any single authority. Anyone who has dealt with the current system of duty to cooperate will recognise that it is largely a paper exercise which in no way actually delivers the housing required across sub-regions. Spatial development strategies overcome this, doing so in a coherent and planned-out way, at a level far closer and more democratically accountable to residents than the old regional spatial strategies, a significant improvement. Madam Deputy Speaker, under this government, the planning system is finally receiving the modernisation it needs, and I very much hope they don't stop now. With that in mind, I'd like to end on the topic of great concern to me, affordable housing. The NPPF is right not to set strict affordability requirements for local plans, accepting differences in local viability, and setting out a 15% additional requirement for greenfield land. Now, no doubt, new towns will have a significant role to play in delivering new affordable housing, as will the relatively small amount of funding allocated so far. But I believe that much more needs to be done to actually deliver the numbers of affordable housing needed. And while I could bore the Minister with many suggestions around this, I would focus now on the sub-regional planning through these new spatial development strategies. Housing is not merely a numbers game. Other factors matter, not least the cost of housing. And while there are mechanisms here for delivering on housing numbers overall, I would point out in areas such as my own, where the duty to cooperate is facilitated, that meeting those numbers very often delivers housing that is not affordable, is not of the right type, and for which there are no allocation rights. And I very much hope that in the work of the government to follow, that these issues are henceforth corrected.
I call Robbie Marr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there are so many points to address in this bill, but I want to keep my remarks to just a few. And I have grave concerns that the agreeable aims of the government to free up our planning system will, by this bill, be dragged further into the bog of planning delay and indecision. Now, there has been a lot of talk around whether or not this bill will afford special protections for peatland on SSSI, but looking at the detail of this bill, I have grave concerns that rather being a bill which leads to better protections for protected peatland areas, this bill actually does the opposite. And I want to start my contribution by explaining why this is such a huge issue. Take Walsall Moor, which borders my constituency, just next to the Worth Valley in the beautiful part of West Yorkshire. Most importantly, this is an irreplaceable blanket peat bogland, which carries protected status. It is a site of heavily protected bird species and ground nesting birds, and most recently is the proposed site for what would be England's largest onshore wind farm. Now, I am firmly opposed to this development, and this disruption of a wind farm, of a construction of 65 wind turbines, each taller than Blackpool Tower, would be devastating to the protected blanket peat bog. In fact, peat bogs across the UK store many more times carbon than our forests. Disturbing this peatland by constructing a wind farm on top of it could release many tonnes of carbon back into the atmosphere, directly contradicting the aim of the whole development, namely to reduce carbon emissions. It simply is nonsensical, Madam Deputy Speaker, to use Walsall Moor when the RSPB have shown that the government could achieve its own targets for wind power by building without building on a single acre of protected peatland. So, to come to the substance of this bill, in relation to this development, the introduction of the environmental development plans, on the face of it, seem like a good idea. Why shouldn't developers pay some form of compensation for environmental damage for their developments and what they do? But as is always the case, when we delve into the detail, things begin to unravel. What this change effectively amounts to, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a mercenary approach to environmental protection that gives developers a much freer hand to negotiate their commitments. Indeed, a much freer hand will be provided to the local planning authorities to make and take a much looser approach in ensuring that developers do their fair bit for the environmental mitigation measures, particularly on protected sites, without the emphasis to do it, but just by providing a financial contribution. But of course, funding for restoration either on site or indeed mitigated elsewhere, does not undo the damage caused by the development in itself, be that assets of scientific, natural or cultural value. And in the case of protected peatland, such as Walsall Moor, that is exactly why the current proposed development is completely the wrong approach. The bogs themselves take a millennia to form, and sphagnum moss breaks down so slowly, just breaking down by 1 millimetre a year to form peat, and that is why, with the removal of the moratorium on onshore wind farms, allowing more protected peatland to be built on is the wrong approach by this government, and I cannot stress it enough. This bill moves us from a dynamic in which we proactively protect what we value to one where we barter what we can price up and pretend that the value and price are the same. And I will give way.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech. Many aspects of this bill is going to affect Scotland as well, and make it much more difficult for local residents like those in my own constituency who are fighting very, very hard against a 94-kilometre pylon route and also battery storage plants, make it increasingly difficult for them to oppose those types of application. Now, for me, democratic accountability should be at the heart of the planning process. But what we seem to be moving to is a planning system which China would be very, very proud of. Does my honourable friend agree?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and that's why the government should be honest with the public that far from a bill to strengthen environmental protections, this bill creates a direct avenue for developers to pay to do environmental damage and get around otherwise more stringent protection laws, and I will give way.
The honourable gentleman was here in the last Parliament. Does he remember when the previous government, in their attempt to undo the problem of nutrient neutrality, sought to disapply the habitats regulations entirely? Is that the approach he would prefer we take?
And actually, the Minister gets to the nub of the issue in that the nutrient neutrality issue caused an absolute stagnation of housing development from taking place. And indeed, the government is wanting to give Natural England even more powers, which will lead to even increased stagnation of not only development, but frustration amongst those that do want to see development take place. And many members across the House have referred to the £100 million back tunnel with the development of HS2. A very issue which Natural England themselves raised, and yet we have the government wanting to give the very organisation even more powers, which will lead to increased stagnation of development. So the government may bring forward a bill on these grounds to create this avenue of creating more development, but this bill does not achieve that in terms of the environmental protection measures being protected. With the government's removal of the moratorium for onshore wind farm development, coupled with the provisions in this bill, I fear for protected peatlands, not only in the beautiful uplands of West Yorkshire, but indeed right across the country. Secondly, I fear this bill will not create the speedy planning system the government hopes it will. By placing the design and formulation of the environmental development plans in the hands of Natural England, the government has ceded much of its control over them. As a single issue public body, Natural England operates with a very different interpretation of reasonable mitigations than the rest of the public when it comes to preserving nature. Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've already referred to, the £100 million back tunnel with HS2. As developers, Natural England and environmental campaigners barter over the details of environmental development plans and lodge legal challenges against them, I ask, how will the Secretary of State speed up our planning system as she is forced to sit on the sidelines of these negotiations and watch Natural England take the lead? The Secretary of State is literally creating a bill which hands more power, not less, to Natural England, removing her ability to ensure infrastructure can be delivered at speed. What the government must do, Madam Deputy Speaker, is be honest and upfront about what it values. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to raise another area of this bill, one that in my view moves from a naivety to the realm of malice. Compulsory purchase orders are highly controversial powers at the best of times. But yet, in another blow to our rural communities, the government has decided that landowners should not be paid the value of their land in full. And I will give way to the Minister. To the honourable member.
Giving way. I've got this essay in front of me where it's argued that when the government pays for new infrastructure, new roads, new development in order to unlock new housing, the landowner has to only sit and watch complacently as his property multiplies in value, sometimes multiple-fold, without either effort or contribution on his part. The argument being that the landowner shouldn't get that profit with no effort. That's not from Trotsky. That's from Winston Churchill.
Order.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is not fair at all for the state, be it national government or indeed our local authorities, to step in and not pay a landowner what market value they deserve. It is absolutely outrageous that this government is putting in legislation changing Section 12A of the Land Compensation Act on this basis, and I do not think that this will create to any efficiency within the planning system, nor dare I say creating any better profit, means of money being spent by local authorities to deliver public services, and I will give way.
On that point, we've seen an example of planning authorities being taken over in a way that was not the traditional compulsory purchase with HS2. We saw HS2 be allowed to just take over properties and not pay them market value, not even take possession. And we have seen people still waiting compensation, their homes devastated, losing everything because of HS2's ability to just take over.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I just get to the point, because I know time is short, that this government's approach through this planning and infrastructure bill is not going to deliver planning done at speed and will not give the environmental protections that this government is indicating to the wider public. It is not a good bill.
Yeah. And with an immediate 4-minute time limit, I call Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill represents the most substantial reform to our planning system in a generation, and one that is critically important to my constituents back home in Northampton South. For too long, our planning system has functioned as a brake to growth rather than the accelerator. And when the public thinks about planning, they picture an antiquated, costly and labyrinth system. And whilst many members of this House were probably glued to their TV screens last May whilst a soggy Prime Minister stood in front of number 10, I was at UK Reef discussing this very topic, and a stat stuck in my head that only 17% of people believe the planning system works in their favour. It is very clear reform is needed. So the bill introduces vital changes to our planning frameworks, including improvements to how we deliver nationally significant infrastructure projects, reform CPO powers and measures to boost local planning. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to respond to the bill through the lens of how it benefits strategic regional placemaking and how it could massively improve the delivery of major infrastructure. The introduction of spatial development strategies and the bill's approach to strategic planning are a significant step forward. Combined with the forthcoming English devolution bill, it will definitely put more power, not less, into the hands of local people. For too long, our planning system has lacked the regional coordination that we need to deliver the homes and the infrastructure that we need at scale. And it's my view that these reforms will help ensure local authorities work effectively together across boundaries and across political parties. Now, some members of this House will know that I worked in construction before I was elected, and a real frustration for me has been the lack of pace in delivering major infrastructure in the UK. Locally, I saw firsthand the delays the DCO process faces. Just down the road from me, the A14 Huntington to Cambridge bypass, whilst it's a real success story when it was finally delivered early and on budget, it took 3 attempts to get through the DCO process. That meant years of congestion and pollution for local residents and a direct negative impact on the logistics and manufacturing businesses I now represent in Northampton South. And more recently, my experience working with the teams on the Lower Thames Crossing, A303 Stonehenge Bypass, Heathrow and New Nuclear has shown me just how antiquated and cumbersome our process has become. So I welcome steps taken in the bill to improve consenting processes, speed up decision making and reduce the risk of erroneous judicial reviews for major programmes, as was highlighted in the Banner Review. But I do think this government could go further, and I'd ask the Minister if he would consider in his work on this bill and in future legislation reforming the outdated requirements of pre-submission consultation in the 2008 Planning Act. I am hugely supportive of this bill's direction, but we must all recognise that legislation alone can't fix this problem. And I'd like to pick up on a comment from my honourable friend, the member for Brentford. We have to look at the building safety regulator and make sure that doesn't become a new bottleneck. Recent data concerning backlog shows that only 2 higher risk schemes have been approved out of the 130 that have been put in since the new gateway process in October 2023. And now the decision process is taking months, not the 8 to 12 weeks that we were expecting from the regulator. And it does bring me on to my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is bottlenecks and my concerns I do have over Part 3 of the bill around environmental delivery plans and the Nature Restoration Fund. I think in principle the solution is a really practical one. It will unlock delivery, but I would ask the Minister whether Natural England will be given the resources and funding it needs to make sure it doesn't become a new bottleneck in the planning system. Madam Deputy Speaker, overall I fully support this bill and look forward to seeing it progressing through the House.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill is about speeding up planning processes, speeding up judicial reviews and speeding up the development of critical infrastructure. While there are elements of the bill that I think are positive, there are others that risk undermining the long-term success of any development. The bill gives the Secretary of State the power to decide the consenting route for individual projects, bypassing local input and oversight. This is combined with the overall reduction in local democratic control by transferring significant powers from local councillors to planning officers. Currently, planning committees are the place where elected officials can reflect local concerns and represent their communities in decision-making. By shifting more power to unelected officers, we risk alienating the public and further eroding trust in local democracy. This is especially important given the shift towards creating larger unitary authorities. We see this already in Somerset, where my constituents have seen Sedgemoor, a small but effective planning authority, replaced by a larger but less effective unitary council. This may, of course, be connected with the fact that Somerset is run by the Liberal Democrats. If local decision-making becomes more detached, how can we be sure that developments will reflect the needs and desires of the people who will live with them? Happy to.
Does he recall that when the Conservative leaders of the districts pushed through the unitary and a poll was taken of the people of Somerset, they voted against it, but the Conservatives pushed it through?
Well, I thank the gentleman for his intervention, but of course the Liberal Democrats are responsible since 2022 for the mess that has become Somerset. Whilst I am in favour of building more houses in principle, this must be done in a way that brings local communities with us. We must ensure that new developments are accompanied by the right infrastructure, schools, health centres, roads, and the proper number of green spaces in between. When the government announced its new housing targets, it became immediately apparent that the bulk of the increase would be in rural areas. So while Somerset as a whole has seen an increase of 41% in its housing target, the City of Bristol has seen its target reduced by 11%. Why is that? If it is related to the high number of Labour councillors in Bristol and the very small number of Labour councillors in Somerset, then we should be told. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill also proposes a new Nature Restoration Fund, which developers can pay into to offset environmental impacts rather than conduct individual environmental assessments. While I can see the logic of this move in some cases, I have concerns about the impact in Somerset. Given the network of waterways across the Somerset levels, the environmental impact of any individual site has the potential to spread to a much wider area than in much of the rest of the country. It is for reasons such as these that local accountability is so important. By shifting the planning system to make it too top-heavy, the government risks unintended local consequences. On the subject of compulsory purchase powers, the government argues that streamlining this process will allow housing and infrastructure projects to progress more quickly. I am concerned about the abuse of power, particularly in relation to agricultural land and green spaces. By simplifying land acquisitions and reducing protections for effective landowners, the bill could pave the way for large-scale developments that displace communities, damage the environment, and undermine agricultural interests. The government has already done great damage to the farming community in Somerset with their family farm tax and the closure without notice of the Sustainable Farming incentive. This proposal seems like another government scheme to impoverish our farmers. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, while the government's aims to address the housing crisis and accelerate infrastructure development is important, this bill raises significant concerns. It risks undermining local democracy, environmental protections and citizens' ability to hold developers and the government to account. If we are to build a sustainable future that is responsive to the needs of our communities, we must approach this bill with caution. That is why I shall seek to improve this bill before we give it a third reading. Thank you.
I call Lee Pitcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak today in strong support of this bill because at its heart is a vision for getting Britain building again, in the right way, for the right reasons. This is critical to overcoming many of the challenges we face as a country. It is central to the missions of change and the public is entrusted with us, and it's a call to action that we as a country must answer. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill lays out a bold plan to modernise our planning system. And as someone who worked for decades with engineers, operational workers and planners, I can tell you it is long overdue. It seeks to make the system more efficient and responsive to the demands of a 21st century economy, one capable of supporting the ambitions of this government that we have set forth. Solving the housing crisis by delivering 1.5 million new homes, tackling the cost of living by reducing bills and putting more money back in people's pockets, building a strong, growing economy, making Britain a global leader in green energy and technology, tackling the climate crisis and creating thousands of high-skilled, well-paid jobs. The housing crisis is an issue that affects too many families across our country. For far too many, the dream of owning or renting a home in the areas where they live and work is slipping further out of reach. It was a question I was asked on many occasions by young adults at the new college hustings who never ever thought they would get a single foot on the housing ladder going forwards. I am proud that we are doing something about this. This bill aims to tackle this challenge by streamlining the planning process, cutting delays and accelerating the delivery of new homes. It introduces measures that will allow us to build where homes are most needed, whilst ensuring the development is sustainable and in harmony with the environment. However, it's not just about building new homes, it's about building affordable homes. For years, waiting lists for social housing have stretched beyond acceptable limits, with families waiting years for a safe and affordable place to live. I have a mum in my constituency at the moment with 3 children, all under 5, living in temporary accommodation because of Section 21. She has no kitchen to make food, no place to wash her children's clothes, and in fact she has, worst of all of that, no hope left. This bill tackles this reality head-on and provides hope. I slept out on Friday night with 40 other individuals at Donny Rovers to raise awareness of homelessness and took the time to discuss this housing crisis. That same night, 3,350 children were homeless in Yorkshire and the Humber. And that is just wrong. It was wrong in the 1990s when I became homeless with my mum and sister, and it's not just wrong now, it's absolutely unacceptable in the 2020s. This bill will make a real difference in communities across the UK. It gives local councils the tools they need to meet the housing demands while ensuring that social housing is built in the right places and to the highest standards. The bill also recognises the need for infrastructure investment in driving growth and prosperity. From towns to cities, we must invest in transport, digital connectivity and energy systems. The bill lays the groundwork for large-scale infrastructure projects, making it easier for local authorities and developers to bring forward critical projects such as new roads, renewable energy solutions and expanded public transport networks, massively important for both rural and urban communities. It's about ensuring that our infrastructure evolves alongside modern needs, enabling more efficient travel, supporting thriving businesses and fostering growth communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill is a vital step forward in addressing some of those most pressing issues facing our country. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the House to support the bill. Let us unite in building a more prosperous, sustainable and secure future for the people we serve. No child should go to sleep at night not knowing if they have a roof over their precious heads tomorrow. We can solve this together.
I call Angus MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's decision to introduce powers for a bill discount scheme to support households closest to new electricity transmission infrastructure. However, just to be clear, this scheme is nothing like enough. It falls short as both a meaningful community benefit and as a measure to address local opposition to new infrastructure projects. The proposed £250 annual discount for households within 500 metres of major transmission infrastructure equates to just 6.25% of bills in rural Britain each year, and doesn't even match the cancellation of the £300 winter fuel allowance. Even this modest £250 concession is limited to a decade. For families who will be living beside towering pylons and substations, this is a poor trade-off for the lasting impact on their environment and quality of life. More fundamentally, why are rural communities already paying the highest energy prices in our country expected to accept such a meagre offer? In our cities and towns like Ashton-under-Lyne, households with access to mains gas pay around 6p per kilowatt for their energy. In contrast, those in rural areas, who are far more likely to be affected by this infrastructure developments, pay 24p per kilowatt hour for their electricity. How is it right that the very communities living alongside renewable energy generation, facing some of the highest rates of fuel poverty, are expected to pay 4 times as much as those on mains gas? Renewable electricity is cheaper to produce, yet rural households are still being charged 4 times the price of largely imported carbon fuel mains gas. Where is the fairness in that? If the government is serious about ensuring communities benefit from new infrastructure, then it must do better than this miserable £250 per year. Now, beyond the energy costs, the Minister will be aware that transmission companies, such as Scottish Southern Electricity Network, anticipate being required to build temporary housing for their workers. They have offered to build legacy housing, which will remain for the rural communities. But this bill doesn't cover that. Affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges facing rural Britain. By including legacy housing for the future, you could really make a real difference to affordable housing in these areas. Could the Minister please explain why this has been omitted and commit to addressing it? If the government wants communities to accept new infrastructure, it must offer something really meaningful in return. Real, lasting benefits that acknowledge the burden placed on those living alongside the developments. The energy bill discount agreement in its current form is a long way from that. Thank you.
I call Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by putting on record my strong support for this bill. But I want to focus some of my attention in my contribution today on 2 specific aspects of the bill, predominantly nature recovery and electricity infrastructure. Net zero and nature are 2 sides of the same coin, and it would be a coin with no value if it was one without the other. The proposed environmental delivery plans, the EDPs, and the Nature Restoration Fund are positive steps forward that could really transform nature's recovery. In Suffolk, we've already seen how this idea can work well. The Wildlife Trust Biodiversity Net Gain Service has helped to establish new nature reserves, such as Malton Wilds on the River Devon. But more can be done to make sure nature and development sit happily alongside each other. Firstly, we must make it explicitly clear that there are to be firm timeframes for the delivery of conservation measures set out in the EDP. Secondly, we must have higher expectations of what we can expect from developers. Nature-rich open spaces, nature highways and solar panels on new builds. These are incredibly simple and easy things to implement, but these are things that will make a world of difference to our communities and to nature. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn next to electricity infrastructure aspects of this bill and why this is so important in Suffolk Coastal, where we have a total of 4 energy NSIPs planned: Sizewell C, National Grid Ventures and Scottish Power Renewables. It's often said that up to 25% of the UK's energy will either be made or transported through my constituency. We are home to some of the most important biodiverse sites in the UK, with 36 SSSI sites in the constituency, and over 50% of Suffolk Coastal is designated as a natural landscape.
Will the Honourable Lady confirm that point? I thank the Honourable Lady.
And she's quite rightly outlining, as I believe are some of the aims of this bill, how the environment should be protected. So therefore, can I ask her how she defends to her constituents that her housing targets under her minister's proposals will be uplifted by 82%?
For his contribution. I wonder if he rolls out that line to every member, because I'm because I'm actually talking about the SSSIs and the energy infrastructure rather than housing in my current moment. So not only are these sites recognised by government that I talk of, the SSSIs, the natural landscapes, but they are critical for this government if we are to deliver on our ambitions to improve biodiversity. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there's been much talk in the press about NIMBYism of late. But I want to ask the Minister, are people NIMBYs if they ask why it is that nature-rich marshlands and RSPB nature reserves are picked as the best place for National Grid's energy infrastructure to make landfall? Are people NIMBYs if they question why all 4 of these projects are being brought forward in isolation from each other and with no coordination? And are people NIMBYs if they fully support our country's push to net zero, but they ask if they can also do more to protect nature? I think if we listened more to some of these fair and valid questions, we can do more to protect nature and progress with net zero. Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous government totally vacated the space of leadership in our country's energy and biodiversity planning. That void was filled by energy developers who were left to take the lead and left to bring forward proposals that were totally unsuitable in our landscapes, all because it was cheaper than taking projects to brownfield sites. What we've been left with is a series of uncoordinated whack-a-mole projects on the east coast of England. The much welcome land use framework should be extended to create a land and sea use framework to allow for better leadership and coordination of energy infrastructure projects. First and foremost, it is critical that we ensure that energy developers who are working in the same area together work with the communities to plan for the cumulative impact that these vast projects have. The community often has answers to the problems that the developers don't. For instance, farmers have told me that making sure network cables are buried to a minimum of 1.8 metres should be required on arable farming land. This is the minimum legal standard required for arable farmers to continue to use their land for farming. It seems common sense that this is a requirement. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't have time today to go into all the detail on community benefits to deliver the need for community hosting the infrastructure, but I will say that whilst I welcome the recent announcements from government that mean that communities like mine that may be set to host substations should benefit from it, I think we can be far more ambitious. And I think we can and should expect more from private firms who are profiting so vastly from the great green energy revolution. Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the government to consider these aspects of the bill. Thank you.
I call Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a Central Bedfordshire councillor, I refer members to my register of interests. There is much to welcome in this bill, particularly its ambition to get the nationally significant infrastructure built to support our country. And on housing, whilst I disagree with the government's allocation of targets which favour building over our countryside rather than densification of our cities, where building homes would alleviate the worst of the acute housing crisis, I do recognise the government's mandate to build 1.5 million homes and the need for ambitious planning reform. But what is the government doing to ensure that the 1.6 million homes with existing planning approved are built? I see nothing in this bill. Mid-Bedfordshire has done more than its fair share in recent years to accommodate new housing, with Central Bedfordshire and Bedford Borough growing by 16% and 18% respectively over 10 years. We are not anti-development, but some development has changed the character of our historic market towns and quiet rural villages forever. Development is increasing flooding risk, for example in Malton in my constituency, where compounded upslope development has exacerbated the impact of pluvial flooding. And development has not delivered long-promised infrastructure, like in Wixham's in my constituency, a development where shovels first went in the ground nearly 2 decades ago, but where residents have yet to see the delivery of a new GP surgery. It is because of these kinds of issues that communities have become hardened to the prospect of yet more building. And this government has a real opportunity, with thought and consideration, to create a planning system that people can have confidence in. Instead, those people have been dismissed simply as blockers. The pensioners who fear a flood every time it rains, blockers. The young parents who cannot get to their GP because one hasn't been built in their town, blockers. People with real, genuine concerns who we in this House were elected to stand up for. Madam Deputy Speaker, they're not blockers, and this bill could do much more for them.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I'll gladly give way.
On that point, my honourable friend makes an excellent point about the quote-unquote blockers. These are people who live in floodplains, who have been waiting years for a GP surgery and have never been delivered on any of the key infrastructure that they have asked for, and they cannot have property built in certain places because of a floodplain, and that is not acknowledged in this bill, and there is no provision for those residents in this bill.
Absolutely. I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. Since Bedfordshire was flooded in September, ministers will know that I've been vocal about improving resilience, and the government can do that in this bill. New houses mean nothing if residents find themselves ankle deep in water in their living rooms, as they did across the country last year. I'd like to see a strengthening of the measures on nature recovery to include explicit plans to deliver nature-based solutions to flooding. I'd like to see Schedule 3 of the Water Management Act brought into force to ensure communities have the right protections from flooding. I'd like to see this bill give more powers to internal drainage boards to take over the maintenance of infrastructure to projects to protect people from flooding. And if not, local authorities should have the enforcement powers to ensure sustainable drainage is maintained. I'd also like to see more robust measures in this bill ruling out development on floodplains, which is to my honourable friend's point. This bill could make a real difference to our flooding resilience, and I'd urge the government not to miss this opportunity. Despite protections in the NPPF, we still see development in functional floodplains. Rivers were here before us. They don't know and they don't care that we're here. As the Dutch have done successfully, we need to make room for our rivers. We must get out of their way with stronger protections against development in floodplains. Turning briefly to new towns. New towns are provided for in this legislation through development corporations, and it will be important to ensure that those corporations have the power to deliver real places and communities, not just cookie-cutter dormitory on train line that developers might like to churn out for the highest possible profit margins. New towns should capture the essence and spirit of the communities into which they are sown, and they need to be beautiful, as the Deputy Prime Minister did reflect in her opening remarks. Government should also address important questions that they're currently dodging on how these new towns will interplay with wider local development strategies. I'm disappointed not to see some of that detail ironed out in this bill. New towns will result in a double whammy of housing development for some communities, but we do not know yet exactly how damaging that might be. And the government are also yet to confirm whether the housing new towns provider will count towards a 5-year land supply, meaning our communities could be forced to take far more housing than they need without the right infrastructure unless this bill is strengthened. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government talks about being on the side of the builders and not the blockers. But without improvements to this bill, I'm afraid it's almost guaranteed to create a new generation of so-called blockers. Homes are needed so that young people who aspire to own their own home can do so. Most of the blockers, as this government likes to call them, aren't standing in the way of progress, but standing up for their communities against bad development.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I congratulate the Secretary of State and the Minister of State for Housing on bringing this bill before the House. Not least because I really believe that this bill is potentially the most important to be brought forward in this Parliament. Because as a country, we have not been building enough homes or infrastructure, nor does our planning system deliver for nature. And this is about more than just homes, infrastructure and nature. This is the root cause, or one of the root causes, of our falling productivity. It's been undermining growth and undermining jobs as well. But it's also about the home and the roof over people's heads. This is fundamentally about people. My parents grew up in council housing. My grandparents spent most of their lives living in council housing. In fact, my nan and granddad on my dad's side were low-wage cleaners, with my nan working into her 70s, living in a council flat in Battersea for the best part of 50 years. And what that council flat offered was the foundation for them to be able to bring up my dad and, on my mum's side, my mum, and then later on to provide the security
for myself and my sister and for a better life. But too many people in low-wage jobs, wherever you are in the country, can no longer afford to buy or rent a home. And that's fundamentally what this bill is about. To say we wouldn't start from here is an understatement. In 2010, the then Housing Minister boldly claimed that that the Conservative government would radically improve housing affordability. In my constituency, it massively decreased. 6.8 was the multiple of a median house prices to earnings when the previous government came to power. It was 8.8 by the end of it. George Osborne promised a major change in how we build infrastructure in this country. What he failed to mention was that the average consent time for nationally significant infrastructure projects would nearly double.
My honourable friend give way.
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. In my constituency, we have hundreds of acres of land that is perfect for new nuclear power to be built. We've not completed a nuclear power station in over 30 years as a country, and part of the reason for that is the state of our planning system. Does he agree with me that by making these changes, we'll be able to unlock vital national infrastructure like new nuclear?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and it's no surprise that he is raising the issue of nuclear, for which he is a doughty champion in this chamber, and I very much agree with him on the need to build new nuclear, and I recognise as well the previous government's failure to do so. And fundamentally, that's what this bill is about. It is about building more homes, it is about building that infrastructure, and it is also about protecting nature. In my own constituency of Basingstoke, we are a growing town. We have been a growing town for many years. No change there. Since the 1960s, as a London overspill town, we have grown significantly. But the difference I want to see this bill bring about is a different approach, one that, yes, builds the homes that are so desperately needed, but also build them to ensure that they are more affordable, also builds the necessary infrastructure alongside those homes, and also protects nature as well. The previous government did none of those things. I did just want to mention a few of the measures which I particularly welcome in the bill. The commitment on nationally significant infrastructure projects to cut the timeline by 50% is incredibly welcome. Internationally, this country has become a laughingstock in terms of our ability to deliver significant infrastructure. The proposals and measures to overhaul the connections to the grid for the electricity network, also incredibly welcome. Polling showed that 75% of those polled by Cornwall Insight involved in the issue of clean power found that the grid connection issue was the biggest barrier to us delivering on our clean power ambitions. On transport, it streamlines and improves our measures on transport infrastructure, and also improves the rollout of electric vehicle charges, a technology which the benches opposite now apparently oppose. On planning fees, I really welcome the changes to planning fees, not just in this bill, but previously announced by the government. One of the key reasons why developments have been gummed up in the planning system is because of the lack of capacity within the planning system to deliver on them. And it should restore the role of the planner, not just as a tick box exercise, but to genuinely plan the places in which people live. And as someone who also, as a political advisor to the Labour opposition between 2010 and 2015, I also highly endorse the proposals around development corporations and compulsory purchase. Unlike what has been said by the benches opposite, CPO reform is essential to delivering the housing that we need. As the honourable member for Milton Keynes North highlighted, it was backed by Winston Churchill, proposals and recognition that actually hope value didn't belong to the landowner, but was as a result of government investment in infrastructure, was also recognised by known left-wingers such as Adam Smith. In conclusion, going back to where I started, Fundamentally, what this bill is about is delivering those affordable homes for people that badly need it, wherever you live. I want to be able to look my constituents in the eyes and say that they are going to have access to an affordable home just like my grandparents did so many years ago. Thank you.
I call John Milton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And firstly, I'd like to say I wholly respect the intention behind this bill. It's a serious attempt to solve a serious problem. I also recognise what was happening under the Conservatives did not work and never could have worked, even if we'd given it 1,000 years. All it achieved was to fuel house price inflation, which has now created a destructive division into a nation of haves and have-nots. But the way I judge this new planning and infrastructure bill is through the lens of my own constituency of Horsham. Will it work for Horsham? Will it deliver affordable homes in the right places with the right environmental standards? And I think the answer is no, and the main reason for that is that it's based on the same mistaken premises as the previous system. The problem lies with how housing targets are worked out, not the national target, which gets all the publicity, but local targets. Why are targets so hard to meet? Because the Conservatives invented a catastrophically bad formula for calculating housing need called the standard method. The standard method measures the ratio of local house prices to local wages. The bigger the gap, the higher your target goes. The idea is that you just keep building houses till the price comes down. Only problem is, it didn't work. It turns out that in Horsham, as in many places, the average price of a new house is actually higher than the existing stock. So the more we build, the worse the ratio gets and the higher the target goes. That's the exact opposite of what the theory says should happen. Unfortunately, this new Labour bill takes the same flawed Tory standard method and pours rocket fuel over it. Targets control planning permissions, but that's not the same thing as actual houses. Horsham already has 13,500 unbuilt permissions, including the emerging local plan. That total could double under Labour's new targets. Does that mean we're actually going to build tens of thousands more homes? No, it does not. We could cover every inch of Horsham district in permissions, but it's not the lack of permissions that's holding back the market. Houses don't get built faster because developers can't sell them any faster. 80% of what we build today is aimed at the top 20% of the market. All of this was described very well in Sir Oliver Letwin's analysis back in 2017. The housing market does not behave as one market. It's like 6 parallel markets. And the houses we're building are largely serving the top 2. So I'm desperate to build more affordable homes in Horsham. But clogging up the system with unbuildable permissions isn't the way to do it. The best way to build more homes is to build more consent. Madam Deputy Speaker, I said I would judge this legislation on whether it will work for Horsham, and the answer is it won't.
I call Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So imagine an English village, if you still can. Old houses around a village green, a little school, a pub or two, a post office and a row of shops, an ancient church with a creaking gate, and some crooked headstones with fading bouquets shaded by ancient oaks. Maybe a place where old maids hike to Holy Communion through the mists of the autumn morning. Now, this sort of village is disappearing. If you visit now, you'll find the pub shut for want of drinkers, the shops empty and the vicar gone. Only the fading bouquets remain. No doctor's surgery, no bus route. Isolated elderly residents and not a child in sight, as if the Pied Piper had been to visit. Ageing parents with none of their family nearby to help, and like so many problems in this country, housing lies at the centre of it. The houses are occupied by commuters with big cars lurking in the driveway, or by retired folk whose children long since moved away. For the lowest paid people, housing is more expensive in the countryside than in every urban area except London, cheapest housing costing 9 times the average income of the lowest paid quartile. So, as the government constructs 1.5 million houses, let's think long and hard about where we'll put them. This bill, together with the changes the government has made to the National Planning Policy Framework, will do much to loosen restrictions on house building. The designation of land as grey belt is all good for those in suburban green belts, but more can be done to earmark land for housing deep in the country. We ought to encourage more house building at small scale on the edge of villages. For hundreds of years, this was the model of expansion across all of England. It's produced our prettiest villages, where progressively newer buildings radiate outwards from a historic core. This is the sort of development that preserves the character of a village. It's the most popular form of development in the countryside, and the campaign to protect rural England has put its name to call for small-scale, affordable housing on the edge of villages. Now, we already have places set aside on the periphery of towns and villages across the country for delivering such community-scale housing. These are called small rural exception sites. Currently, these allow affordable housing to be granted for local development on small sites, not usually granted planning permission. Now, although these are intended to promote the construction of affordable homes, most of these plots are actually undeveloped. What is needed are minor changes to the national planning guidance to allow for proper development. This will help us to get a lot more use out of them, spurring reasonably sized, considerable development. End the pattern of relocation that causes family ties to fragment. Construction will energise a village's economy, giving work to local firms which are well placed to deliver housing quickly and efficiently. This government can regenerate rural England. This is surely our generation's chance, so let's grasp it.
I call Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, firstly, I think it's really important, and as I think this whole House has suggested through the speeches that we've heard, that our country does need more homes, particularly for young people. I think the most obvious stake that a young person can have in society is ownership of their own property that they live in with their family. But it's really important that government gets this right in their approach. There's much to commend in the government's bill, but there are also a few points I'd really like the Minister to focus on. So firstly is this rural-urban divide that has become quite apparent. My constituency, Bromsgrove in the Villages, is 89% greenbelt. It's to the south of Birmingham, in the north of Worcestershire. In many ways, it is a rural idyll. Yet Bromsgrove is seeing the housing target set by government increase by 85% at a time when adjacent Birmingham's housing target is decreasing by over 20%. I will give way.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, because the same thing is true in London. We've seen London housing prices, London housing targets decline for the Mayor of London, who actually has not met any of his housing targets, where all of those extra housing numbers have been forced onto the outer counties surrounding London. And I'm not sure if that's actually fair or is going to produce the housing that people need.
I thank my honourable friend, and she makes a great point. And in fact, it leads me to a point that I want to stress to the Minister, which is around intensive urban densification. There's a real opportunity that our country faces if we focus on increasing the number of properties, particularly in larger urban areas, including London, including Birmingham. And for some of the larger towns across many of our constituencies, this is also a great opportunity to regenerate those towns.
Yeah.
I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, because he makes a really, really interesting and powerful point here. And as a fellow West Midland MP, I see that in my own constituency, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, does he agree with me that if we can genuinely regenerate our high streets, our town centres, that's the way of revitalising them? It takes the pressure off the peripheral areas and protects us against actually being subsumed into the cities and the urban areas.
Thomas.
I do agree wholeheartedly with, with my right honourable friend. She makes a very important and pertinent point. And if we get this urban densification right, it is a catalyst for the economic and social renewal of town centres that is desperately needed. I'll make a little progress and then I will give way. But linked to this is a really pertinent importance to focus on the quality and aesthetic of development that is taking place. I've long been a fervent advocate for design codes and the role that locally led placemaking principles can play in determining the quality of an area, the attractiveness of it for future inward investment. And I do believe instinctively that residents across the country are not NIMBY, but I fear that successive governments, including previous Conservative one, including the Labour one before that, have allowed mediocrity to reign. There is a lack of local distinctiveness in development that causes an entrenched perception of NIMBYism to be running throughout the country. So I implore the government to consider reinstating the Office for Place that was disbanded back in July and think about the importance of those aesthetically based placemaking principles and the role that they can play in promoting positive impacts of development. And linked to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've got, I think, an acute need and opportunity to promote smaller, more artisanal developers, particularly those that are focused on developing the vocational skills that are needed to generate the next incoming pipeline of talent to support the house building industry. There are a couple of points in particular that I'd like to make, certainly in relation to my constituency, but I think probably apply to many others across the country. One is around that protection of the Greenbelt. You know, Greenbelt is a technical designation, but to the public at large, it's often considered to be lush open fields and meadows. My constituency has got this very large buffer between Bromsgrove and Birmingham, and it's not a case that residents of Bromsgrove are NIMBY. I don't believe they are, but what they do not want is for the identity of Bromsgrove to be eroded and by virtue become some kind of extension of Birmingham. And I think that identity word, for me, and I know for many of my constituents, underpins the fundamentals that we should be talking about. This is about sense of place. It's about the lifestyle that people identify with. When I think about constituents from my area who have probably grown up in Birmingham, they've moved into North Worcestershire. In many cases, they've done it because there's an aspirational element to this. They are moving into the countryside and they want to benefit from the countryside that Worcestershire offers whilst being within close proximity to Birmingham and all of the services that it offers. So I'm going to wrap up my comments, Madam Deputy Speaker, but 4 quick points I'd really like the government to focus on. Consider intensive urban densification and the positive role that that can play in delivering housing, particularly where it's needed, particularly where young people live, and the role that that can play in regenerating town centres that are undergoing a lot of change. I will give way quickly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for giving way. It struck me that he's speaking a lot about building where young people live. One thing that really concerns me as a fellow rural MP is that young people are increasingly forced out of our rural communities. Does he not recognise that actually we need to look at intelligent, targeted, moderate house building within those communities to preserve them for the future and preserve their demographic future?
Bradley Thomas.
He makes a very good point, and it's one that I don't disagree with. We've got to strike a better balance. That's the point that I'm making. And this leads me to my second point, which is around infrastructure. Bromsgrove has suffered a lot of development in recent years. It's not had the infrastructure that's gone with it. But if we want to strike the right balance, enable young people to stay in communities where they grow up, particularly rural ones, we need to have housing there, but we also need to recognise that rural areas cannot do all of the heavy lifting.
I call Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For 14 long years, growth in the United Kingdom stagnated, with houses that weren't built, roads that weren't constructed, train lines promised not delivered, energy and digital infrastructure not fit for current demands, an applauding planning system that hasn't kept pace with the needs of local communities. So I welcome this bill, as we can now see a pathway to a country where every family can access affordable housing, where businesses thrive with top-tier digital connectivity, and where transport networks support growth rather than hinder it. The introduction of a national scheme of administration will empower local planning officers to decide applications more quickly to support local communities and businesses. But at the same time, it is critical that the democratic process remains strong and that the voices of residents, as well as that of local councillors, are heard if costly delays and appeals are to be avoided. and I welcome very much the reassurances given by my right honourable friend on this point earlier today. But in Scotland, unfortunately, we've all too often had a different story, with locally democratically made planning decisions routinely overturned by the Scottish Government's reporters, leaving communities like East Whitburn and Bathgate feeling ignored, with developments earmarked in areas rich with flora and fauna and where local road infrastructure is already creaking at the seams. Now, another issue that is one of long-standing is the shortage of planning officers, with 8 out of 10 planning departments short-staffed and a national shortage of around 2,200 planners. Again, this is a problem that both SNP and Tory governments have failed to tackle. Indeed, they've exacerbated this through the hollowing out of local government. So I welcome the government's commitment to ensure that local authorities have the skilled planning officers they need, with the right level of trust and empowerment to decide applications more quickly. But we must also consider the severe skill shortages across several sectors over which both Tory and SNP governments have presided, from planners to construction workers. We cannot deliver the physical and digital infrastructure without the people to deliver it. On Friday, I visited civil training in Blackridge in my constituency, which specialises in construction and plant courses, and it was clear from the discussion there's huge concern in the business community that if the skill shortages are not addressed, contracts will be lost, jobs will be lost, and opportunities for young people will go elsewhere. So I was delighted to hear yesterday that this government will train up to 60,000 more construction workers, providing industry with certainty that we are committed to investing in construction and infrastructure. Our communities and industries have long waited for a government that takes the challenges of energy planning and development seriously. This bill is ambitious in its goals, but more than that, it's ambitious for communities, it's ambitious for businesses across the United Kingdom, and it will get Britain building again.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Deputy Speaker, my constituents and I in Chichester know how lucky we are to live in such a beautiful part of the UK. And we need to see growth so our young people can stay in our local communities, so they can buy homes in the areas that they've grown up in, so they can continue to contribute to the economy and keep Chichester thriving for generations to come. But the reality of the planning system in my little patch of the country is that it isn't fit for purpose. So with the district council's footprint covering 70% as a national park and then 5% as a national landscape, the ambitious total for housing allocation in our area is squeezed into just 25% of the available land in a ribbon which is creating coastal squeeze. This has led to high-density developments built without adequate infrastructure, leaving my residents facing daily challenges navigating the horrendous congestion on the A27, finding local school places for their children, or quite simply getting a GP appointment. The current system has left my communities really frustrated, my local businesses unable to grow, and local councils tied up in red tape, unable to plan. Housing developers have a duty to create communities, not just buildings, but the very nature of the planning system that we work in now means that developers are only putting forward proposals that look at their patch that they're trying to develop rather than the wider picture around it. And the local councillors that are elected to represent their areas are fighting with their hands tied behind their backs. At both Chichester District Council and Arran District Council, an application may be refused by the Planning Committee, perhaps due to flooding risks, loss of Grade 1 agricultural land, or inadequate infrastructure in the area, only to be overturned at appeal, which is a costly, time-consuming process, taking planners out of the planning department where they are trying to plan. The previous administration at Chichester District Council allowed the local plan to expire, which left developers running roughshod in areas on the Manhood Peninsula, which is a low-lying coastal plain susceptible to extreme flooding that seems to be getting worse and worse. The new administration in 2023 focused on getting a robust local plan in place, which has now been through inspection to the relief of communities across Chichester, and it protects areas like the Manhood Peninsula and prioritises brownfield development, which we all share across this House should be the priority for planning. But this government's new, very ambitious housing target could force the Chichester District Council back to square one and put all the power back into the hands of developers, because we're being asked to increase our housing target by nearly 100%. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't have a planning crisis, we have a building crisis. Developers are land banking consents rather than getting on and delivering the homes that we need, because demand drives up prices. There are more than 1.4 million homes with fully consented permissions that have not been built since 2007. This bill does not tackle the workforce issues or the supply chain issues. And it also doesn't acknowledge that water companies, which are responsible for vital infrastructure to ensure their reliance on storm overflows can reduce over time, are not consulted over individual planning applications because they are not statutory consultees. And the Minister knows this is something I have called for in other debates. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no target for social homes in this legislation. And currently I have a situation where registered providers in Chichester are refusing to take on the social homes on the smaller mixed-use sites, favouring the larger developments and prioritising upgrading their existing housing stock, which is putting the viability of social homes in my area at serious risk, and they are homes that we are desperately crying out for. Thank you.
Hollinrake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I spent the last 7 years of my career working in the social housing sector, so I like to think I have some understanding of the scale of the housing challenge, the mistakes made by previous administrations, and why now is the time to be bold. We need this planning bill to be bold because at present we are witnessing a housing crisis in 3 acts. Firstly, if you are a private renter. Across the country, private renters spend nearly a third of their household income on their housing costs. Private renters in all income quintiles spend the highest proportion of their income on rent compared to people who live in homes of any other tenure. And we know the problem is especially acute in our cities and in the south of England. The affordability challenge is not just a problem for the individual, it's a problem for society. Money that would otherwise be spent in the everyday economy is going to private landlords. That links to the second point. The vast majority of private renters aspire to home ownership. But as private rents increase and house prices stay stubbornly high, the dream of home ownership looks ever more distant for those not lucky enough to rely on the bank of mum and dad. In my own constituency of Welling Hatfield, the median house price, £435,000, is almost 11 times the median income of £40,000. And thirdly, the crisis in social housing. Since the right to buy took effect in 1981, we have seen a net loss of social homes in almost every single year since. And I did want to reflect on an exchange earlier on in the debate between my colleague, the member for Basingstoke, and the front bench, because this problem of the Liberal Democrats, because this problem was at its worst in the time of the coalition. As my honourable friend for Basingstoke said, there was a dramatic cut in the grant for social and affordable housing under that government, and there was a double whammy because the Conservative Prime Minister increased the discounts for Help to Buy in the same Parliament. And I would say to the Liberal Democrats, their former leader did an apology video for university fees. They may want to consider one for their record on social housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, to meet this crisis, we need to use all the levers at our disposal to build the homes and communities the country needs, and I want to focus briefly in the time left on 2 points. The first is clause 46, which has attracted some interest in this debate, and the provision to streamline planning decisions on smaller sites. Now look, it's vital that there remains local accountability in the planning system, and that is protected through the need to have local plans in every community, all of which will require democratic consent. But it's equally important that we speed things up, so we don't lose months or years endlessly debating smaller sites that have already been debated and allocated in a local plan. Aspiring homeowners, hard-up renters and those in urgent needs of social housing do not have the time. Finally, I'm very invested in clause 91 of the bill. This brings in the long overdue changes to the CPO process and the removal of hope value. For far too long, the losers in our system have been the prospective homeowners, the private renters and the social housing residents. The winners have been the landowners. As it stands, many local authorities have to pay unrealistic premiums for land based on the estimate of the value or the hope value. Too often it's made it unviable for councils to build much needed social housing and infrastructure, and that has to change, and this bill will ensure that it does. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've heard in this debate today, there are honourable members who want to find new and creative ways to argue against the need for new housing. But that's failed. The status quo has failed us. If we are serious about tackling the housing crisis, we need serious reform. This bill will deliver it and can be the catalyst for change.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer members to my register of interest. At his first Prime Minister's question time in July last year, I asked the Prime Minister to reassure my constituents in Broxbourne that they would have a meaningful say over new development in the Greenbelt in their area. He said the government will work with communities, but this bill could not be further from that promise. We are seeing housing targets go through the roof in rural areas as Greenbelt protections are removed. In my local councils of East Herts and Broxbourne, targets are going up by more than 20%, and within Broxbourne District specifically, almost doubled. Protections for unrestricted sprawl around the villages I represent is extremely worrying to my constituents who live in those villages of Brickenden, Hertfordshire, Great Amwell, Stansted Abbot, St Margaret, as their unique character, historic charm could be lost forever. At the same time, targets are going down in London, where they have the infrastructure to cope. Madam Deputy Speaker, these plans simply don't add up. In this bill, however, there is something I can agree with the government on. In the explanatory notes that say limited infrastructure is having a real cost to the lives of working people, and I completely agree. It is far too common for new housing to be built without the increase in public service capacity to match.
Well, my honourable friend give way on
I will
that
give
point.
way.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point on key infrastructure. Not only are we waiting for GP surgeries in my constituency, we also need a sewage upgrade across my patch. We cannot even have new homes put in because they cannot be attached to the sewage system in the existing state. So I think the point my friend is making is very valid, that until infrastructure is put in place, we cannot put the homes in these new areas.
My honourable friend makes an excellent point, and she is completely right that infrastructure must come first. And I do come on later in my speech. There is nothing in this bill that makes developers put that infrastructure in first. In Broxbourne, we've already had more than our fair share of development. Thousands of new homes have been built in the last few years. But new or expanded infrastructure to take the strain of our already overstretched services is nowhere to be seen. This is having a serious impact on my constituents. The Health Minister has admitted to me that patients trying to see their local GP in my constituency are more than likely than the national average to wait 2 weeks. Drivers are forced to sit in traffic as roads clog up, and I hear time and time again that parents are unable to get their child into the local school that they want.
It's true.
This bill before us seeks to make it easier to build major infrastructure. And of course, I support the building of roads, airports and runways quicker, but what the government defines as major infrastructure is way too narrow. What is major infrastructure to my constituents is whether they can get a GP appointment or a school place, and I see no mention of that within this bill. There is nothing about providing new powers for local councils to ensure that kind of infrastructure is in place before new housing is built. I had to fight extremely hard to get the NHS round the table to tell them that we desperately need a new surgery to meet the demands from existing residents. They wouldn't listen to me, and now the government is forcing us to build even more. In December, the Housing Minister said that he was considering what more we could do to ensure that we get infrastructure for developments up front. But where is this within the bill? Where is this within the bill? Because this is how you get existing residents on side and you get people behind new development that we desperately need in the right location. In fact, local councillors are having more of their power and responsibility in planning taken away. This dilutes local accountability and removes the voice of residents in deciding what is built in their area, and it is an attack on local democracy. The Minister should be taking on developers, not local communities and councils.
I've sat on a planning committee, and the reason why the process is sometimes so long and so onerous on the developers that they would argue is because they try and build utter rubbish. Some of the stuff that they put forward is utter disgraceful. I wouldn't want to live on some of the developments that come forward that they try and get councillors to approve. So of course we've got to have a robust process because we need to focus more on urban design. And simply making it easier for developers to get through the planning system, you are putting way too much trust on developers to build appropriate communities with all of the infrastructure that our residents need. And I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that with regard to good quality design, it's not just society, but particularly the government and its relationship with developers that have got to shift the mindset away from design being seen as a cost, but instead seen as an investment, which we reap benefits in the form of better quality placemaking and better quality of life for residents.
And I know my honourable friend is a passionate advocate for urban design, and he makes an important point. Of course we've got to invest in urban design because it's the council and us and MPs for our casework that then pick up the pieces. If you don't plan a development correctly, i.e. with the right number of car spaces, then there are issues where people try and park their car. Our inbox gets clogged up from all of those issues. The council then gets put on extra pressure with antisocial behaviour, etc., etc. So we've really got to think about planning the communities rather than just saying, oh, we're giving to the developers, they say it takes too long, so we'll make it quicker and we'll just rely on them to create the places that people want to live. Look, as I said, I've sat on the planning committee and I've seen developments come forward that are utter rubbish, and we need to change the mindset of developers, and we must ensure that we have good design. But the government aren't seeking to change that. They're embracing it by committing to a target that can only be achieved by rushing the construction of low-quality homes with no plans for those who will live there. The government needs to focus more on the communities that we are trying to build within this country rather than specific targets and house building across the country. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill reveals that the Labour government, have got its priorities wrong. Local people should have the largest influence over where new housing development goes and when new housing development happens in their communities, not ministers in Whitehall.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm surprised to hear the honourable member for Broxbourne trashing hard-working local builders in his constituency and calling the homes that his constituents live in dreadful, trashy houses. Madam Deputy Speaker, before I came to this place... No, I'm not going to give way. You've had your time. Before I came to this place...
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I came to this place...
Point of order, Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to seek your advice on how to approach this because I've just been quoted by saying something I did not say within my speech. I was merely talking about developers and my time on a planning committee where developers come forward and propose utter rubbish. I did not say the houses that my residents live in are rubbish.
The honourable member has made his point, but it is a matter of debate, but he's now on the record. Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order. That is not a point of order. I have made my ruling clear. Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Before I came to this place, I was a property solicitor, and I cannot tell you how many times I had developers in my office swearing and cursing that yet another one of their projects had been put on hold because of an arcane planning system. Bat tunnels are only the half of it. I'll never forget the day a developer told me that Warwickshire County Council had asked him to build a pavement outside his new development, but the council had then refused to let him put traffic lights up to enable the works because there was a vaccination centre a mile up the road. After months of legal wrangling and delaying the home buyers from moving in, the County Council eventually gave in, but not before wasting everyone's time and resources. There are already 500,000 fewer young homeowners since 2010, and millions are stuck in expensive, poor quality and insecure rented housing. Yet despite this, planning permissions dropped to their lowest on record under the last government because the planning system is outdated and no longer fit for purpose. I want my constituency to be a place that young people feel that they can put down roots, whether that's in our towns or villages. And I want to ensure that there's the necessary infrastructure for them and their young families to create a life in our towns and villages. I welcome today's bill to fix our broken planning system and get Britain building again. As a solicitor, I found on so many occasions that there were unacceptable delays in determining planning applications, which costs money for developers. There were insufficient resources to deal with complex legal agreements or consult in a meaningful way about necessary infrastructure. All too often, developers then bypass the correct processes, only to end up with whole estates built without key approvals and now sitting empty for more than 12 months after they've been built because access onto the road has not yet been sorted. This bill will properly fund planning departments, and I hope this will extend to the associated legal work. It's rare that developers even go down the route of getting new roads adopted, because for them the delays this causes are financial risks they can't take. But this leads to more and more residents paying freehold management charges, which new homeowners can ill afford. I'm glad that the National Infrastructure Commission has welcomed the provisions in this bill, calling them a bold and broad-ranging package of measures. After years of the party opposite letting the planning system crumble, a bold approach is exactly what's needed. Just last week, I met with National Grid in my constituency. They welcomed the bill and said that this sort of sensible approach could not come soon enough. Of course, it's crucial for us to get the balance right. Most people I've spoken to understand that if they want their kids to be able to afford a home and live nearby, we need to build more houses. I agree with the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, who've said this bill provides a necessary balance between the need to boost building developments whilst protecting the natural world through a nature restoration fund, driving green initiatives. It's vital we get this balance right. Every person should have access to an affordable home and green and natural spaces they can use and enjoy.
Point of order, Paul Holmes.
Deputy Speaker, I appreciate being able to rise on a point of order. I would just like to seek your guidance on the speech that the Honourable Member, the lady for North Warwickshire, made, where she was defending developers but also solicitors. I just wonder whether she had to declare her interest as a practising solicitor, where she was paid £7,500 this quarter for the privilege.
Taylor.
Deputy Speaker, I no longer have a practising certificate as a solicitor, and I gave up practising as soon as I came into this House.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and I thank the honourable lady for putting her clarification on the record. I now call Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I speak today as a former Unitary Authority Councillor of over 17 years. In that time, I spoke many times on behalf of the local community at planning committee meetings, so I understand the importance of including communities in decisions. Shutting them out of the process breeds resentment about new developments and misses the chance to take advantage of local knowledge to make sure those developments are of good quality. I'm proud that the council administration I led reversed the previous Conservative changes that gave one councillor the power to block applications being heard before the planning committee, giving local people back their voice. I'm therefore dismayed that this government wants to give the Secretary of State sweeping powers to enable planning decisions to bypass planning committees and urge them to look elsewhere to speed up delivery. It's vital that infrastructure is provided ahead of development, and it's here that I would like to highlight a potentially more fruitful avenue for a government that says it wants to tackle blockers. Not only can organisations like National Highways be slow to respond to planning consultations, both on individual applications and strategic plans, but when they do respond, the answer can be a simple no. Instead, we need all such bodies to see their role to be one of working with local planning authorities to overcome the barriers, to be enablers of growth. Junctions 16 and 17 on the M5 in my constituency are good examples of where joint working could deliver the infrastructure improvements we desperately need, and which could unlock growth, and which residents and villages like East Compton are crying out for. On the subject of infrastructure, my constituency has great potential for national energy infrastructure, whether that's new SMRs at Albury or tidal lagoons. One of my honourable friends referred earlier to the community benefit available proposed for transmission infrastructure, albeit, as he referred to, the derisory levels. But I would like to see this benefit extended to other energy infrastructure. Finally, as a former council leader, I understand the pressure on budgets. I know that under the current rate freeze regime, that council taxpayers are paying significant amounts of money towards the planning determination process, rather than the cost falling on the applicants. I therefore welcome the provisions in the bill to allow local planning authorities to set their own planning fees. But I would also like to highlight that there is room to help local authorities reduce costs. For example, local newspapers, with their dwindling circulations, are a costly and ineffective route to publicising applications. Yet Clause 84 only tweaks what needs to be published in those newspapers. I urge the government to consider other ways to raise awareness, such as councils consulting local groups. So to conclude, I urge the government to think again, tackle the real barriers to delivery. I will give away.
She mentioned a little bit about local newspapers. That money is a lifeline to local papers, and many people cherish their local paper. It's a way of them finding out what's going on. So I hear what she's saying, but let's not be too fast and free with the money that we use to keep that lifeline going in many communities.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and if he would like his government to support the future of local newspapers in this way, I hope that they will look again at how they are supporting councils to fund local planning departments. So, to conclude, I urge the government to think again, tackle the real barriers to delivery, and put local communities at the heart of the planning process.
I call Adam Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Like so much of the Midlands, Erewash, as we know and understand it today, was born of the Industrial Revolution. Ilkeston was transformed from a historic market town to a place of hard, serious industry, and Long Eaton was scarcely a village before the coming of the canals and the railways. And while the economy has changed, this Erewash of good jobs, thriving town centres and proper communities is still very much in living memory. At the heart of the East Midlands, halfway between Derby and Nottingham, what Erewash is now is a place of immense potential. And with this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe we can unlock that potential, unleash prosperity, spur economic growth and help deliver national renewal, creating the jobs and building the new homes that my constituents and this country needs. In Ilkeston, the old Stanton Ironworks was a British industrial giant, employing nearly 10,000 people. Now, 20 years on from its closure, from the largest brownfield site in Derbyshire, new Stanton Park rises from the rubble. Every time I drive past, new work has been done on the park. New jobs are already being created. But this process, this restoration, has taken too long. And the planning process, the immense costs, time and insecurity involved, has serious, direct, negative impact on businesses' ability to grow. Erewash, Madam Deputy Speaker, has not met its housing targets since they were introduced in 2011, not once in the last 15 years. This problem is part of a decades-long national failure to build enough new homes, which has resulted in a housing crisis, named by some as the worst in the developed world. As a result, the cost of buying a home has risen exponentially, rents are ever increasing, and the average age of first-time buyers is rising consistently. From the peak, where home owners represented more than 70% of the population just over 20 years ago, home ownership has fallen by nearly 10%. Most disturbing to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, Erewash Borough Council now has a social housing waiting list of more than 5,000 people, around 2,400 households. This is a staggering failure of the state. Recently, I had the pleasure of showing my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, around 50 new social homes built on a brownfield site in Long Eaton. While this site represents excellent work by my council colleagues, it is not enough. 50 new social homes is a droplet in the ocean when you've got 2,000 families waiting to move in. And for too long, Madam Deputy Speaker, politicians locally and nationally have clung to stopgap measures, trying to treat the symptoms but falling short of a cure. People might not like it. It's really difficult. Nobody is denying that, but the solution is simple. We have to build more new homes. To the young families wanting to settle down, to the renters tired of so much of their hard-earned income paying their landlord's mortgage, to the 1.3 million households, not people, households on social waiting lists in England alone, we have a moral duty to build new homes. Yeah. This bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, is at the very heart of this government's decade of national renewal. If we're going to make Britain a green energy superpower, we need to build the vital infrastructure required. Yeah. If we want to take back our streets, break down the barriers to opportunity and build a national health service fit for the future, then we need to unlock economic growth so the government has the money to properly invest in and restore public services. If we're going to put money back in people's pockets, then we need to make it cheaper to buy a home. And if we're going to create the good jobs that people want and people need, then Britain needs to be a more attractive place to invest, grow and do business. And to do all of that, Madam Deputy Speaker, we need to make it cheaper, faster and easier to build a better Britain.
I call Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You'll know that I always like to start by emphasising where there's common ground and agreement so that we can start off on a positive foot. So I do agree that there is a housing crisis. I do agree that we need to build more homes. We also need to tackle the outrageous inequality in the housing market and the fact that there's nearly 1 million empty homes, as well as 1.5 million ones for which we've got planning permission that as yet are unbuilt. But still, we do need to build more homes. The right home in the right place at the right price, though. And I'm not sure that this bill goes far enough to address those concerns. But more areas of agreement. I agree we need to reform planning. I agree we need a strategic approach. I agree we need to tackle the issues of hope value, community benefit from energy infrastructure, and indeed planning fees. So many areas of agreement. The Minister is smiling, I can see. However, no, I'm not going to stop there, sorry. There are a number of areas of, I would say, missed opportunity, as well as fairly deep concern in relation to the bill in front of us today. Currently, the bill has no content on a range of important planning aspects. You know, it doesn't contain any measures to secure affordable, healthy homes. It doesn't contain measures to ensure that the planning system is fully joined up with our climate and nature obligations. There isn't even a statement of a positive visionary purpose around the purpose of the planning system, so important to provide the framework for what we're doing here. So we do need clarification that development should be sustainable, benefiting future generations as well as meeting today's needs. We need joined-up policy, a new climate and nature duty on all planning authorities to make sure that all policies tackle our Climate Change Act 2008 and our Environment Act 2021 obligations, because planning is crucial for tackling the climate crisis, reducing the environmental impact of new development, solar panels on roofs, high levels of insulation, zero carbon heating, nothing in here, embodied carbon, nothing in here, but also climate adaptation. I find it quite extraordinary, Madam Deputy Speaker, that in 160 pages of bill there is not a single mention of the word flood or flooding. This is so crucial in relation to planning and infrastructure, and we need to ensure that the bill plans also for active and public transport. Let's see a no net new traffic growth test applied to all developments so that we make sure we incentivise the shift to active and public transport. Nature. Again, the bill should include a nature duty. It provides a great opportunity to specify wildlife-friendly design, swift bricks that I've talked about previously, hedgehog highways, green roofs. Let's have a new chapter of the building regulations specifically on biodiversity. But thinking about the environmental delivery plans, while I recognise that these could be useful in some cases, I am a little worried that they may be a bit too much of a blanket approach. What is suitable for newts isn't necessarily suitable for all aspects of wildlife and indeed landscape. And I do have a little bit of a concern that we're effectively basically outsourcing the environmental obligations of developers to Natural England without requiring that sufficient attention is paid to these issues. For example, the removal of site-specific survey requirements means we'll effectively be shooting in the dark when we're specifying what remedies need to be taken. We need to legally guarantee that nature benefits will significantly outweigh any harm. We need to follow the mitigation hierarchy, strengthen protection for irreplaceable habitats, those ancient woodlands and chalk streams that have already been mentioned,
and indeed remove the viability test for the nature restoration levy, because otherwise there is a real risk that developers will escape paying for the nature restoration that they should do altogether. We need to ensure accessibility standards and affordability standards.
Order. Joe Powell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nothing symbolises the drift and decline of the past 14 years more than the appalling state of planning and infrastructure in Britain. A housing crisis that has forced children to live in overcrowded and unsafe homes, an energy crisis that has left us dangerously exposed to shocks in the global energy market, and a litany of infrastructure failures. Not just the reservoirs, not just the 120 million on the Tory back tunnel for HS2, but also the promised 40 new hospitals by 2030, a claim now exposed as fiction, with funds not allocated, many schemes not new hospitals, and a tiny fraction due to complete on time. And I can see in my constituency of Kensington and Bayswater what impact this failure has directly on my residents, especially when it comes to housing. And I admire the commitment of the Shadow Minister who's just left his seat to his spreadsheet that he's been quoting throughout this debate, but he seems to have missed the line on that spreadsheet, which is the number of times the previous government met their housing target, which was precisely 0. There are nearly 3,000 households on the waiting list for social housing in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and over 2,000 in temporary accommodation. And behind those numbers are stories of daily struggle, like Sancha and her 5 children, who live next to Grenfell Tower. Her son is in a wheelchair and awaiting open-heart surgery for his life-limiting condition. They live on the top floor, the lift frequently breaks, there's no heating, no reliable hot water, and just one working bathroom. They've been waiting over 3 years for a move to a suitable property. Or Lacey, whose 6-year-old daughter has autism and has tried to jump out of a window twice, yet despite repeated safeguarding warnings, the family remains in overcrowded and unsafe housing. Or the other resident I met recently who spent over 15 years out of the borough with her children before moving back. That is more than 164,000 children living in temporary accommodation in England, the highest number on record. And instead of tackling the root causes, which this bill seeks to do, we've poured money into managing the problem. I will just wait.
My friend makes an excellent point about temporary accommodation and lack of housing availability in temporary accommodation. But why have the housing targets for London, where we have some of the highest levels of social housing accommodation, not met? Why haven't those housing targets been raised to deal with the overcrowding that we see in places like London?
Thank you for the point. The housing target is 88,000 for London. She will well know that the previous target was never remotely close to being hit under the previous government, and we're not. And with targets not being hit, what we're interested in is net new dwellings, affordable and social housing for people that I'm most concerned about in my constituency, and that's what this bill will help to do. And I'm delighted we finally have a government that has the ambition to tackle this problem. If we take energy, I'm pleased this bill will deliver faster and more certain planning consent for critical infrastructure, including upgrading our electricity networks and maximising new clean energy sources. The bill will move us decisively on from the era of the onshore wind ban, plummeting investment and reliance on Putin and his fossil fuel oligarchs. But if we're serious about speeding up delivery, we must address the capacity crisis in planning departments. So it's welcome the government has committed to 300 new planners, but I would ask the Minister what assessment has been made of the actual total need for planners across the country to get to the approvals level we need to meet our housing targets, and whether the planning fee reform in the bill could support that recruitment through full cost recovery, because we know that planning reform must be matched by the people and resources needed to make it work.
And can I thank you for his speech and highlighting the gaps that exist in local government. He, with me, I'm sure, will recognise that, as the Local Government Association and the Housing Federation has said, that only 80% of local authorities have the capacity at the moment. In fact, it could be far less. And does he agree with me? That's a real concern.
I couldn't agree with her more, and that's why the fee setting, the devolution of fee setting is so important, and that should enable an improvement in the capacity of planning departments and the training for councillors on planning committees to make those decisions effectively. And I do also want to thank all the resident associations in my constituency who put time and effort into engaging in the planning system and who are passionate about making it work for our community. Their role will continue in the local plan and in applications that rise to the planning committee, unlike some of the scaremongering we've heard in this debate so far. Now, this bill obviously sits alongside the other other housing measures the government is taking, and they are crucial. The biggest investment in social and affordable housing in a generation, leasehold reform, stronger protection for renters, a new decent home standard, the implementation of Awab's law. But if we are serious about tackling the housing crisis, then this ambition must also be reflected in the comprehensive spending review. Because this is not just day-to-day spending, it is long-term public investment, exactly why the Chancellor took the bold decisions in the budget to increase the capital available for investment and reverse over a decade of underinvestment and short-termism. So I'd also welcome any clarification the Minister can give on what the total need from the CSR is needed to meet our housing targets, and particularly on the affordable and social component. Madam Deputy Speaker, advancing this bill alongside new investment in the CSR could be transformative. We owe it to the constituents I mentioned earlier, to Sancha, to Lacey, and to the thousands of children trapped in unsuitable and unsafe housing to get this right. It will be a landmark legacy of this Labour government to finally get Britain building again.
I am going to try to get everybody in, but if interventions are taken, then some people are going to lose out being called. Please keep that in mind. Ben Objecti.
The aspect of this bill I would like to focus on is the nationally significant infrastructure project reform. This Labour government claims that their reforms will make targeted and impactful interventions to the consenting system, but that will come as scant consolation to those local residents on the receiving end of the projects being foisted upon them. Yep. Having fought for my constituents against a solar inset, it is already clear how difficult this proves to navigate for the average person. The government appears determined to make it even harder. The government is moving the goalpost to reach their ideological aims, and it is my constituents in Huntingdon that are paying the price without being heard. They're receiving nothing in the way of direct compensation as a result, no firm commitment to cheaper energy bills, with the government only assessing zonal pricing, and no firm commitment to ensuring community benefit funds appropriately compensate local communities. Since July last year, this Labour government has already forced through 6 solar NSIPs, compared with just 3 under the previous government. The largest of the 3 approved by the Conservatives was 1,200 acres. The smallest solar farm approved by this government is 1,400 acres. The largest so far, 2,800 acres. The current threshold for solar development to qualify as an NSIP is only 50 megawatts and has been the same since 2008. And whilst the government has legislated to raise the existing solar threshold from 50 to 100 megawatts, this is still a laughably low bar. 2.10.17 of National Policy Statement EN3 clearly states that a solar farm requires between 2 to 4 acres for each megawatt of output. Such a low threshold potentially allows hundreds of acres of good quality farmland to be brought into scope. Cambridgeshire is seen as a target-rich environment by the government. We have already seen the Sunnaker Energy Farm approved in the east of the county, and now the proposed East Park Solar Farm in my constituency is a solar farm on an excessive scale. Bigger than Gatwick Airport at 1,900 acres with a span of 6 miles, nearly 75% of the site is graded as best and most versatile land. In answer to a written question about how many consented nationally significant infrastructure projects use greater than 50% best and most versatile land, I was told by the Energy Minister, and I can see him in his place there, that no nationally significant infrastructure projects have been consented which will use greater than 50% best and most versatile agricultural land. Last week, when I challenged the Secretary of State about the same point, quoting 5.11.34 from the National Policy Statement, which states that he should ensure that applicants do not cite their scheme on the best and most versatile agricultural land without justification. He suggested that the decision-makers will be looking closely at the issues that he has raised. But will they? No. The government has pledged to achieve a target. It has moved the goalpost to make that target easier to achieve. It has stacked the deck in its favour at the expense of local residents, suggesting that achieving the goal is going to require our NSIP system to be firing on all cylinders. The government will remove the requirement to consult Category 3 people that would be able to make a claim under the Compulsory Purchase Act, whilst maintaining the requirement for notification at the acceptance stage. The first residents will know about their land being taken from them is after an application has already been accepted. Yep. The illusion of statutory consultation appears to be nothing more than lip service. For all the questions I've asked, written questions, oral questions, I've not once heard a response from the government that the views of local people will be taken into account, nor how the highest graded land will be protected from development. And I note the Deputy Prime Minister, in her opening, said that you'd be protecting agricultural land. She gave no detail on that, and I'd be interested to hear what the government are going to do. It is particularly telling that the forthcoming solar roadmap will not break cover until after this bill has progressed. Yet again, it appears that this government will do anything to achieve its plan for change without any thought of the consequences of said change. This bill requires national policy statements to be updated every 5 years, but those providing policy guidance on energy infrastructure were last published in January 2024. Whilst this should therefore mean that they will not be updated again until 2029, the bill proposes that Parliament can make changes to the NPS outside the rhythm of these updates. Given the clear desire of the government to force through NSIPs wherever possible, my concern is that this government has been given a window of opportunity to implement rolling tweaks in order to manipulate the NSIP process to better suit their own agenda.
Dr. Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to rise and speak on this bill that will allow us to invest in our communities and also in how we can ensure this investment benefits every part of the country and not just London. Now, I've spent my entire adult life in a no-growth economy where costs rose because we did not build enough. The rent we pay, our rail fares, energy bills, all have soared because we could not build the homes, rail or wind farms we need. Higher costs caused by a planning system whose default answer is no. Well, today, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill changes that answer to yes. This bill targets constraints that have stopped us from growing. Prices are information. And where prices are high, you can see that we desperately need more supply. Rents as a share of income up by 20% since 2020. Our transport costs 26% higher than peer nations. And when Putin invaded Ukraine, the highest electricity bills in the G7. And what do these prices tell us? Not enough homes, not enough rail, not enough clean energy. Infrastructure that's held back by our broken planning system. Our infrastructure projects amongst the most expensive and slowest to build amongst high-income nations. This bill lifts those constraints and helps get us building. But it can go further. The NIC states the largest increase to the planning timetable is at the pre-application stage. Over 2 years on average, it's delaying critical infrastructure. And I hope the Minister will address this in his remarks. Now, we need to also ensure that the benefits of this bill are felt across our nation. My constituency is in the East Midlands. Transport spending the lowest in the country. Private rents rising faster than anywhere else. Productivity the lowest in England. That's why it's harder to get a good job. Now, for too long, investment has flowed to London and the South East, and that's because the benefit-cost ratio in the Green Book has a hard-wired London bias. Wages are higher in London, so the estimated benefits of spending are also larger in the capital. It means more projects built here in London, the logic becomes self-fulfilling. That London bias is why the gap between London and the rest of the UK is larger than the gap between West and East Germany. Now, the Treasury, to their credit, do understand this problem, but the tyranny of the benefit-cost ratio is sadly still with us. We must end this bias and build prosperity in the places that need it most. Now, the party opposite spoke about levelling up, but they did nothing to deliver it. The Leeds tram, upgrading Cardiff to Swansea, electrifying the Midland Main Line, all rejected by the last government that put London first and everywhere else last. They spoke of levelling up, but as my dad likes to say, talk is cheap, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now is the time to stop building, to stop talking and start building. Fixing the planning system so we can build the homes, the wind farms and, yes, the pylons that we need. And if we change our approach to infrastructure projects, we can also build the roads and rail we need outside of London, making it easier for goods and people to get around for my constituents in Loughborough, Shepshed and the villages. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased that the great majority of this bill won't affect me or my constituents, but I'll speak briefly, you no need to thank me, to the clauses that do, beginning with 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13 on the electricity networks connections reform. I simply ask the Minister, I acknowledge the first come first served debacle has served development and drawdown of these schemes very, very poorly indeed. But I ask the Minister, when will the regime actually materially change such that properly consented, properly financed projects which are behind projects that aren't either of those things can get their connections approved? Moving to clause 14, consents for generating stations and overhead lines. We see that that amendment to the Electricity Act 1989 is to make it clear that consenting of electricity infrastructure in Scotland is carried out by Scottish ministers and not the Secretary of State. Well, that's all fine and well and good. However, further down we see that appeals would need to be made within 6 weeks of a decision being published. Challenges will be made to the inner house of the Court of Session in Edinburgh. That's all fine, but with a route to appeal to the Supreme Court in the United Kingdom. So can the Minister confirm that the final arbiter of any disputes over these consenting for overhead lines or generating stations will be made here in London? On clause 21, cap and floor mechanism, the Minister, who I'm very touched to see has come in for my contribution, the Energy Minister, I've mentioned this to him before. The cap and floor mechanism for long duration electricity storage is vital for Drax's plans for Cruachan and SSE's plans for Corrie Glass in Scotland. I note that it's Track 1 and Track 2 projects. That gives me some concern. Can we have some reassurance that the 2030 deliverable projects will be facilitated without delay by the clause and the ambition of those clauses? And then on clause 22, benefits for home near electricity transmission projects. This is bordering on insulting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that if the utility of your home and your area and the value of your home and your area has been significantly impinged by the erection of a pylon nearby, that somehow £20.83 a month off your electricity bill is going to ameliorate that for that. It's referred to as a financial support scheme. The implication being that people need financial support. They don't need it as compensation. Ministers should call it what it is. It's compensation for the imposition of electrical infrastructure, which in all reality, communities have got very little locus over whether or not that happens at all. £20.83 a month off your electricity bill will be precious little compensation for people who have been mired in the planning process of a pylon line or any other generating infrastructure when they can't sell their property for the last 2 years, and they're not going to be able to sell their property for the coming 2 years either. I'm not saying that this infrastructure shouldn't be built. I'm saying that the government shouldn't insult people's intelligence with vastly less than the money the government took off them in their winter fuel payment. I will give way.
We're making an excellent point and a rare moment of unity, I would suggest, between myself and the honourable member. But does he agree with me that the compensation is not enough? And I absolutely agree with him on that. But part of the problem is the developer, in our case Scottish Power Energy Networks, who are building the pylons across my constituency, assume they're going to get the consent, they assume they're going to get it approved, so they push ahead and the compensation doesn't really matter.
I agree with him that the compensation is risible, and I agree that many people in his constituency and mine who are subject to these installations are pretty much resigned that no matter what they do or say, it's going to happen. And I ask the Minister as well to confirm that where constituents are subject to multiple developments, is that £250 per year cumulative per imposition on their property? And why is it limited to 10 years? Are they going to come and take the pylons away in 10 years? Why is it limited to 10 years? Because people will see in this clause, in the measures, the ambitions that are represented by this clause in the bill, the very minimal that the government can do while acknowledging that this infrastructure is an imposition. And I don't think it's reasonable that people should have a 10-year miserly compensation for a lifetime's imposition at their home. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll grant you 30 seconds for somebody else.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. It's a bill that reflects the priorities of a responsible government, committed to tackling the housing crisis, driving regeneration, jobs, apprenticeships and investment, whilst protecting our precious green spaces and greenbelt. This bill will usher a new era of house building, a long-standing issue failed by successive previous governments, but one that this Labour government will tackle head-on with exciting projects in my constituency, Wolverhampton North East. Constituents in Wolverhampton North East know the importance of building more homes. It's the #1 emergency in my inbox. Nearly 8,000 residents are on Wolverhampton Council's housing waiting list, with around only 260 properties becoming available each month. Nearly 20% of 25 to 34-year-olds in the UK are living with their parents, making it harder for young people to find the right time to start their own family. Every day I hear from families struggling to find a place to call home, renters stuck in poor conditions, and young people wondering if they'll ever have the chance to own their own home. The status quo is failing, and it's clear that we need change. But let me be equally clear. My constituents also know that these must be the right homes in the right places, and that means genuinely affordable housing alongside the infrastructure to support it. New homes must mean new GP surgeries, school places and transport infrastructure. Communities cannot and should not be left to cope without the services that they rely on. In Wolverhampton North East, we are seeing great examples of just that. Canalside South is set to regenerate 17.5 acres of former industrial wasteland near Wolverhampton city centre, having lain derelict for over 15 years. This brownfield site will be transformed into 530 energy-efficient homes. The New Park Village redevelopment is replacing 205 outdated, poor-quality maisonettes with modern 2, 3 and 4 bedroom homes, transforming the project for our community. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a bold and necessary step towards addressing the housing crisis, supporting economic growth and investing in our communities. It strikes the right balance, delivering affordable, high-quality homes where they are needed most, whilst protecting our green spaces and ensuring infrastructure keeps pace with development. This is the action of a responsible government, delivering on its promises for the people that we serve. I support this bill and knowing it will provide security and hope to countless families in my constituency and across the country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Housing and homes matter, but so too does democracy, accountability and, really importantly, local communities and the local environment. Yet this bill scales back the ability of every planning committee in the country and reduces the role of councillor involvement on decision-making in their local authorities and wards. It creates a major democratic deficit, with councillors unable to have a voice or to have a say when deciding on a development. This is classic top-down socialism from a Deputy Prime Minister who has herself protested to local councillors in her own constituency to oppose development. Now, from the outset, this bill aims to expedite development, but we must not allow this to come at the expense of our green belt and the wildlife that it protects, because once lost, these spaces are gone forever. Now, there's a growing discussion and concern around the so-called grey belt, the piecemeal erosion of our green belt that risks setting a dangerous precedent. Surely, the focus should be on genuine brownfield-first strategy, unlocking underutilised urban land before reaching for our green spaces. And I urge the Government to strengthen the bill, put greenbelt protection and nature at the heart of planning and ensure the pursuit of growth never comes at the cost of our environment and communities. On housing targets, the top-down approach to housing targets, which has been embodied by this Government, is a disgrace and places additional pressure on boroughs such as Walsall. Not only has Walsall been asked to do the heavy lifting for areas such as Birmingham, the government has insisted that housing targets for Walsall rise by an eye-watering additional 27%, whilst housing targets in Birmingham are reduced by nearly half. I could say maybe it's because of the current trash that's in Labour-led Birmingham and mention the squeaky blinders, but I will avoid doing that today. But on town centre and high street regeneration, this bill does little to prioritise the generation of our town centres and our high streets. There's no clear strategy to unlock urban brownfield sites at scale, including in town centres, high streets. There are pub sites that are crying out for development. Nor is there the necessary investment to make high street renewal a reality. Let's be clear, a brownfield first strategy requires more than warm words. It needs real funding and a clear plan. This bill lacks both. Brownfield sites often require remediation, yet there's no meaningful financial support to bring them back into use. We've seen it work in the West Midlands. We've seen it at the Caparo site in Walsall. We saw it under the work of our previous mayor, Andy Street. But another area this bill fails to address is the 1 million planning consents for new homes in this country. Not one of these proposed new build properties will ever get built if this bill simply makes it easier for developers to drive a coach and horse through our green belt. But placemaking must go hand in hand with ensuring we have...
I thank the Right Honourable my friend for giving way, but does she not realise also, in addition to placemaking, it's about making sure infrastructure is at the heart of any new development, so that those that do move into new places have the GP practices, the doctors' surgeries, the facilities available to them?
And my honourable friend is absolutely spot on this point. Placemaking has to go hand in hand with infrastructure, making sure that there are the additional school places and doctor surgeries to support these new homes. Employment, transport also matters as well. Otherwise, all we're doing is clogging up our transport systems, clogging up our roads and frustrating our local communities. And what is this bill actually doing to address the need to create and foster new communities? Because this is what the bill should be doing. This is where I think it is really missing an opportunity. Few in this House would say we don't need homes. Homes need to be part of communities. And in this current format, I really fear this bill is a developer's dream. But what it is also is a neighbourhood nightmare, because it doesn't do anything to create the communities, to create resilient and sustainable communities where individuals, where families can grow up and thrive. And that's what really we should be seeking to address through big pieces of legislation like this. So I think, in short, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are some good things in this bill, but actually it's a missed opportunity.
Speaking limit is now 3 minutes, and I call Amanda Martin.
Speaker, and on behalf of so many of my constituents, builders and construction companies in Portsmouth North desperately waiting for the chance to have a home and build those homes, I rise today to express my wholehearted support for this planning and infrastructure bill. It is both timely and essential for providing the affordable housing so desperately needed in Portsmouth. The bill represents a decisive step forward, unlocking our planning system and propelling Britain into a new era of construction and development alongside nature recovery. The housing crisis has been a persistent challenge, with many families struggling to find affordable homes in my city for far too long. This bill aims to facilitate the construction of 1.5 million new homes by 2030, streamlining decision-making processes and ensuring the development moves swiftly, because under the last government we already lost far too much time and wasted far too much money. By granting councils and mayor greater authorities to seize land for affordable homes, we are removing bureaucratic burdens and have long impeded a process and stopped much-needed homes. Madam Deputy Speaker, while I commend the government's commitment to infrastructure development, it is imperative that we scrutinise the projects that receive national significant infrastructure project status. A case in point is the proposed Aquin Intercourse project that I would, if approved, run through my constituency of Portsmouth North. The project faces huge opposition for several reasons: environmental concerns and years of mass disruption. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not NIMBYism, because it also faces opposition because of the national security risks identified by the MOD due to interconnections, locations near Portsmouth Naval Base. Another reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, this project's proposal is difficult is the murky financials behind Aquind and the manner in which the NSIP status was obtained. Aquind is owned by a former Russian oil boss who has faced allegations and accusations of corruption and misconduct. And the co-owners have also made many substantial donations to the Conservative Party, raising questions around the impartiality of the approval process in 2018 under the last government. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I've said, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill is a welcome momentous stride towards resolving our housing crisis, but this government must remain vigilant to ensure that the processes governing infrastructure projects are transparent and equitable and free from undue influence.
Sir.
Madam Deputy Speaker, our planning system is critically important, and I believe it should protect against inappropriate development, including on greenbelt and floodplain. The planning system needs to protect and enhance biodiversity. The planning system needs local democratic and community input. Rather than dictate to communities, the government should work with them. And we need not only houses, but homes, and that means infrastructure, it means roads, it means schools, health services, it means sewers. And whether through infrastructure first or making them all statutory consultees, it has to work. And planning enforcement must also work. This is an ongoing issue in my patch, despite recent changes and improvements to it. But for this second reading debate, I'd like to talk about the changes proposed to the NSIP system and DCOs. And I'd like to speak of the experience in my constituency, because we've had one complete, we have one ongoing, and we hope to have one in the future. So I'll start with the one that's finished, which is the Esso pipeline project, which ended up blocking access to homes, ripping up green spaces with poor communication and no compensation to residents affected. When I asked for compensation, the answer was, well, it's not in the DCO. Reform must ensure greater protections for communities who are affected by the DCO project. The M25A3 DCO, which many of you will know about because of the closures of the M25, one of which over the weekend, is a fantastic project that's going to improve local connectivity, but it has wreaked havoc on my local communities through diversion routes, through problems at the Painshill roundabout, which National Highways have admitted was deprioritised in favour of the M3 and M25 works. It's caused problems with kids getting to school, kids getting to their exams. When I've tried to raise this in terms of getting enforcement, including, amongst others, to the Office and Road and Rail, effectively no formal investigation has even been open, and it's been pretty much impossible to find a meaningful way to enforce when things go wrong. And we hope to have a DCO in the future. Well, we hope we must have a DCO in the future with the River Thames scheme, which will massively reduce flood risk to my constituents. So we're far less likely to see a repeat of the impact of the 2014 floods. But this is, we have had countless rounds of consultation. I'm very concerned that because of the current system, the perfect has become the enemy of the good, and the threat and problems with local council reform and the impact that will have. Can the Minister, in his wind-up, explain and give advice to people who are currently going through a DCO process to put one together, what they should do given the impact of this bill when it gets roller sent?
Jim Dixon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to speak today in support of this much-needed bill to get Britain building infrastructure again. Dartford, the constituency which I have the privilege to represent in this place, can serve as a poster child for the need for this bill in its struggle to see the hugely needed infrastructure that is the Lower Thames crossing built. Our community is regularly gridlocked by traffic from the overcapacity Dartford crossing, creating near daily misery for residents. This unreliability at Dartford is also acting as a significant blocker on UK growth, with huge costs through delays calculated at £200 million each and every year. As the commentator Tom Whittle recently highlighted in The Times, 36 years ago, or to put it another way, 22 Transport Secretaries ago, the words Lower Thames Crossing first appear in the parliamentary record. It's now been 8 years since the former Transport Secretary, who's now in the other place, confirmed the route, and since April 2017, National Highways has run 8 separate consultations, consulting for more than 400 days. The planning application eventually ballooned to 400,000 pages. Many years on, we now look forward to a positive decision from the Department for Transport this May, a Labour government finally delivering on a much-needed infrastructure project for the people of Dartford. But we cannot continue to face a situation where crucial pieces of national infrastructure take this long to reach decision. It's essential that we can deliver new infrastructure if we are to modernise our country, deliver services and unlock growth. We need a system that is clearer and has a degree of predictability for all participants, that is able to move at pace while providing the right opportunities for local people to influence plans for the neighbourhoods in which they live. Part of the reason so many consultations were needed for the proposed Lower Thames crossing has been the number of opportunities for judicial review, so I warmly welcome the measures in this bill that reduce these opportunities for projects like the Lower Thames crossing, so we can ensure that cases totally without merit don't proceed. Before I finish, I just want to say I also welcome the nationally significant infrastructure projects measures in the bill. Big ticket items like the Lower Thames crossing are delayed again and again, leaving our constituents, in my case, paying the price in congested roads and all of our constituents doing so in higher energy bills. So can I encourage ministers, and perhaps they can address this in the summing up, to think whether the bill can be strengthened even further to speed up and streamline the process to get these critical infrastructure projects built faster for all our sakes. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Sarah Dyke. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have reservations about whether this bill's aims will be achieved through this legislation. Somerset faces a significant need for more homes, particularly social and affordable housing, especially in rural areas. And it's crucial that local communities like those in Glastonbury and Somerton have a strong voice and a real stake in the process of shaping the places where they live. So I share my Liberal Democrats colleagues' concerns that the government's overly centralised, developer-led approach won't mandate the nature-friendly planning considerations needed to protect our environment or deliver sustainable development, infrastructure and housing in a way that meets the needs of local communities, and it will exclude them from decisions that they should be involved in. The bill looks to introduce the nature restoration levy, requiring developers to meet environmental obligations related to protected sites and species. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that Natural England, mandated with overseeing this, might lack the resource, expertise and budget to properly monitor and enforce the Nature Recovery Fund. In addition, these new measures must not place additional unfunded burdens on councils. Local authorities must be fully involved in their implementation to ensure they deliver meaningful outcomes for communities and for the environment. We must ensure homes don't come at the expense of nature. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm worried that this legislation fails to do enough to protect rare species, such as the great crested newt that can be found in Glastonbury and Somerton, in Lights Carey Manor, and the aptly named the Newt near Castle Carey. The government's manifesto pledged to make changes to the planning system that would create places that increase climate resilience and promote nature recovery. However, this bill lacks the detail needed to really protect and support nature. Instead, requirements are supplanted by undefined improvement assessments. Planning should support integration between nature and new homes, agriculture and environment, including achieving nature recovery and biodiversity by design. Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill also lacks binding commitment to the land use framework to determine the balance between food production and infrastructure creation. This is a missed opportunity to ensure farmers can improve food security, biodiversity and that climate change mitigation is protected. The family farm tax and the decision to close close the SFI scheme without notice will threaten the viability of farms in Glastonbury and Somerton and up and down the country. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, farmers will play a key role in achieving many of the ambitions in this role, and the bill could have supported the farmers' long-term business sustainability, allowing them to optimise their land for multiple purposes and improve profitability. But sadly, this is not the case.
Costa.
Madam Deputy Speaker, every week in my surgery in Ealing Southall, families turn up with shocking stories of living in overcrowded rented homes. They show me photos of mould covering the walls, of 4 bunk beds crammed into one tiny room for the whole family, of the space on the kitchen floor where the parents sleep so the kids can have the sofa. And in Southall and West Ealing, I see people sleeping rough in all weathers. This is the human cost of 14 years of Conservative government's ideological decision to halt Labour's Affordable Homes programme and to push people into the most expensive and largely unregulated private rented sector. They left over 100,000 families in temporary accommodation, the highest since records began. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous government has a lot to answer for, and I won't go through it all now. But we need to start working on solutions. And the solution to the housing crisis is simple. We need to build more homes. And we need to build the energy, transport and public services infrastructure to support them. This bill today will put an end to the dither and delay we saw from the previous government and will start to get shovels in the ground and children in Ealing Southall off the living room floor. Labour-run Ealing Council already has one of the most ambitious affordable housing programmes in the country. But with over 5,000 families on the waiting list for a home, they need more help to make schemes add up financially. And I hope the Minister will consider the specific barriers to building affordable homes in London and how councils can be supported in this. But there's certainly lots that can be learnt from London, where 98% of planning decisions are already delegated to expert officers. Ealing has one of the best planning teams in the country, awarded platinum by Planning magazine. They are the top London borough for on-time decisions on major applications and have the lowest percentage overturned at appeal, showing they're getting decisions right. Ealing has also got a local plan based on comprehensive local consultation, which is used to guide good quality planning applications. Today's bill will help spread good practice from places like Ealing and will ensure councils across the country can take a more consistent, streamlined approach to planning applications and will bring back strategic planning as in London. I welcome mandatory training for members of the Planning Committee. We'll have to look at that in London so that it is regionally tailored for the London plan. Ensuring councils get the full cost of planning decision costs is very welcome. Let's have developers pay this, not council taxpayers. Finally, the new Natural Recovery Fund will allow for bigger and more effective environmental improvements, such as Ealing's new regional park. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative Party did not believe in affordable homes. Today's bill will back the builders, not the blockers, and will again allow us to start building the homes and the local services people need. Thank you.
Lady.
I appreciate the government's intention to speed up planning and development process to build the clean infrastructure we need, but we shouldn't be rushing such a huge bill given its impact on our communities. Currently, under the Planning Act 2008, applications for development consent orders on nationally significant infrastructure projects must include a consultation report which sets out requirements to ensure this has been carried out robustly. However, Clause 4 of this bill weakens those requirements. Under these changes, the report will only need to summarise relevant responses and outline any changes made as a result. Summarising is a dangerous game. I don't believe summaries have any place in decisions of national significance. I am particularly concerned about the impact this would have on the Welsh language considerations, environmental concerns and the voice of the local people. When it comes to the Welsh language, there is already a lack of consistency in assessing the impact of developments. This bill may exacerbate this problem and weaken protections for the language. Concerns raised by communities about environmental impact could be reduced to a handful of bullet points in a summary. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do welcome the government's recognition that households living near new transmission developments are affected negatively. However, this should go much further than the current proposals. Why is this principle not extended to large-scale energy developments? Take the proposed Mine Here project on Ynys Môn as an example, which will cover over 3,000 acres of the island's land. Large solar farms are built on agricultural land and are frequently sold to communities on the promise of economic benefits. But replacing agricultural industry with huge solar farms will negatively impact the local economy. I recognise the need to improve our energy security, and to do this, the government should be focusing on innovative solutions to roll out new infrastructure, such as undergrounding cables and promoting rooftop solar. To close, I urge government not to rush this bill. It must give confidence to businesses and local communities. It must also lay the ground for a more coherent and strategic approach to ensure that developments are fit for future generations.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for recognising the urgent need for the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure, and I welcome the plan for 1.5 million new safe and decent homes by the end of this Parliament. My constituency is in desperate need for affordable homes to rent and one day for them to own their own home. In terms of the bill's impact on nature and climate, planning should be a powerful lever to tackle nature loss and climate change, as well as meeting housing and low-carbon infrastructure needs. For the government to meet its nature and climate targets, the planning system should integrate nature recovery alongside development. New nature and climate duty on all planning authorities should require planning policy decisions to contribute to meeting our climate and nature targets. We cannot let developers avoid biodiversity net gain responsibility simply by paying into the Nature Restoration Fund, banking money that may never be spent on nature, and developers just seeing it as the cost of doing business. The fund offers no guarantee that population of protected species will be replaced. According to analysis by NatureSpace, protected species have limited impact on development. More importantly, existing schemes such as district licensing already accelerate development by shaving months from planning applications. We need to better promote these existing schemes, acknowledging the Nature Restoration Fund and environmental delivery plans will take years to set up. It's within the bill's scope to ensure the Forestry Commission be given a nature duty. With a nature remit, the Forestry Commission can give greater weight to habitat recovery in the woodlands they manage. The Planning Infrastructure Bill also offers a primary legislative opportunity to bring forward promised reforms to national parks and landscapes. The bill should introduce a nature recovery purpose of protected landscapes and institute the promised government reforms. Now, turning to my constituent Leeds, we are doing our fair share. Leeds City Centre is planned to grow by 50,000 homes in the next decade. However, we're at crisis point with 27,000 on the council and housing association waiting list and 7,000 harsh priority banding who now have to wait 3 years to get a home. As it stands for local authorities, funding is not fluid enough and settlements are not long enough. Councils need to be self-sufficient if rents are to cover maintenance and the replenishment of stock. A big part of the solution is to re-implement grant funding targeted at property additionality with a long-term approach to funding to unlock additional opportunities. Housing investment should be reclassified as infrastructure to support not only the efficient, effective use of funding, but in recognition of a decent home being the foundation of lives and productivity for an individual and the wider economy. I'm asking us to marry together the understanding that environmental law need not be a blocker of development when listening to community and ecological experts, but enabler of nature restoration, sustainable development, everyone's access to green space. Together with the understanding that housing, social housing, is infrastructure for our local authorities to build and structure our communities for the future. Will the Minister meet with me, as he was so kind to on the Renters Reform Bill? Thank you.
Ollie Glover.
Well done, Ollie.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. House building is essential to provide the homes that people need, but there are significant problems of our current approach to planning, and therefore it is welcome that the Government is giving time and attention to these topics. My constituency of Didcot and Wantage in Oxfordshire has seen 35% population growth in 20 years, or the area surrounding it. Yet the housing that has been built only meets some of the needs. South Oxfordshire Housing Association's analysis highlights a serious shortage of social and affordable housing, particularly for 1 or 2 people households. I've personally experienced the challenge of finding suitable and affordable housing with very little to rent that is furnished. I appreciate very few small violins will be being played, but even as an MP, with my salary, the small house I've recently bought is wildly expensive at nearly £300,000 for a small 2-bedroom terrace. In my case, building new housing has freed up an older house for me to buy, but the current market is not delivering for people on lower incomes. Between 2012 and 2021, the Vale of White Horse district was the 3rd highest out of local authorities for net increase in dwellings as a proportion of their starting stock. And I'm proud that Lib Dem-led Vale and South Oxford District Councils have been very proactive at developing a joint local plan, which has successfully combined meeting housing targets and 5-year land supply requirements with gaining significant stakeholder support, for example, the CPRE. The Council's innovative and inclusive approach to consultation with the public meant it was shortlisted for 3 national awards. They ran 3 stages of consultation to encourage as much engagement as possible, and over 5,000 responses were received from residents, parish councils and local businesses. But a key concern for my constituency is how any further increase in numbers of houses can be accommodated, given how a lack of investment in infrastructure has dominated in recent years, leading to local concern about further housing. We need targets and measures for infrastructure as well as housing, particularly as local authorities do not have the powers or funding to deliver health and major transport schemes. And this bill does not in itself remedy this. Key infrastructure... I give way.
Thank you. I mean, you mentioned... I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. You mentioned the costs of the capex cost of the infrastructure. Is it not also incredibly important that local councils and local NHS integrated care boards are given the increased budgets to maintain the staffing for those facilities? Because there's no use in building a GP surgery if you can't find any GPs to staff it.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He's quite right to highlight that, of course, buildings need to be sufficiently staffed, otherwise it will end up with that episode of Yes Minister, with an empty building with, well, or no patients, but loads of staff in a building. Key infrastructure needs and asks for my constituency include the Didcot-Cullen Relief Road with better walking and cycling provision than in the current plan. It's a controversial scheme, but one that I have given my backing to. Walking and cycling investment in new and existing areas of the towns, a new railway station at Grove, Didcot to Oxford electrification, and health capacity to keep up with our growing population, particularly a GP surgery on Didcot Great Western Park. And that is why it is so critical that we link housing targets to targets and measures for wider infrastructure, because communities do need housing, but they also need all the public and private amenities and services that go with them that are essential for happy and well-functioning communities.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many colleagues in the House will know that I love talking about education, but this bill gives me an opportunity to talk about something even closer to my heart than that. No, not neighbours, but my home of Harlow. Harlow is a post-war new town. It may not have been the first. It may not be the most successful, certainly not football-wise, but I'd argue that it's one with the most heart. The principles that underpinned Harlow were about community, a collective identity, and despite its challenges, I believe that sense of community shines through today. I welcome that this bill recognises the importance of development corporations, and I urge the Minister to look at the not-so-new towns of Harlow and Stevenage, like the one I have the honour to call my home and represent in this place. If you speak to some residents of Harlow, let's say the more experienced residents of Harlow, they will talk with great fondness about Harlow Development Corporation. And I want to take a moment to recognise those new town pioneers, people who made sure that they got things done. I also pay tribute to my predecessor in this place, or one of my predecessors in this place, Leah Manning. We still have the Leah Manning Centre, which cares for some of those more experienced residents, for her vision of what Harlow could be. I welcome the commitments to ensure there is a greater link between the development corporations and local transport authorities. That connectivity is vital. However, I would also like to draw the Minister's attention to Harlow's neighbourhood centres like Bush Fair and the Slough. Before the idea of the 15-minute city was mooted, and then, I believe, by some people misunderstood, Sir Frederick Gibbard recognised the need for every neighbourhood to have a sense of identity, a shopping centre, a central point to meet, a work of art or two, a park, and our infamous green wedges, which mean you can get from one end of Harlow to the other without ever needing to go on a road. No one will know better about the issues of land banking than the people of Harlow. Huge swathes of our town centre are no-go zones, left in a state of decay. Abandoned buildings left to rot or to become refuge of those outside the law. This needs to change, and I believe this legislation will help with that. Contrary to the misleading reports, this isn't about targeting landowners. There is nothing in the bill that changes the core principles of compulsory purchase. It must be used only when negotiations have not succeeded and where there is a compelling case in the public interest. In conclusion, I welcome the Government's ongoing commitment to build the homes we need. As someone who's worked in the charity sector for a homeless charity, I know as much as anyone how much they are needed. For every resident who complains about a new housing development, I speak to 5 who are living in overcrowded accommodation, unsuitable accommodation, or facing the risk of homelessness.
Andrew George.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the Deputy Prime Minister has arrived in time to hear my speech, because I don't question the sincerity or the intention either of the Deputy Prime Minister or the Planning Minister with regard to the legislation which we have before us today, nor the intentions of the planning changes which were introduced in the revised National Planning Policy Framework. My concern is whether they'll actually deliver the target, the £1.5 billion. I sincerely doubt that they will. And the reason why I doubt that they will is because, as with previous governments, and this isn't something which is unique to the present government, the housing target methodology is based on a delusion that that private developers will collude with the government to drive down the price of their finished product. And the problem is that if you look at places like Cornwall, I represent Cornwall, and I've worked in this sector during my 9-year sabbatical from this place. If you look at places like Cornwall, yes, we've met those. Indeed, we've exceeded targets. What has happened is we've more than trebled the housing supply, and yet the housing problems of local people have got significantly worse. Increase in second homes, £500 million of taxpayers' money has been handed out to holiday homeowners in the last 10 years by the previous government, when only half that amount has been put into first homes for local people. So what we need is targets which are based on delivering for what the communities need. And the problem is that our targets are a means to an end. Building homes doesn't necessarily mean you meet the need. And if the targets were actually the end rather than the means, in other words, we were setting targets which were about reducing the need, so the targets were to reduce the need rather than simply to fill the pockets of developers, then we'd be in a far better place in places like Cornwall and no doubt the rest of the country. And I hope that the ministers will look again and allow those areas that have struggled in the past, even though they're not a NIMBY territory and they want to meet that need, they allow them to set targets to address need rather than developers' greed. The other thing is that the honourable member for Bury St Edmunds mentioned the rural exceptions policy, which I think is a very good one and can be actually developed. Rather than being an exception, it should be a planning norm in many rural areas to deliver their need. Then compensating for nature loss is something in clause 55 of the bill, which I think needs to be strengthened. A lot of nature charities are very worried about that. And then finally, part 5 about compulsory purchase is one which I think needs to be built up to stand behind this, and I would like to see the government develop that more. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Davies.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Britain finds itself in a chokehold with bottlenecks, leaving it unable to update its infrastructure to a modern standard. Part of the story behind this is the last government's inertia and infighting, which came at the expense of the national interest. Here I've got some musical accompaniment. The time it takes now to secure planning permission for major infrastructure has almost doubled over the past decade. This has real-world consequences. Higher bills, longer commutes, increased water shortages and flooding. I could go on. It is essential that we recapture that Victorian and post-war sense of purpose which symbolised progress and possibility and ultimately delivered improvements to people's everyday lives. The kind of get up and go that made the Derwent Valley the home of the Industrial Revolution, using the power of rivers to drive the mills in places like Belper and Milford. Cheap, renewable energy almost 2 centuries before it was fashionable. If we want to see this country continue to punch above its weight, we must resolve this delay and frustration, because failure to do so will literally mean we cannot keep the lights on. And bearing that in mind in the short time limits that we've got, I want to focus my contributions here on the bits that relate to energy. There are measures in the bill which will bring a much welcome boost to EV charging infrastructures. Drivers of electric vehicles know all too well the frustration of being unable to undertake long journeys given the lack of adequate chargers in many areas, particularly in the East Midlands, which has one of the few lowest proportions of electric charges per 100,000 people in the UK. And I know this investment will be welcome news to companies like Trent Barton, a bus operator serving my constituency, which wants to transition to a greener fleet of electric buses, but has been hampered by insufficient public infrastructure, including the high cost of connecting to the grid and a lack of adequate charging facilities available locally. This legislation must be a springboard not only for embracing the infrastructure we need today, but the infrastructure that we need tomorrow, and I want to see work done on hydrogen infrastructure in the light of that. But I also want to speak about people who feel anxious about change. This is nothing new. It's something that is as old as time itself. People in my constituency do have some concerns about the National Grid's proposed pylon upgrade between Chesterfield and Wellington. And my ask to the government is this: please ensure that National Grid listens to people in Morley, Stanley, Ockbrook and Borough Wash, and that it makes changes where it is right to do so, so that it can deliver these projects with respect for communities. The concerns of communities cannot be dismissed, and while we must upgrade our electricity infrastructure to help us transition to net zero, deliver cheaper bills and energy independence, my role in this place is to speak up for people in mid-Derbyshire and ensure they are heard and respected. However, opposing all new infrastructure without collaborating to improve it may feel like a victory in the short term. The costs of failing to step up will be costs which are felt and borne by all, especially the next generation. Thank you.
Final speaker, John Rayner.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a Glasgow MP, I emphasise how important this bill is for Scotland and Scotland's economy. We have huge opportunities in the form of offshore wind and floating wind too, and this all depends on the development of transmission infrastructure in England. So this bill will help reduce bills in Scotland, get us away from expensive gas and onto cheaper, fixed-priced wind. Delays in England cost my poor constituents a lot of money. The bill does much more than that. It modernises the regime for connections to the electricity transmission and distribution system, speeding up connection of vital energy projects for energy security. The UK government has worked closely with the Scottish government, delivering on its promise to put country first and Scotland first, and party second, to modernise the regime for consenting overhead power lines and generating stations in Scotland. It also makes provision for long-duration energy storage. You may wonder what that is. Well, there's all sorts of exciting new technology here for this, but also I'd commend to everyone a visit to Cruachan Power Station to see the Hollow Mountain in the Glens of Scotland, and you'll see how important this is, and also what great opportunities it provides for British engineering and the children in our schools now to pursue careers in engineering. And there are also other reforms that are very, very important to the electricity sector in Scotland. Now, this, Madam Deputy Speaker, may be a historic moment pointing out some agreement between the SNP and the Labour Party in this chamber. However, I would not want to be too gentle on the SNP Scottish Government, which takes far too long to consent projects in Scotland. Far too many projects sit on the ministers' desks for far too long. This is holding back investment. And the same applies in Glasgow and the SNP Council there. So we do need to get going on some of these concerns. And the SNP governments in Glasgow and Edinburgh need to get a move on with consenting projects that will create jobs and assist my constituents. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a great bill. It looks to the future. It will create opportunities for Britain. It is a bill of aspiration and ambition for our country. For too long, we keep on saying no to great developments that create jobs and create wealth. This bill says, let's go for it. Let's create jobs. Let's create investment. This bill, I support it fully. I'm obliged, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I now come to the front benches for wind-ups, and I call first the Shadow Minister, Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there have been many eloquent and thoughtful contributions to the debate today, and I would like to build on and respond to some of the comments made in this debate. There have been great speeches by honourable friends and members from all sides of the House. In particular, may I mention the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for North East Cambridgeshire, who, like me, has some concerns about the bill, despite knowing that the government does have genuine intentions through the through the passage of this bill, but particularly when it comes to giving power to Natural England, a quango, while removing and cutting other quangos, with some serious questions about the future resourcing of Natural England with those extra responsibilities. And I hope the Minister will be able to, in his wind-up, will be able to answer some of those concerns. But also that the Deputy Prime Minister has maintained that democracy will still be there for local people who want to have their say over planning applications. But the simple fact is that this bill will cut the rights of planning committees and local authorities to make the decisions on their local decisions. My honourable friend, the member for Mid-Buckinghamshire, has mentioned, and I'll come on to this later in my speech, has mentioned house building being up in rural areas versus urban areas, and I'll come on to that later. But he's absolutely right to outline the challenges that he has in Mid-Buckinghamshire and his wider constituency. And he's also right to focus on the infrastructure, where it's wrong just to focus on renewable. There's thousands of acres that will be used up across this country on solar power, and I think, as this party believes, that we should be looking at alternative options in terms of energy going forward as well. The honourable gentleman, the member for Crawley, says that he was a planning bore, and he became a planning bore during his time listening to various members within the Labour Party. But I'll just tell him that when we were both in opposing student political parties at the University of Southampton in 2000, and not so long ago, I'll say, he wasn't a bore then, and I expect that in the speeches he makes going forward, he won't be a bore in his career in this House. My honourable friend, the member for Keighley and Ilkley, is a strong advocate for his constituency. He is right to say that the introduction of EDPs are good ideas, but as the case shows later on, and I'll develop some of the thinking behind this, there is a mercenary approach which doesn't protect local issues that happen in terms of habitat protection, but then just tries to move it somewhere else. My honourable friend, the member for Bridgewater, mentioned that local planning and removing powers is absolutely correct, and the use of compulsory purchase order is anti-democratic when it comes to agricultural land. He's absolutely correct. My honourable friend, the member for Mid-Bedfordshire, recognises, as we do, the government's mandate to try and build the 1.5 million homes that are required under their legislation going forward. But I have to say to the House that nobody believes that they will be able to achieve it, including the Minister of State within the department. My honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, and my honourable friend, the member, is on the record. My honourable friend, the member for Bromsgrove, mentioned that there is a rural versus urban competition that's been created by this government, and he mentioned that there is an 82% uplift in his constituency. My honourable friend, the member for Broxbourne, said that targets are doubled in Broxbourne while targets are down in London. I failed to get a single Labour MP to admit that the mayor in London isn't capable of delivering the numbers, even though the government have reduced them by a record level. And my honourable friend, the member for Huntingdon, said that there was no details on community improvement funds, and that solar developments, the threshold was still too low and that needs to be raised. That's something that we will look forward going in committee. My right honourable friend, the member for Aldridge Brown Hills, mentioned Greenbelt and the nature of being at the heart of planning. And that there is a top-down application in the legislation. I completely agree with her. And my honourable friend, by last but by no means least, for Runnymede and Weybridge, said that DCOs need to be accountable and better suited for local people. We completely agree. And we on this side of the House have always had concerns about the government centralising zeal when it comes to planning. And when they first introduced this bill to the House, it cemented many of our fears about the traditional centralising mission which ministers in this government have shown their taste for in various areas of government since they took office. Let's face it, that is the Labour Party's way. And while we all recognise that there is a need for tangible changes to deliver suitable and relevant infrastructure, this should not be at the detriment of the rights and responsibilities of locally elected representatives and planning committees, or those that now face having their land taken away by this government's unfair compulsory purchase order changes. That is what this bill does. The Deputy Prime Minister said she wanted to streamline decision-making, but we all know that this bill takes those local powers away. I previously said in a Westminster Hall debate that it was fundamentally not good practice or good governance to deliver substantial changes to the national planning policy framework before legislating for an overarching change in planning and infrastructure policy. It leads to confusion on the ground, delays in good planning, and rushed enforced devolution and local government reorganisation will further delay and complicate the intended consequences of this bill. Let us also not forget that the government have now introduced new housing targets which will reclassify land from grey belt and will see areas greenlit for development over the objections of local people and local authorities. And this bill will do it on a strategic scale that we have never seen before. Instead of delivering an algorithm which fairly distributes building targets, the government has introduced a politically motivated, unfair housing target regime which has opposition councils in its crosshairs, tripling the burden to build in some cases, while they reward Labour councillors for their failures to deliver in their own authorities. This reeks of political gerrymandering, and the government must think again. The Deputy Prime Minister outlined that she wanted these homes that she will be delivering to be affordable. Can I just remind members on that side of the House that it was her government, when she came in, that scrapped right to buy, scrapped shared ownership and scrapped mechanisms that allowed the people in this country to get on the housing ladder. Back to this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. Shared ownership and help to buy, I apologise. I would like to outline 3 areas of concern in this bill. Firstly, this legislation threatens to remove local councillors from being able to have their say by setting out a national scheme of delegation that will set out which types of application will be determined by council officers and which should go to planning committees. Rules all made from the desks of ministers in Whitehall, but not planning applications that will be able to be decided in the committee rooms at town halls across this United Kingdom. Indeed, as the LGA agree and have commented, quote, there remains concerns around how it will ensure that councils who know their areas best and what they need remain at the heart of the planning process. The democratic role of councillors in decision-making is the backbone of English and British planning systems, and this should not be diminished. We agree, the government does not. These changes will see rural county areas required to develop 56% more housing compared with the previous government standard method. This is more than any other local authority type and equates to over 180,000 homes needed to be delivered in counties per year, compared to just over 115,000 under the previous method. That's on average a rural uplift of 115%, while urban areas with major conurbations, mostly Labour authorities, are only up by 17%. And it is a simple... I will give way to him on that point.
You, the Honourable Gentleman and I both represent rural constituencies. We both know there's a demographic crisis in those areas. Yeah. Does he agree with me that young people in rural areas need homes to live in, homes to work from? And can I ask, what do he and his party have against young people in rural areas?
I don't have anything against young people in rural areas at all, but surely his constituents will not see that it's fair, where there is already the infrastructure, where generally housing supply is better, and where it's easier to get that infrastructure through in urban centres. His government have reduced targets on his own authorities, but are punishing rural areas across the country. And it's not sensible or feasible to a very clear problem, and will drastically increase pressure on existing rural infrastructure and will override the democratically elected local leaders who have a stake in and who should have a say in the development of their local areas. It also raises the question of how this legislation is deliverable when local government reorganisation will change the spatial development strategies of local authorities. It is further concerning that the Chief Executive of Homes England has cast doubt on whether the government can realistically meet its goal of 1.5 million homes. So did the Housing Minister in a Select Committee hearing last year. Council leaders, developers and even their own experts are warning that these targets are unachievable. And we have a government... I will give way.
On that point, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree with me that one way of actually helping to deliver homes will be to make sure that those that have planning permission are actually built out first, thus saving the green belt and some of our suburban areas and our rural areas sooner rather than later?
Well, they shout from a sedentary position, why did we never do it? This is one of the largest planning bills that has come before the House in a number of years, and nowhere has the government mentioned where they would force developers to build houses that have already been given planning permission. We have a government which has reduced housing targets in urban areas where it's easier to build due to existing infrastructure, population density and the availability of brownfield sites. Instead, Labour's reforms to the MPPF and their proposals in this bill have resulted in top-down targets that will silence local voices. They have chosen to prioritise building in rural areas and on the Greenbelt rather than focusing where the demand of housing is greatest, in our cities and urban centres. And by only allowing councillors to debate and discuss only the proposals that the Deputy Prime Minister and the Government defines as large development, local people's voices within the planning system will be eroded. It will take away the discretion that can be used by planning committees to resolve small applications that come down to very nuanced decisions. Additionally, while the principle of environment development plans are certainly welcome, and we know that this has been looked on favourably by proponents of sustainable development, it is vital that the nature recovery is incorporated into building plans. However, it is concerning, as was mentioned by one of my Liberal Democrat colleagues, that Natural England will have its workload dramatically increased, and there is uncertainty about whether they have the budget and authority and whether they will be able to bear the burden of these additional responsibilities. Can the Minister give assurances and outline any assessment his department has done on the budgetary increases that would be required for Natural England and take on the additional responsibilities envisaged in this bill? Furthermore, and most concerning, the Government seeks to overhaul the compulsory purchase process, allowing land to be acquired for projects deemed to be in the public interest, and will change them to allow faster land acquisition. However, farmers may be forced to sell their land for its current value rather than its potential worth if developed. Farmers deserve a fair price if they choose to sell their land rather than below market price. They are already being hammered over inheritance tax and the suspension of the Sustainable Farming Initiative. The proposed changes to CPOs will further introduce a further power imbalance which threatens to override their legitimate right to a fair deal. The Countryside Alliance warned that giving councils more to reduce the value of land is a step too far, especially in the context of challenging outlook for farmers and the inheritance tax fiasco. This is not about people blocking development, it's about the state paying the market price for land. We need more houses and more economic development, but not at the cost of basic principles. While it is true that tenant farmers will get an increase on any CPO purchases, landowning farmers already facing unsustainable pressure are once again going to be shortchanged by this government's plans to introduce these changes. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, while the government say they want to deliver more homes, increase affordability, streamline the system and deliver the homes that we need, nobody accepts that they can do it. They give with one hand but have overwhelmingly taken away with another through destroying this country's economy that allows developers and people to build the housing that we need. And as with any rushed piece of work, and as we have outlined today, their plans to threaten to overwhelm the system and in some cases threatens to erode the safeguards in place to encourage sustainable and vital development and removes local voices from local people. And I look forward to Labour MPs explaining to their Labour leaders in their councils why their Labour Deputy Prime Minister took away their local rights as councillors to represent their local constituencies. We will always stand up against excessive government centralisation and in favour of local representatives who know their communities best. We have a duty to. We have a duty to defend farmers who, as stewards of the land, must have their land rights respected, to defend local democracy and the role of local councils who disagree with their power being taken away, with the people out there who want new housing but want local choices for local people. It is clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government cannot deliver on that challenge. We will amend this legislation to make sure it delivers for local councillors and local people. We will improve this bill. The government simply has not.
Minister Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a real pleasure to close this second reading debate for the government, and I thank all honourable and right honourable members who participated in it. Madam Deputy Speaker, not unexpectedly, it has been a debate of contrasts. On the one hand, we had the privilege of listening to a large number of well-informed and thoughtful contributions from honourable members who agree with the main principles of the bill. In a crowded field, I commend in particular the excellent speeches made by my honourable friends, the members for Barking, Northampton South, Basingstoke, Welland Hatfield, Erewash, Kensington and Bayswater, and Milton Keynes North. Set against those, Madam Deputy Speaker, we were subjected to a series of contributions from honourable and right honourable members who, while professing support in principle for the intentions of the bill, nevertheless alighted on a range of flawed and in some cases spurious reasons why they oppose it. Amongst the most glaring examples of that approach, I'm saddened to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, was the contribution made by the member for Taunton and Wellington in moving his party's reasoned amendment that wasn't selected. Now, while I appreciate fully his need to manage the discordant voices on his own benches when it comes to housing and major infrastructure, the arguments that he made, Madam Deputy Speaker, were both confused and disingenuous. This government wholly rejects its claim that the bill will not result in the ambitious delivery of infrastructure and housing the country needs. So I say gently to the honourable member, a party that declared in its manifesto only last year that it was committed to, and I quote, increasing building of new homes to 380,000 a year, should be getting behind this legislation, not seeking to block it. And I sincerely hope, even at this late stage, that the Liberal Democrats reconsider their position. Madam Deputy Speaker, among those I will take it briefly.
Will the Minister accept that it would be easier to support this bill if it didn't include clauses which provide the Secretary of State with the power not just to take some decisions away from planning committees, but to can take all decisions away from planning committees, because that clause is completely unlimited in its scope?
Well, thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. That's not the case, and there has been a huge amount of scaremongering when it comes to the provisions in the bill that relate to planning committees. I'll deal with that particular point in due course. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, among those honourable members who do support the main principles of the bill, there were, of course, understandable differences of opinion. Some expressed their unequivocal support for each and every one of its provisions. Others conveyed their broad support while arguing for specific changes to be made or further measures to be added. But all were in agreement that this legislation must progress if we're to streamline the delivery of new homes and critical infrastructure, as the House as a whole ostensibly asserts that we must. And therein lies the crux of the issue, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the reason, I must say candidly, for the cant at the heart of some of the speeches we've heard today. Because we can all profess, in principle, our support for the ends. Doing so is, after all, risk-free. What matters is whether we're prepared in practice to also will the means. Now, when it came to housing and infrastructure, we know the previous government was not willing to do so. Hence the dissonance in its final years between its stated commitment to building more homes and its decision in practice to recklessly abolish mandatory housing targets and thereby torpedo housing supply in a forlorn attempt to appease a disgruntled group of its anti-housing backbenchers. Thankfully, this Labour government, Madam Deputy Speaker, is prepared to do what it takes to deliver the homes and infrastructure our country needs. This bill is transformative. It will fundamentally change how we build things in this country, and in so doing, it will help us tackle the housing crisis, raise living standards in every part of the country and deliver on our plan for change. Madam Deputy Speaker, during the 5 hours we've debated the bill, an extremely wide range of issues have been raised. I've heard all of them, and I'll seek to respond to as many in the time available to me, but I won't be able to cover all of them. So I'll deal with the main themes and issues that have been raised in the course of the debate. And I'll begin, if I may, with the various points that have been made in relation to nationally significant infrastructure. Honourable members made a variety of points covering issues such as national policy statements and judicial review, but most of the contributions focused in on the changes the bill will make to consultation requirements for NSIP projects. Now, as the House will be aware, the NSIP planning regime was established through the Planning Act 2008 to provide more certainty on the need for nationally significant projects. In its early years, the system worked well. However, its performance has sharply deteriorated in recent years, at a time when the need for it has increased dramatically. In 2021, Madam Deputy Speaker, it took on average 4.2 years for a project to secure development consent, compared to 2.6 years in 2012. The documentation, as has been referred to by a number of honourable members, underpinning consents, has been getting longer and in too many instances now runs to tens of thousands of pages. And alongside an increase in legal challenges, uncertainty about meeting statutory requirements has led to greater risk aversion and gold plating throughout the whole process. The costs of delays obviously increase the costs of projects, and those costs are ultimately passed on to taxpayers for public infrastructure and bill payers or customers for private infrastructure. The measures in the bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, will provide for a faster and more certain consenting process, stripping away unnecessary consultation requirements that do nothing to improve applications nor meaningfully engage communities. And they will, Madam Deputy Speaker, to use the phrase used by the member for Huntington, ensure that the NSIP regime is firing on all cylinders. And I want to make clear that the measures in the bill are not the limit of our ambitions when it comes to streamlining the NSIP regime. In particular, I've noted the calls from a number of honourable members who spoke today to consider addressing the significant elongation of pre-application periods resulting from the way in which statutory procedures are now being applied. This is an issue to which the Deputy Prime Minister and I have already given a significant amount of thought, and I commit to giving further consideration to the case for using the bill to address statutory requirements that would appear to be no longer driving good outcomes. I can assure those honourable members that the Government will not hesitate to act boldly if there's a compelling case for reform in this area. Madam Deputy Speaker, a large number of honourable members touched on the Nature Restoration Fund. We are fully committed to making sure development contributes to nature's recovery, delivering a win-win for nature and the economy. We'll be taking 3 steps to deliver on our new approach. First, moving responsibility for identifying actions to address environmental impacts away from multiple project-specific assessments in an area to a single strategic assessment and delivery plan. Second, moving more responsibility for planning and implementing strategic actions onto the state, delivered through organisations with the right expertise and with the necessary flexibility to take actions that most effectively deliver positive outcomes for nature. And third, allowing impacts to be dealt with strategically in exchange for a financial payment, so development can proceed more quickly. Project-level assessments are then limited only to those harms not dealt with strategically. And to those honourable members, Madam Deputy Speaker, who raise concerns that these provisions will have the effect of reducing the level of environmental protection of existing environmental law, I would assure them that isn't the case, something attested to by the Section 20 statement on the face of the bill in the name of the Deputy Prime Minister. Our reforms are built around delivering overall positive outcomes for protected sites and species, and are the result of significant engagement across the development sector, environmental groups and nature service providers. That's why at the bill's introduction, we saw a range of voices welcoming the new approach it brings to unlocking a win-win for development and nature. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Secretary of State raised concerns about how quickly we'll be able to implement environmental delivery plans. We're confident we can get EDPs in place fast. That's why we've been clear that we want to see the first EDPs prepared alongside this bill and operational for developers to use shortly after royal assent. We're also looking for opportunities to provide upfront funding so that we can kick off action in advance of need with costs recovered as development comes forward. This will allow us to get shovels in the ground and unlock homes and infrastructure more quickly. Lastly, on this point, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Right Honourable Member, the Member for North East Cambridgeshire, raised concerns about the CPO powers given to Natural England. If we're going to be successful in delivering a win-win for nature and the economy through the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, it is vital that Natural England have sufficient powers to deliver the conservation measures required. Compulsory purchase is just one tool, and we would expect Natural England to consider using such powers as a last resort, subject to appropriate scrutiny and oversight, including ultimate authorisation by the Secretary of State. More broadly, the Nature Restoration Fund will provide opportunities for landowners to work with Natural England to drive nature recovery, improving our green spaces for generations to come. And I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, this isn't a radical change. Many public bodies with statutory powers have compulsory purchase, the powers including local authorities, and as he should be aware, of all people, health service bodies and some executive agencies like Homes England. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to touch on planning committees before concluding. Several honourable members raised concerns with our plan to modernise them. Indeed, some suggested that our reforms are tantamount to removing democratic control from local people. That is simply not the case. And I say to the Shadow Secretary of State, who asserted that residents would lose the opportunity to object to planning application, that is incorrect. People will still be able to object to individual applications in the way they can now. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will give way.
I'm very grateful. How is that consistent with his comments on the floor of the House on the 9th of December, when he said the changes are designed to focus the time of elected councillors on the most significant or controversial applications, which he is going to dictate? Will he, at the very least, publish his draft regulations on what he intends through this clause, Clause 46, alongside the passage of this bill?
I'll address that specific point in due course, Madam Deputy Speaker, but they're entirely consistent. We do want to make changes to where planning committees can determine decisions, but local residents will be able to object to applications in every instance as they can now. Madam Deputy Speaker, planning is principally a local activity, and this government has made clear at every available opportunity that the plan-led approach is and must remain the corner of the planning system. Local plans are the best ways for communities to shape decisions about how to deliver the housing and wider development that their areas need. And we want more people involved. I'm going to make some progress if he doesn't mind. And we want more people involved in the development of local plans. The measures in this bill relating to planning decisions will simply ensure that the process of determining applications at a local level is more streamlined and efficient. Now, I've been a local councillor, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've sat on planning committees in the past, as I know many honourable members in this House have. We all know there's significant room for improvement in how they operate. So it is disappointing to hear honourable members portray what are sensible proposals for modernising the local planning system as a fundamental attack on local democracy when they are anything but. Decisions about what to build and where should be shaped by local communities and reflect the views of local residents. Local democratic oversight of planning decisions is essential, but it's also vital that planning committees operate as effectively as possible. Planning committees need to be focused on key applications for larger developments, not small-scale projects or niche technical details. The bill will ensure that they can play a proper role in scrutinising development without obstructing it, while maximising the use of experienced professional planners. I'll happily give way for a final time.
I'd just like to seek some clarity from the Minister, if I may, on that, where he says that local councils be able to, I think, scrutinise, but they wouldn't actually be able to stop, is what the point that I want to probe with him. A planning application, if it was a large-scale one.
Minister.
No, she's misunderstood me. Planning committees, we are able to scrutinise and make decisions on a series of applications, and the House should also be aware, and I think this is a point raised by the Shadow Secretary of State, that we intend to formally consult on these measures in the coming weeks so that honourable members will be able to engage with the detail and precisely the type of questions she raises, rightly, alongside consideration of the bill. I'm not going to give way. I'm going to make some progress, Madam Deputy Speaker, given the time. I wanted just briefly to address CPO powers before I conclude, because a number of honourable members raised concerns about our changes to the process. Let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, these reforms are not about targeting farmers or any specific types of land or land owners. But we do want to reform the compulsory purchase process and land compensation rules to speed up and lower the costs of the delivery of housing and infrastructure in the public interest. Now, we've already taken action, fully implementing direction powers that provide for the removal of hope value from the assessment of compensation for certain types of CPOs, such as those facilitating affordable housing. Provisions, I might say, Madam Deputy Speaker, introduced by the previous government in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill. And we've published an updated and more detailed guidance on the process to help local authorities. But now this bill will go further, ensuring the process for acquiring land with a direction is more efficient, the administrative costs are reduced, and we're expanding the power to remove hope value by directions to parish and town councils. We want to see these powers used and will work closely with local authorities to ensure they have the support to take advantage of the reforms. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank once again all those honourable and right honourable members who contributed to the debate today, and I look forward to engaging with honourable members across the House as the bill progresses. A wide range of views have been expressed over the course of the debate, but there's clearly a broad consensus that when it comes to delivering new homes and critical infrastructure, the Shadow Minister says no. Does he not agree with this? The status quo is failing the country, and more importantly, failing those who last year sent us to this place to do better. The process of securing consent for nationally significant infrastructure projects is demonstrably too slow and uncertain, and is constraining economic growth and undermining our energy security. The current approach to development and the environment too often sees both sustainable house building and nature recovery stall. In exercising essential local democratic oversight, planning committees clearly do not operate as effectively as they could, and local planning authorities do not have adequate funding to deliver their services. The compulsory purchase order process is patently too slow and cumbersome, and development corporations are not equipped to operate in the way we're going to need them to in the years ahead. And it is abundantly clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the lack of effective mechanisms for cross-boundary strategic planning mean we cannot address development and infrastructure needs across sub-regions as well as we otherwise might. Now, we can and must do things differently, but that means being prepared to will the means as well as the ends. Madam Deputy Speaker, 14 years of failure have left the country with a belief that nothing works, that nothing gets built, that Britain can no longer do big things. But this government refuses to accept the stagnation and decline we were bequeathed. We were elected on the promise of change, and we're determined to deliver it. Through the measures introduced by this landmark bill, we will get Britain building again, unleash economic growth, and deliver on the promise of national renewal. And I commend this bill to the House.
question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Colleagues are best to be seated for the next bit of business. Seated. The question is, as on seated, please. That means everybody. The question is, as on the order papers, may in their opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Kate Dearden and Martin McCluskey. And tellers for the noes are Bobby Dean and Danny Chambers. No.
Charlie Maynard.
Charlie Maynard and
Bobby Dean.
Bobby
yes.
Dean, and there we are. Got it now. Ready.
order. The ayes to the right, 330. The noes to the left, 74.
The ayes to the right were 330. The noes to the left were 74. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now go on to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now go on to the money motion to be moved formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now go on to the Ways and Means motion to be moved formally.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Right, that concludes that bit of business.